Section 45 of Volume 1E of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1E, Section 45, Chapter 59, Part 5. So great were the alterations made on the English constitution by this treaty, that the king said, not without reason, that he had been more an enemy to his people by these concessions, could he have prevented them, than by any other action of his life. Of all the demands of the Parliament, Charles refused only two. Though he relinquished almost every power of the crown, he would neither give up his friends to punishment, nor desert what he esteemed his religious duty. The severe repentance which he had undergone for abandoning Strafford had no doubt confirmed him in the resolution never again to be guilty of a like error. His long solitude and severe afflictions had contributed to rivet him the more in those religious principles which had ever a considerable influence over him. His desire, however, of finishing an accommodation induced him to go as far in both these particulars as he thought anywise consistent with his duty. The estates of the Royalists being at that time almost entirely under sequestration, Charles, who could give them no protection, consented that they should pay such compositions as they and the Parliament should agree on, and only begged that they might be made as moderate as possible. He had not the disposal of offices, and it seemed but a small sacrifice to consent that a certain number of his friends should be rendered incapable of public employments. But when the Parliament demanded a bill of attainder and banishing against 7 persons, the Marquis of Newcastle, Lord Digby, Lord Byron, Sir Marmaduke Langdale, Sir Richard Granville, Sir Francis Doddington, and Judge Jenkins, the king absolutely refused compliance. Their banishment for a limited time he was willing to agree to. Religion was the fatal point about which the differences had arisen, and of all others it was the least susceptible of composition or moderation between the contending parties. The Parliament insisted on the establishment of Presbytery, the sale of the chapter lands, the abolition of all forms of prayer, and strict laws against Catholics. The king offered to retrench everything which he did not esteem of apostolical institution. He was willing to abolish archbishops, deans, prebends, canons. He offered that the chapter lands should be let at low leases during 99 years. He consented that the present church government should continue during 3 years. After that time he required not that anything should be restored to bishops but the power of ordination, and even that power to be exercised by advice of the presbyters. If the Parliament, upon the expiration of that period, still insisted on their demand, all other branches of episcopal jurisdiction were abolished, and a new form of church government must, by common consent, be established. The Book of Common Prayer he was willing to renounce, but required the liberty of using some other liturgy in his own chapel, a demand which, though seemingly reasonable, was positively refused by the Parliament. In the dispute on these articles, one is not surprised that 2 of the parliamentary theologians should tell the king that if he did not consent to the utter abolition of episcopacy, he would be damned. But it is not without some indignation that we read the following vote of the Lords and Commons. The Houses, out of their detestation to that abominable idolatry used in the mass, do declare that they cannot admit of, or consent to, any such indulgence in any law as is desired by his Majesty, for exempting the queen and her family from the penalties to be enacted against the exercise of the mass. The treaty of marriage, the regard to the queen's sex and high station, even common humanity, all considerations were undervalued in comparison of their bigoted prejudices. It was evidently the interest both of king and parliament to finish their treaty with all expedition, and endeavor by their combined force to resist, if possible, the usurping fury of the army. It seemed even the interest of the parliament to leave in the king's hand a considerable share of authority, by which he might be enabled to protect them and himself from so dangerous an enemy. But the terms on which they insisted were so rigorous, that the king, fearing no worse from the most implacable enemies, was in no haste to come to a conclusion. And so great was the bigotry on both sides, that they were willing to sacrifice the greatest civil interests, rather than relinquish the most minute of their theological contentions. From these causes, assisted by the artifice of the Independents, the treaty was spun out to such a length that the invasions and insurrections were everywhere subdued, and the army had leisure to execute their violent and sanguinary purposes. Hamilton, having entered England with a numerous though undisciplined army, durst not unite his forces with those of Langdale, because the English royalists had refused to take the covenant, and the Scottish Presbyterians, though engaged for the king, refused to join them on any other terms. The two armies marched together, though at some distance, nor could even the approach of the parliamentary army under Cromwell oblige the Covenanters to consult their own safety by a close union with the royalists. When principles are so absurd and so destructive of human society, it may safely be averred that the more sincere and the more disinterested they are, they only become the more ridiculous and the more odious. Cromwell feared not to oppose 8,000 men to the numerous armies of 20,000 commanded by Hamilton and Langdale. He attacked the latter by surprise near Preston, in Lancashire, and though the royalists made a brave resistance, yet not being succored in time by their confederates, they were almost entirely cut in pieces. Hamilton was next attacked, put to rout, and pursued to Uttoxeter, where he surrendered himself prisoner. Cromwell followed his advantage, and, marching into Scotland with a considerable body, joined Argyle, who was also in arms, and having suppressed Laneric, Monroe, and other moderate Presbyterians, he placed the power entirely in the hands of the violent party. The ecclesiastical authority, exalted above the civil, exercised the severest vengeance on all who had a share in Hamilton's engagement, as it was called, nor could any of that party recover trust or even live in safety but by doing solemn and public penance for taking arms by authority of Parliament in defence of their lawful sovereign. The Chancellor, Loudon, who had at first countenanced Hamilton's enterprise, being terrified with the menaces of the clergy, had some time before gone over to the other party. He now openly in the church, though invested with the highest civil character in the kingdom, did penance for his obedience to the parliament, which he termed a carnal self-seeking. He accompanied his penance with so many tears, and such pathetical addresses to the people for their prayers in this his uttermost sorrow and distress, that a universal weeping and lamentation took place among the deluded audience. The loan of great sums of money, often to the ruin of families, was exacted from all such as lay under any suspicion of favoring the king's party, though their conduct had been ever so inoffensive. This was a device fallen upon by the ruling party in order, as they said, to reach heart malignants. Never in this island was known a more severe and arbitrary government than was generally exercised by the patrons of liberty in both kingdoms. The siege of Colchester terminated in a manner no less unfortunate than Hamilton's engagement for the royal cause. After suffering the utmost extremities of famine, after feeding on the vilest aliments, the garrison desired at last to capitulate. Fairfax required them to surrender at discretion, and he gave such an explanation to those terms as to reserve to himself power, if he pleased, to put them all instantly to the sword. The officers endeavored, though in vain, to persuade the soldiers by making a vigorous sally to break through, at least to sell their lives as dearly as possible. They were obliged to accept of the conditions offered, and Fairfax, instigated by Ireton, to whom Cromwell in his absence had consigned over the government of the passive general, seized Sir Charles, and resolved to make them instant sacrifices to military justice. This unusual severity was loudly exclaimed against by all the prisoners. Lord Capel, fearless of danger, reproached Ireton with it, and challenged him, as they were all engaged in the same honorable cause, to exercise the same impartial vengeance on all of them. Lucas was first shot, and he himself gave orders to fire with the same alacrity as if he had commanded a platoon of his own soldiers. Lisle instantly ran and kissed the dead body, then cheerfully presented himself to a like fate. Thinking that the soldiers destined for his execution stood at too great a distance, he called to them to come nearer. One of them replied, "I'll warrant you, sir, we'll hit you." He answered, smiling, "Friends, I have been nearer you when you have missed me." Thus perished this generous spirit, not less beloved for his modesty and humanity than esteemed for his courage and military conduct. Soon after, a gentleman appearing in the king's presence, clothed in mourning for Sir Charles Lucas, that humane prince, suddenly recollecting the hard fate of his friends, paid them a tribute which none of his own unparalleled misfortunes ever extorted from him. He dissolved into a flood of tears. By these multiplied successes of the army, they had subdued all their enemies, and none remained but the helpless king and parliament to oppose their violent measures. From Cromwell's suggestion, a remonstrance was drawn by the council of general officers and sent to the parliament. They there complain of the treaty with the king, demand his punishment for the blood spilt during the war, require a dissolution of the present parliament, and a more equal representative for the future, and assert that though servants, they are entitled to represent these important points to their masters, who are themselves no better than servants and trustees of the people. At the same time, they advanced with the army to Windsor, and sent Colonel Eure to seize the king's person at Newport and convey him to Hurst Castle, in the neighborhood where he was detained in strict confinement. This measure being foreseen some time before, the king was exhorted to make his escape, which was conceived to be very easy. But having given his word to the parliament not to attempt the recovery of his liberty during the treaty, and 3 weeks after that he would not, by any persuasion, be induced to hazard the reproach of violating that promise, in vain was it urged that a promise given to the parliament could no longer be binding, since they could no longer afford him protection from violence threatened him by other persons, to whom he was bound by no tie or engagement. The king would indulge no refinements of casuistry, however plausible, in such delicate subjects, and was resolved that what depredations soever fortune should commit upon him, she never should bereave him of his honor. The parliament lost not courage, notwithstanding the danger with which they were so nearly menaced, though without any plan for resisting military usurpations. They resolved to withstand them to the uttermost, and rather to bring on a violent and visible subversion of government than lend their authority to those illegal and sanguinary measures which were projected. They set aside the remonstrance of the army without deigning to answer it. They voted the seizing of the king's person to be without their consent, and sent a message to the general to know by what authority that enterprise had been executed. And they issued orders that the army should advance no nearer to London. Hollis, the present leader of the Presbyterians, was a man of unconquerable intrepidity, and many others of that party seconded his magnanimous spirit. It was proposed by them that the generals and principal officers should, for their disobedience and usurpations, be proclaimed traitors by the parliament. But the parliament was dealing with men who would not be frightened by words, nor retarded by any scrupulous delicacy. The generals, under the name of Fairfax, for he still allowed them to employ his name, marched the army to London, and placing guards in Whitehall, the Mews, St. James, Durham House, Covent Garden, and Palace Yard, surrounded the parliament with their hostile armaments. The parliament, destitute of all hopes of prevailing, retained, however, courage to resist. They attempted, in the face of the army, to close their treaty with the king; and though they had formerly voted his concessions with regard to the church and delinquents to be unsatisfactory, they now took into consideration the final resolution with regard to the whole. After a violent debate of 3 days, it was carried by a majority of 129 against 83 in the House of Commons, that the king's concessions were a foundation for the houses to proceed upon in the settlement of the kingdom. Next day, when the Commons were to meet, Colonel Pride, formerly a drayman, had environed the house with 2 regiments, and, directed by Lord Grey of Groby, he seized in the passage 41 members of the Presbyterian party, and sent them to a low room, which passed by the appellation of Hell, whence they were afterwards carried to several inns. Above 160 members more were excluded, and none were allowed to enter but the most furious and the most determined of the Independents, and those exceeded not the number of 50 or 60. This invasion of the parliament commonly passed under the name of Colonel Pride's purge. So much disposed was the nation to make merry with the dethroning of those members who had violently arrogated the whole authority of government and deprived the king of his legal prerogatives. The subsequent proceedings of the parliament, if this diminutive assembly deserve that honorable name, retain not the least appearance of law, equity, or freedom. They instantly reversed the former vote, and declared the king's concessions unsatisfactory. They determined that no member absent at this last vote should be received till he subscribed it, as agreeable to his judgment. They renewed their former vote of non-addresses, and they committed to prison Sir William Waller, Sir John Clotworthy, the generals Massey, Brown, Copley, and other leaders of the Presbyterians. These men, by their credit and authority, which was then very high, had, at the commencement of the war, supported the parliament, and thereby prepared the way for the greatness of the present leaders, who at that time were of small account in the nation. The secluded members, having published a paper containing a narrative of the violence which had been exercised upon them, and a protestation that all acts were void, which from that time had been transacted in the House of Commons, the remaining members encountered it with a declaration, in which they pronounced it false, scandalous, seditious, and tending to the destruction of the visible and fundamental government of the kingdom. These sudden and violent revolutions held the whole nation in terror and astonishment. Every man dreaded to be trampled under foot in the contention between those mighty powers which disputed for the sovereignty of the state. Many began to withdraw their effects beyond sea. Foreigners scrupled to give any credit to a people so torn by domestic faction and oppressed by military usurpation. Even the internal commerce of the kingdom began to stagnate, and in order to remedy these growing evils, the generals, in the name of the army, published a declaration in which they expressed their resolution of supporting law and justice. The more to quiet the minds of men, the council of officers took into consideration a scheme called the Agreement of the People, being the plan of a republic to be substituted in the place of that government which they so violently pulled in pieces. Many parts of this scheme for correcting the inequalities of the representative are plausible, had the nation been disposed to receive it, or had the army intended to impose it. Other parts are too perfect for human nature, and savour strongly of that fanatical spirit so prevalent throughout the kingdom. The height of all iniquity and fanatical extravagance yet remained: the public trial and execution of their sovereign. To this period was every measure precipitated by the zealous independents. The parliamentary leaders of that party had intended that the army themselves should execute that daring enterprise, and they deemed so irregular and lawless a deed best fitted to such irregular and lawless instruments. But the generals were too wise to load themselves singly with the infamy which they knew must attend an action so shocking to the general sentiments of mankind. The parliament, they were resolved, should share with them the reproach of a measure which was thought requisite for the advancement of their common ends of safety and ambition. In the House of Commons, therefore, a committee was appointed to bring in a charge against the king. On their report, a vote passed, declaring it treason in a king to levy war against his parliament, and appointing a high court of justice to try Charles for this new invented treason. This vote was sent up to the House of Peers. End of section 45, chapter 59, part 5. Section 46 of Volume 1E of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1E, Section 46, Chapter 59, Part 6. The House of Peers, during the civil wars, had all along been of small account, but it had lately, since the king's fall, become totally contemptible, and very few members would submit to the mortification of attending it. It happened that day to be fuller than usual, and they were assembled to the number of 16. Without one dissenting voice, and almost without deliberation, they instantly rejected the vote of the lower house and adjourned themselves for 10 days, hoping that this delay would be able to retard the furious career of the Commons. The Commons were not to be stopped by so small an obstacle. Having first established a principle which is noble in itself, and seems specious, but is belied by all history and experience, that the people are the origin of all just power, they next declared that the Commons of England, assembled in Parliament, being chosen by the people and representing them, are the supreme authority of the nation, and that whatever is enacted and declared to be law by the Commons hath the force of law, without the consent of king or house of peers. The ordinance for the trial of Charles Stuart, King of England, so they called him, was again read, and unanimously assented to. In proportion to the enormity of the violences and usurpations, were augmented the pretences of sanctity among these regicides. Should any one have voluntarily proposed, said Cromwell in the House, to bring the king to punishment, I should have regarded him as the greatest traitor. But since Providence and necessity have cast us upon it, I will pray to God for a blessing on your counsels, though I am not prepared to give you any advice on this important occasion. Even I myself, subjoined he, when I was lately offering up petitions for his Majesty's restoration, felt my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth, and considered this preternatural movement as the answer which Heaven, having rejected the king, had sent to my supplications. A woman of Hertfordshire, illuminated by prophetical visions, desired admittance into the military council, and communicated to the officers a revelation, which assured them that their measures were consecrated from above, and ratified by a heavenly sanction. This intelligence gave them great comfort, and much confirmed them in their present resolutions. Colonel Harrison, the son of a butcher, and the most furious enthusiast in the army, was sent with a strong party to conduct the king to London. At Windsor, Hamilton, who was there detained a prisoner, was admitted into the king's presence, and falling on his knees, passionately exclaimed, "My dear master!" "I have indeed been so to you," replied Charles, embracing him. No further intercourse was allowed between them. The king was instantly hurried away. Hamilton long followed him with his eyes all suffused in tears, and prognosticated that in this short salutation he had given the last adieu to his sovereign and his friend. Charles himself was assured that the period of his life was now approaching; but notwithstanding all the preparations which were making, and the intelligence which he received, he could not even yet believe that his enemies really meant to conclude their violences by a public trial and execution. A private assassination he every moment looked for; and though Harrison assured him that his apprehensions were entirely groundless, it was by that catastrophe so frequent with dethroned princes that he expected to terminate his life. In appearance as well as in reality, the king was now dethroned. All the exterior symbols of sovereignty were withdrawn, and his attendants had orders to serve him without ceremony. At first, he was shocked with instances of rudeness and familiarity, to which he had been so little accustomed. Nothing so contemptible as a despised prince was the reflection which they suggested to him. But he soon reconciled his mind to this, as he had done to his other calamities. All the circumstances of the trial were now adjusted, and the High Court of Justice fully constituted. It consisted of 133 persons, as named by the Commons. but there scarcely ever sat above 70, so difficult was it, notwithstanding the blindness of prejudice and the allurements of interest, to engage men of any name or character in that criminal measure. Cromwell, Ireton, Harrison, and the chief officers of the army, most of them of mean birth, were members, together with some of the lower house, and some citizens of London. The 12 judges were at first appointed in the number; but as they had affirmed that it was contrary to all the ideas of English law to try the king for treason, by whose authority all accusations for treason must necessarily be conducted, their names, as well as those of some peers, were afterwards struck out. Bradshaw, a lawyer, was chosen president. Coke was appointed solicitor for the people of England. Dorislaus, Steele, and Arke were named assistants. The court sat in Westminster Hall. It is remarkable that, in calling over the court, when the crier pronounced the name of Fairfax, which had been inserted in the number, a voice came from one of the spectators, and cried, "He has more wit than to be here." When the charge was read against the king, in the name of the people of England, the same voice exclaimed, "Not a 10th part of them." Axtell, the officer who guarded the court, giving orders to fire into the box whence these insolent speeches came, it was discovered that Lady Fairfax was there, and that it was she who had the courage to utter them. She was a person of noble extraction, daughter of Horace, Lord Vere of Tilbury; but being seduced by the violence of the time, she had long seconded her husband's zeal against the royal cause, and was now, as well as he, struck with abhorrence at the fatal and unexpected consequence of all his boasted victories. The pomp, the dignity, the ceremony of this transaction corresponded to the greatest conception that is suggested in the annals of humankind. The delegates of a great people sitting in judgment upon their supreme magistrate, and trying him for his misgovernment and breach of trust. The solicitor, in the name of the Commons, represented that Charles Stuart, being admitted King of England and entrusted with a limited power, yet nevertheless, from a wicked design to erect an unlimited and tyrannical government, had traitorously and maliciously levied war against the present parliament and the people whom they represented, and was therefore impeached as a tyrant, traitor, murderer, and a public and implacable enemy to the Commonwealth. After the charge was finished, the president directed his discourse to the king, and told him that the court expected his answer. The king, though long detained a prisoner, and now produced as a criminal, sustained by his magnanimous courage the majesty of a monarch. With great temper and dignity, he declined the authority of the court, and refused to submit himself to their jurisdiction. He represented that, having been engaged in treaty with his 2 houses of parliament, and having finished almost every article, he had expected to be brought to his capital in another manner, and ere this time to have been restored to his power, dignity, revenue, as well as to his personal liberty. That he could not now perceive any appearance of the upper house, so essential a member of the constitution, and had learned that even the commons, whose authority was pretended, were subdued by lawless force, and were bereaved of their liberty; that he himself was their native hereditary king; nor was the whole authority of the state, though free and united, entitled to try him, who derived his dignity from the supreme majesty of heaven. that admitting those extravagant principles which levelled all orders of men, the court could plead no power delegated by the people, unless the consent of every individual, down to the meanest and most ignorant peasant, had been previously asked and obtained; that he acknowledged without scruple that he had a trust committed to him, and one most sacred and inviolable. He was entrusted with the liberties of his people, and would not now betray them by recognizing a power founded on the most atrocious violence and usurpation; that having taken arms, and frequently exposed his life in defence of public liberty, of the constitution, of the fundamental laws of the kingdom, he was willing, in this last and most solemn scene, to seal with his blood those precious rights for which, though in vain, he had so long contended, that those who arrogated a title to sit as his judges were born his subjects, and born subjects to those laws which determined that the king can do no wrong; that he was not reduced to the necessity of sheltering himself under this general maxim which guards every English monarch, even the least deserving, but was able, by the most satisfactory reasons, to justify those measures in which he had been engaged; that to the whole world, and even to them, his pretended judges, he was desirous, if called upon in another manner, to prove the integrity of his conduct, and assert the justice of those defensive arms to which unwillingly and unfortunately he had had recourse; but that in order to preserve a uniformity of conduct, he must at present forego the apology of his innocence, lest, by ratifying an authority no better founded than that of robbers and pirates, he be justly branded as the betrayer, instead of being applauded as the martyr of the constitution. The president, in order to support the majesty of the people, and maintain the superiority of his court above the prisoner, still inculcated, that he must not decline the authority of his judges, that they overruled his objections, that they were delegated by the people, the only source of every lawful power, and that kings themselves acted but in trust from that community which had invested this high court of justice with its jurisdiction. Even according to those principles which, in his present situation, he was perhaps obliged to adopt, his behavior in general will appear not a little harsh and barbarous; but when we consider him as a subject, and one too of no high character, addressing himself to his unfortunate sovereign, his style will be esteemed to the last degree audacious and insolent. 3 times was Charles produced before the court, and as often declined their jurisdiction. On the 4th, the judges having examined some witnesses, by whom it was proved that the king had appeared in arms against the forces commissioned by the parliament, they pronounced sentence against him. He seemed very anxious at this time to be admitted to a conference with the 2 houses, and it was supposed that he intended to resign the crown to his son; but the court refused compliance, and considered that request as nothing but a delay of justice. It is confessed that the king's behavior during this last scene of his life does honor to his memory, and that, in all appearances before his judges, he never forgot his part, either as a prince or as a man. Firm and intrepid, he maintained in each reply the utmost perspicuity and justness both of thought and expression. Mild and equable, he rose into no passion at that unusual authority which was assumed over him. His soul without effort or affectation, seemed only to remain in the situation familiar to it, and to look down with contempt on all the efforts of human malice and iniquity. The soldiers, instigated by their superiors, were brought, though with difficulty, to cry aloud for justice. "Poor souls," said the king to one of his attendants, "for a little money they would do as much against their commanders." Some of them were permitted to go to the utmost length of brutal insolence, and to spit in his face as he was conducted along the passage to the court. To excite a sentiment of pity was the only effect which this inhuman insult was able to produce upon him. The people, though under the rod of lawless, unlimited power, could not forbear with the most ardent prayers pouring forth their wishes for his preservation, and in his present distress they avowed him by their generous tears for their monarch, whom in their misguided fury they had before so violently rejected. The king was softened at this moving scene, and expressed his gratitude for their dutiful affection. One soldier, too, seized by contagious sympathy, demanded from heaven a blessing on oppressed and fallen majesty. His officer, overhearing the prayer, beat him to the ground in the king's presence. "The punishment, methinks, exceeds the offence." This was the reflection which Charles formed on that occasion. As soon as the intention of trying the king was known in foreign countries, so enormous an action was exclaimed against by the general voice of reason and humanity; and all men, under whatever form of government they were born, rejected the example as the utmost effort of undisguised usurpation, and the most heinous insult on law and justice. The French ambassador, by orders from his court, interposed in the king's behalf. The Dutch employed their good offices. The Scots exclaimed and protested against the violence. The queen, the prince, wrote pathetic letters to the parliament. All solicitations were found fruitless with men whose resolutions were fixed and irrevocable. 4 of Charles's friends, persons of virtue and dignity, Richmond, Hertford, Southampton, Lindsay, applied to the commons. They represented that they were the king's counsellors, and had concurred by their advice in all these measures which were now imputed as crimes to their royal master; that, in the eye of the law, and according to the dictates of common reason, they alone were guilty, and were alone exposed to censure for every blamable action of the prince; and that they now presented themselves, in order to save, by their own punishment, that precious life which it became the commons themselves and every subject with the utmost hazard to protect and defend. Such a generous effort tended to their honor, but contributed nothing towards the king's safety. The people remained in that silence and astonishment, which all great passions, when they have not an opportunity of exerting themselves, naturally produce in the human mind. The soldiers, being incessantly plied with prayers, sermons, and exhortations, were wrought up to a degree of fury, and imagined that in the acts of the most extreme disloyalty towards their prince consisted their greatest merit in the eye of heaven. 3 days were allowed the king between his sentence and his execution. This interval he passed with great tranquillity, chiefly in reading and devotion. All his family that remained in England were allowed access to him. It consisted only of the Princess Elizabeth and the Duke of Gloucester, for the Duke of York had made his escape. Gloucester was little more than an infant. The princess, notwithstanding her tender years, showed an advanced judgment, and the calamities of her family had made a deep impression upon her. After many pious consultations and advices, the king gave her in charge to tell the queen that during the whole course of his life he had never once, even in thought, failed in his fidelity towards her, and that his conjugal tenderness and his life should have an equal duration. To the young duke, too, he could not forbear giving some advice, in order to season his mind with early principles of loyalty and obedience towards his brother, who was so soon to be his sovereign. Holding him on his knee, he said, "Now will they cut off thy father's head." At these words, the child looked very steadfastly upon him. "Mark, child, what I say. They will cut off my head, and perhaps make thee a king. But mark what I say. Thou must not be a king as long as thy brothers Charles and James are alive. They will cut off thy brothers' heads when they can catch them, and thy head too they will cut off at last. Therefore I charge thee, do not be made a king by them." The duke, sighing, replied, "I will be torn in pieces first." So determined an answer from one of such tender years filled the king's eyes with tears of joy and admiration. Every night during this interval the king slept as sound as usual, though the noise of workmen employed in framing the scaffold and other preparations for his execution continually resounded in his ears. The morning of the fatal day he rose early, and calling Herbert, one of his attendants, he bade him employ more than usual care in dressing him, and preparing him for so great and joyful a solemnity. Bishop Juxon, a man endowed with the same mild and steady virtues by which the king himself was so much distinguished, assisted him in his devotions, and paid the last melancholy duties to his friend and sovereign. End of section 46, chapter 59, part 6. Section 47 of Volume 1E of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1E, Section 47, Chapter 59, Part 7. The street before Whitehall was the place destined for the execution, for it was intended, by choosing that very place in sight of his own palace, to display more evidently the triumph of popular justice over royal majesty. When the king came upon the scaffold, he found it so surrounded with soldiers that he could not expect to be heard by any of the people. He addressed, therefore, his discourse to the few persons who were about him, particularly Colonel Tomlinson, to whose care he had lately been committed, and upon whom, as upon many others, his amiable deportment had wrought an entire conversion. He justified his own innocence in the late fatal wars, and observed that he had not taken arms till after the Parliament had enlisted forces, nor had he any other object in his warlike operations than to preserve that authority entire which his predecessors had transmitted to him. He threw not, however, the blame upon the Parliament, but was more inclined to think that ill instruments had interposed and raised in them fears and jealousy with regard to his intentions. Though innocent towards his people, he acknowledged the equity of his execution in the eyes of his Maker, and observed that an unjust sentence which he had suffered to take effect was now punished by an unjust sentence upon himself. He forgave all his enemies, even the chief instruments of his death, but exhorted them and the whole nation to return to the ways of peace, by paying obedience to their lawful sovereign, his son and successor. When he was preparing himself for the block, Bishop Juxon called to him, "There is, sir, but one stage more, which, though turbulent and troublesome, is yet a very short one. Consider, it will soon carry you a great way. It will carry you from earth to heaven, and there you shall find, to your great joy, the prize to which you hasten, a crown of glory." "I go," replied the king, "from a corruptible to an incorruptible crown, where no disturbance can have place." At one blow was his head severed from his body. A man in a visor performed the office of executioner. Another, in a like guise, held up to the spectators the head streaming with blood, and cried aloud, "This is the head of a traitor." It is impossible to describe the grief, indignation, and astonishment which took place, not only among the spectators, who were overwhelmed with a flood of sorrow, but throughout the whole nation, as soon as the report of this fatal execution was conveyed to them. Never monarch in the full triumph of success and victory was more dear to his people than his misfortunes and magnanimity, his patience and piety, had rendered this unhappy prince. In proportion to their former delusions, which had animated them against him, was the violence of their return to duty and affection, while each reproached himself either with active disloyalty towards him, or with too indolent defence of his oppressed cause. On weaker minds, the effect of these complicated passions was prodigious. Women are said to have cast forth the untimely fruit of their womb. Others fell into convulsions, or sunk into such a melancholy as attended them to their grave. Nay, some, unmindful of themselves, as though they could not or would not survive their beloved prince, it is reported, suddenly fell down dead. The very pulpits were bedewed with unsuborned tears, those pulpits which had formerly thundered out the most violent imprecations and anathemas against him, and all men united in their detestation of those hypocritical parricides who, by sanctified pretences, had so long disguised their treasons, and in this last act of iniquity had thrown an indelible stain upon the nation. A fresh instance of hypocrisy was displayed the very day of the king's death. The generous Fairfax, not content with being absent from the trial, had used all the interest which he had retained to prevent the execution of the fatal sentence, and had even employed persuasion with his own regiment, though none else should follow him, to rescue the king from his disloyal murderers. Cromwell and Ireton, informed of this intention, endeavored to convince him that the Lord had rejected the king, and they exhorted him to seek by prayer some direction from heaven on this important occasion. But they concealed from him that they had already signed the warrant for the execution. Harrison was the person appointed to join in prayer with the unwary general. By agreement, he prolonged his doleful cant till intelligence arrived that the fatal blow was struck. He then rose from his knees and insisted with Fairfax that this event was a miraculous and providential answer which heaven had sent to their devout supplications. It being remarked that the king, the moment before he stretched out his neck to the executioner, had said to Juxon with a very earnest accent the single word "remember," Great mysteries were supposed to be concealed under that expression, and the generals vehemently insisted with the prelate that he should inform them of the king's meaning. Juxon told them that the king, having frequently charged him to inculcate on his son the forgiveness of his murderers, had taken this opportunity in the last moment of his life, when his commands, he supposed, would be regarded as sacred and inviolable, to reiterate that desire, and that his mild spirit thus terminated its present course by an act of benevolence towards his greatest enemies. The character of this prince, as that of most men, if not of all men, was mixed, but his virtues predominated extremely above his vices, or, more properly speaking, his imperfections, for scarce any of his faults rose to that pitch as to merit the appellation of vices. To consider him in the most favorable light, it may be affirmed that his dignity was free from pride, his humanity from weakness, his bravery from rashness, his temperance from austerity, his frugality from avarice. All these virtues in him maintained their proper bounds and merited unreserved praise. To speak the most harshly of him, we may affirm that many of his good qualities were attended with some latent frailty, which, though seeming inconsiderable, was able, when seconded by the extreme malevolence of his fortune, to disappoint them of all their influence. His beneficent disposition was clouded by a manner not very gracious. His virtue was tinctured with supervision. His good sense was disfigured by a deference to persons of a capacity inferior to his own, and his moderate temper exempted him not from hasty and precipitate resolutions. He deserves the epithet of a good rather than of a great man, and was more fitted to rule in a regular established government than either to give way to the encroachments of a popular assembly, or finally to subdue their pretensions. He wanted suppleness and dexterity sufficient for the first measure. He was not endowed with the vigor requisite for the second. Had he been born an absolute prince, his humanity and good sense had rendered his reign happy and his memory precious. Had the limitations on prerogative been in his time quite fixed and certain, his integrity had made him regard as sacred the boundaries of the constitution. Unhappily, his fate threw him into a period when the precedents of many former reigns savored strongly of arbitrary power, and the genius of the people ran violently towards liberty. And if his political prudence was not sufficient to extricate him from so perilous a situation, he may be excused, since even after the event, when it is commonly easy to correct all errors, one is at a loss to determine what conduct in his circumstances could have maintained the authority of the crown, and preserved the peace of the nation. Exposed without revenue, without arms, to the assault of furious, implacable, and bigoted factions, it was never permitted him, but with the most fatal consequences, to commit the smallest mistake, a condition too rigorous to be imposed on the greatest human capacity. Some historians have rashly questioned the good faith of this prince, but for this reproach the most malignant scrutiny of his conduct, which in every circumstance is now thoroughly known, affords not any reasonable foundation. On the contrary, if we consider the extreme difficulties to which he was so frequently reduced, and compare the sincerity of his professions and declarations, we shall avow that probity and honor ought justly to be numbered among his most shining qualities. In every treaty, those concessions which he thought he could not in conscience maintain, he never could, by any motive or persuasion, be induced to make; and though some violations of the petitions of right may perhaps be imputed to him, these are more to be ascribed to the necessity of his situation, and to the lofty ideas of royal prerogative, which, from former established precedents, he had imbibed, than to any failure in the integrity of his principles. The prince was of a comely presence, of a sweet but melancholy aspect. His face was regular, handsome, and well complexioned; his body strong, healthy, and justly proportioned; and being of a middle stature, he was capable of enduring the greatest fatigues. He excelled in horsemanship and other exercises; and he possessed all the exterior, as well as many of the essential qualities which form an accomplished prince. The tragical death of Charles begat a question, whether the people in any case were entitled to judge and punish their sovereign; and most men, regarding chiefly the atrocious usurpation of the pretended judges, and the merit of the virtuous prince who suffered, were inclined to condemn the republican principle, as highly seditious and extravagant. But there still were a few who, abstracting from the particular circumstances of this case, were able to consider the question in general, and were inclined to moderate, not contradict, the prevailing sentiment. Such might have been their reasoning. If ever, on any occasion, it were laudable to conceal truth from the populace, it must be confessed that the doctrine of resistance affords such an example, and that all speculative reasoners ought to observe, with regard to this principle, the same cautious silence which the laws, in every species of government, have ever prescribed to themselves. Government is instituted in order to restrain the fury and injustice of the people; and being always founded on opinion, not on force, it is dangerous to weaken, by these speculations, the reverence which the multitude owe to authority, and to instruct them beforehand that the case can ever happen when they may be freed from their duty of allegiance; or should it be found impossible to restrain the license of human disquisitions, it must be acknowledged that the doctrine of obedience ought alone to be inculcated, and that the exceptions, which are rare, ought seldom or never to be mentioned in popular reasonings and discourses. Nor is there any danger that mankind, by this prudent reserve, should universally degenerate into a state of abject servitude. When the exception really occurs, even though it be not previously expected and descanted on, it must, from its very nature, be so obvious and undisputed as to remove all doubt, and overpower the restraint, however great, imposed by teaching the general doctrine of obedience. But between resisting a prince and dethroning him, there is a wide interval; and the abuses of power which can warrant the latter violence are greater and more enormous than those which will justify the former. History, however, supplies us with example even of this kind; and the reality of the supposition, though for the future it ought ever to be looked for, must, by all candid inquirers, be acknowledged in the past. But between dethroning a prince and punishing him, there is another very wide interval; and it were not strange, if even men of the most enlarged thought should question, whether human nature could ever, in any monarch, reach that height of depravity as to warrant, in revolted subjects, this last act of extraordinary jurisdiction. That illusion, if it be an illusion which teaches us to pay a sacred regard to the persona of princes, is so salutary, that to dissipate it by the formal trial and punishment of a sovereign will have more pernicious effects upon the people than the example of justice can be supposed to have a beneficial influence upon princes, by checking their career of tyranny. It is dangerous also by these examples to reduce princes to despair, or bring matters to such extremities against persons endowed with great power as to leave them no resource but in the most violent and most sanguinary counsels. This general position being established, it must, however, be observed that no reader, almost of any party or principle, was ever shocked when he read in ancient history that the Roman Senate voted Nero, their absolute sovereign, to be a public enemy, and, even without trial, condemned him to the severest and most ignominious punishment, a punishment from which the meanest Roman citizen was, by the laws, exempted. The crimes of that bloody tyrant are so enormous that they break through all rules, and extort a confession that such a dethroned prince is no longer superior to his people, and can no longer plead in his own defense laws which were established for conducting the ordinary course of administration. But when we pass from the case of Nero to that of Charles, the great disproportion, or rather total contrariety, of character immediately strikes us, and we stand astonished that among a civilized people so much virtue could ever meet with so fatal a catastrophe. History, the great mistress of wisdom, furnishes examples of all kinds, and every prudential as well as moral precept may be authorized by those events which her enlarged mirror is able to present to us. From the memorable revolutions which passed in England during this period, we may naturally deduce the same useful lesson which Charles himself, in his later years, inferred, that it is dangerous for princes, even from the appearance of necessity, to assume more authority than the laws have allowed them. But it must be confessed that these events furnish us with another instruction, no less natural and no less useful, concerning the madness of the people, the furies of fanaticism, and the danger of mercenary armies. In order to close this part of British history, it is also necessary to relate the dissolution of the monarchy in England. That event soon followed upon the death of the monarch. When the peers meet on the day appointed in their adjournment, they entered upon business and sent down some votes to the Commons, of which the latter deigned not to take the least notice. In a few days, the lower house passed a vote that they would make no more addresses to the House of Peers, nor receive any from them, and that the House was useless and dangerous, and was therefore to be abolished. A like vote passed with regard to the monarchy, and it is remarkable that Martin, a zealous republican in the debate on this question, confessed that if they desired a king, the last was as proper as any gentleman in England. The Commons ordered a new great seal to be engraved, on which that assembly was represented with this legend: "On the first year of freedom, by God's blessing restored, 1648. The forms of all public business were changed from the king's name to that of the keepers of the liberties of England, and it was declared high treason to proclaim or any otherwise acknowledge Charles Stuart, commonly called Prince of Wales." The Commons intended, it is said, to bind the Princess Elizabeth apprentice to a button maker. The Duke of Gloucester was to be taught some other mechanical employment, but the former soon died, of grief as is supposed for her father's tragical end. The latter was, by Cromwell, sent beyond sea. The king's statue in the Exchange was thrown down, and on the pedestal these words were inscribed: Exit tyrannus, regium ultimus. The tyrant is gone, the last of the kings. Duke Hamilton was tried by a new High Court of Justice as Earl of Cambridge in England and condemned for treason. This sentence, which was certainly hard, but which ought to save his memory from all imputations of treachery to his master, was executed on a scaffold erected before Westminster Hall. Lord Capel underwent the same fate. Both these noblemen had escaped from prison, but were afterwards discovered and taken. To all the solicitations of their friends for pardon, the generals and parliamentary leaders still replied, that it was certainly the intention of Providence they should suffer, since it had permitted them to fall into the hands of their enemies after they had once recovered their liberty. The Earl of Holland lost his life by a like sentence. Though of a polite and courtly behavior, he died lamented by no party. His ingratitude to the king and his frequent changing of sides were regarded as great stains on his memory. The Earl of Norwich and Sir John Owen, being condemned by the same court, were pardoned by the Commons. The king left 6 children, 3 males: Charles, born in 1630, James, Duke of York, born in 1633, Henry, Duke of Gloucester, born in 1641, and 3 females: Mary, Princess of Orange, born 1631, Elizabeth, born 1635, and Henrietta, afterwards Duchess of Orleans, born at Exeter, 1644. The archbishops of Canterbury in this reign were abbot and lord, the Lord Keepers Williams, Bishop of Lincoln, Lord Coventry, Lord Finch, Lord Littleton, and Sir Richard Lane. The High Admirals, the Duke of Buckingham and the Earl of Northumberland. The treasurers, the Earl of Marlborough, the Earl of Portland, Juxon, Bishop of London, and Lord Cottington. The secretaries of state, Lord Conway, Sir Albertus Morton, Coke, Sir Henry Vane, Lord Falkland, Lord Digby, and Sir Edward Nicholas. It may be expected that we should here mention the Icon Basilici, a work published in the king's name a few days after his execution. It seems almost impossible in the controverted parts of history to say anything which will satisfy the zealots of both parties. But with regard to the genuineness of that production, it is not easy for an historian to fix any opinion which will be entirely to his own satisfaction. The proofs brought to evince that this work is or is not the king's are so convincing, that if an impartial reader peruse any one side apart, he will think it impossible that arguments could be produced sufficient to counterbalance so strong an evidence; and when he compares both sides, he will be some time at a loss to fix any determination. Should an absolute suspense of judgment be found difficult or disagreeable in so interesting a question, I must confess that I am much inclined to give the preference to the arguments of the Royalists. The testimonies which prove that performance to be the king's are more numerous, certain, and direct than those on the other side. This is the case, even if we consider the external evidence. But when we weigh the internal, derived from the style and composition, there is no manner of comparison. These meditations resemble in elegance, purity, neatness, and simplicity the genius of those performances which we know with certainty to have flowed from the royal pen, but are so unlike the bombast, perplexed, rhetorical, and corrupt style of Dr. Gordon, to whom they are ascribed, that no human testimony seems sufficient to convince us that he was the author. Yet all the evidences which would rob the king of that honor tend to prove that Dr. Gordon had the merit of writing so fine a performance, and the infamy on imposing it on the world for the king's. It is not easy to conceive the general compassion excited towards the king by the publishing, at so critical a juncture, a work so full of piety, meekness, and humanity. Many have not scrupled to ascribe to that book the subsequent restoration of the royal family. Milton compares its effects to those which were wrought on the tumultuous Romans by Antony's reading to them the will of Caesar. The icon passed through 50 editions in a 12-month, and independent of the great interest taken in it by the nation as the supposed production of their murdered sovereign, it must be acknowledged the best prose composition which, at the time of its publication, was to be found in the English language. End of section 47, chapter 59, part 7.
Section 48 of Volume 1E of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Glenn Scheidler. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1A, Section 48, Chapter 60, Part 1. Chapter 60. The Commonwealth. Contemporary monarchs. Emperor of Germany, Ferdinand III, 1658. King of France, Louis XIII. King of Spain, Philip IV. The confusions which overspread England after the murder of Charles I proceeded as well from the spirit of refinement and innovation which agitated the ruling party, as from the dissolution of all that authority, both civil and ecclesiastical, by which the nation had ever been accustomed to being governed. Every man had framed the model of a republic, and, however new it was, or fantastical, he was eager in recommending it to his fellow citizens, or even imposing it by force upon them. Every man had adjusted a system of religion, which, being derived from no traditional authority, was peculiar to himself, and being founded on supposed inspiration, not on any principles of human reason, had no means, besides cant and low rhetoric, by which it could be recommended itself to others. The Levellers insisted on an equal distribution of power and property, and disclaimed all dependence and subordination. A considerable party declaimed against tithes and a hireling priesthood, and were resolved that the magistrate should not support by power or revenue any ecclesiastic establishment. Another party inveighed against the law and its professors, and, on pretense of rendering more simple the distribution of justice, were desirous of abolishing the whole system of English jurisprudence, which seemed interwoven with the monarchical government. Even those among the republicans who adopted not such extravagancies were so intoxicated with their saintly character that they supposed themselves possessed of peculiar privileges, and all professions, oaths, laws, and engagements had, in a great measure, lost their influence over them. The bands of society were everywhere loosened, and the irregular passions of men were encouraged by speculative principles still more unsocial and irregular. The Royalists, consisting of the nobles and more considerable gentry, being degraded from their authority and plundered of their property, were inflamed with the highest resentment and indignation against those ignoble adversaries who had reduced them to subjection. The Presbyterians, whose credit had first supported the arms of the Parliament, were enraged to find that, by the treachery or superior cunning of then associates, the fruits of all their successful labors were ravished from them. The former party, from inclination and principle, zealously attached themselves to the son of their unfortunate monarch, whose memory they respected, and whose tragical death they deplored. The latter cast their eyes towards the same object, but they still had many prejudices to overcome, many fears and jealousies to be allayed, ere they could cordially entertain the thoughts of restoring the family which they had so grievously offended, and whose principles they regarded with such violent abhorrence. The only solid support of the Republican independent faction, which, though it formed so small a part of the nation, had violently usurped the government of the whole, was a numerous army of near 50,000 men. But this army, formidable from its discipline and courage, as well as its numbers, was actuated by a spirit that rendered it dangerous to the assembly which had assumed the command over it. Accustomed to indulge every chimera in politics, every frenzy in religion, the soldiers knew little of the subordination of citizens, and had only learned from apparent necessity some maxims of military obedience. And while they still maintained that all these enormous violations of law and equity of which they had been guilty were justified by the success which Providence had blessed them, they were ready to break out into any new disorder, wherever they had the prospect of a like sanction and authority. What alone gave some stability to all these unsettled humors was the great influence, both civil and military, acquired by Oliver Cromwell. This man, suited to the age in which he lived, and to that alone, was equally qualified to gain the affection and confidence of men, by what was mean, vulgar, and ridiculous in his character, as to command their obedience by what was great, daring, and enterprising. Familiar even to buffoonery with the meanest sentinel, he never lost his authority. Transported to a degree of madness with religious ecstasies, he never forgot the political purpose to which they might serve. Hating monarchy while a subject, despising liberty while a citizen, though he retained for a time all orders of men under a seeming obedience to the Parliament, he was secretly paving the way, by artifice and courage, to his own unlimited authority. The Parliament, for so we must henceforth call a small and inconsiderable part of the House of Commons, having murdered their sovereign with so many appearing circumstances of solemnity and justice, and so much real violence, and even fury, began to assume more the air of a civil legal power, and to enlarge a little the narrow bottom upon which they stood. They admitted a few of the excluded and absent members, such as were liable to least exception, but on condition that these members should sign an approbation of what had been done in their absence with regard to the king's trial, and some of them were willing to acquire a share of power on such terms. The greater part disdained to lend their authority to such apparent usurpations. They issued some writs for new elections, in places where they had hoped to have enough interest to bring their own friends and dependents. They named a council of state, 38 in number, to whom all addresses were made, who gave orders to all generals and admirals, who executed the laws, and who digested all business before it was introduced into the Parliament. They pretended to employ themselves entirely in adjusting the laws, forms, and plans of a new representative, and as soon as they should have settled the nation, they professed their intention of restoring the power to the people, from whom they acknowledged they had entirely derived it. The Commonwealth found everything in England composed into a seeming tranquillity by the terror of their arms. Foreign powers, occupied in war among themselves, had no leisure or inclination to interpose into the domestic dissensions of this island. The young king, poor and neglected, living sometimes in Holland, sometimes in France, sometimes in Jersey, comforted himself amidst his present distresses with the hopes of a better fortune. The situation alone of Scotland and Ireland gave any immediate inquietude to the new republic. After the successive defeats of Montrose and Hamilton, the ruin of their parties, the whole authority in Scotland fell into the hands of Argyle and the rigid churchmen, that party which was most averse to the interests of the royal family. Their enmity, however, against the Independents, who had prevented the settlement of Presbyterian discipline in England, carried them to embrace opposite maxims in their political conduct. Though invited by the English Parliament to model their government into a republican form, they resolved still to adhere to monarchy, which had ever prevailed in their country, and which, by the express terms of their covenant, they had engaged to defend. They considered, besides, that as property of the kingdom lay mostly in the hands of great families, it would be difficult to establish a commonwealth, or, with some chief magistrate invested with royal authority, to preserve peace or justice in the community. The execution, therefore, of the king against which they had always protested, having occasioned a vacancy of the throne, they immediately proclaimed his son and successor, Charles II., but upon condition of his good behavior and strict observance of the covenant, and his entertaining no other person about him but such as were godly men, and faithful to that obligation. These unusual clauses, inserted in the very first acknowledgment of their prince, sufficiently showed their intention of limiting extremely his authority; and the English Commonwealth, having no pretence to interpose into the affairs of that kingdom, allowed the Scots, for the present, to take their own measures in settling their government. The dominion which England claimed over Ireland demanded more immediately their efforts for subduing that country. In order to convey a just notion of Irish affairs, it will be necessary to look backwards some years, and to relate briefly those transactions which had passed during the memorable revolutions in England, when the late king agreed to that cessation of arms with the Polish rebels, which has become so requisite, as well for the security of the Irish Protestants as for promoting his interest in England. The parliament, in order to blacken his conduct, reproached him with favoring that odious rebellion, and exclaimed loudly against the terms of the secession. They even went so far as to declare it entirely null and invalid, because finished without their consent; and in this declaration the Scots in Ulster, and the Earl of Inchiquin, a nobleman of great authority in Munster, professed to adhere. By their means the war was still kept alive; but as the dangerous distractions in England hindered the parliament from sending any considerable assistance to their allies in Ireland, the Marquis of Ormond, Lord Lieutenant, being a native of Ireland, and a person endowed with great prudence and virtue, formed a scheme for composing the disorders of his country, and for engaging the rebel Irish to support the cause of his royal master. There were many circumstances which strongly invited the natives of Ireland to embrace the king's party. The maxims of that prince had always led him to give a reasonable indulgence to the Catholics throughout all his dominion, and one principal ground of that enmity which the Puritans professed against him was this tacit toleration. The parliament, on the contrary, even when unprovoked, had ever menaced the Papists with the most rigid restraint, if not a total extirpation; and immediately after the commencement of the Irish rebellion, they put to sale all the estates of the rebels, and had engaged in the public faith for transferring them to the adventurers, who had already advanced money upon that security. The success, therefore, which the arms of the parliament met with at Naseby, struck a just terror into the Irish, and engaged the council of Kilkenny, composed of deputies from all the Catholic countries and cities, to conclude a peace with the Marquis of Ormond. They professed to return their duty and allegiance, engaged to furnish 10,000 men for the support of the king's authority in England, and were content with stipulating, in return, indemnity for their rebellion and toleration for their religion. Ormond, not doubting that a peace so advantageous and even necessary to the Irish would be strictly observed, advanced with a small body of troops to Kilkenny in order to concert measures for common defense with his new allies. The Pope had sent over to Ireland a nuncio, Rinuccini, an Italian, and this man, whose commission empowered him to direct the spiritual concerns of the Irish, was emboldened by their ignorance and bigotry to assume the chief authority in the civil government. Foreseeing that a general submission to the Lord Lieutenant would put an end to his own influence, he conspired with Owen O'Neill, who commanded the native Irish in Ulster, and who bore great jealousy to Preston, the general chiefly trusted by the Council of Kilkenny. By concert, these two malcontents secretly drew forces together and were ready to fall on Ormond, who remained in security, trusting to the pacification so lately concluded with the rebels. He received intelligence of their treachery, made his retreat with celerity and conduct, and sheltered his small army in Dublin and the other fortified towns which still remained in the hands of the Protestants. The nuncio, full of arrogance, levity, and ambition, was not contented with this violation of treaty. He summoned an assembly of the clergy at Waterford, and engaged them to declare against that pacification which the civil council had concluded with their sovereign. He even thundered out a sentence of excommunication against all who should adhere to a peace so prejudicial, as he pretended, to the Catholic religion. And the deluded Irish, terrified with his spiritual menaces, ranged themselves everywhere on his side, and submitted to his authority. Without scruple, he carried on a war against the Lord Lieutenant, and threatened with a siege the Protestant garrisons, which were all of them very ill provided for defense. Meanwhile, the unfortunate king was necessitated to take shelter in the Scottish army, and being there reduced to close confinement, and secluded from all commerce with his friends, despaired that his authority, or even his liberty, would ever be restored to him. He sent orders to Ormond, if he could not defend himself, rather to submit to the English than to the Irish people, and accordingly, the Lord Lieutenant, being reduced to extremities, delivered up Dublin, Tredah, Dundalk, and other garrisons to Colonel Michael Jones, who took possession of them in the name of the English Parliament. Ormond himself went to England, was admitted into the king's presence, received a grateful acknowledgment for his past services, and during some time lived in tranquillity near London. But being banished with the other royalists to a distance from that city, and seeing every event turn out unfortunately for his royal master, and threaten him with a catastrophe still more direful, he thought proper to retire into France, where he joined the Queen and the Prince of Wales. In Ireland, during these transactions, the authority of the nuncio prevailed without control among all the Catholics, and that prelate, by his indiscretion and insolence, soon made them repent of the power which they had entrusted him. Prudent men likewise were sensible of the total destruction which was hanging over the nation from the English Parliament, and saw no resource or safety but in giving support to the declining authority of the king. The Earl of Clanricarde, a nobleman of an ancient family, a person too of merit, who had ever preserved his loyalty, was sensible of the ruin which threatened his countrymen, and was resolved, if possible, to prevent it. He secretly formed a combination among the Catholics. He entered into a correspondence with the Inchiquin, who preserved great authority over the Protestants in Munster. He attacked the nuncio, whom he chased out of the island, and he sent to Paris a deputation inviting the Lord Lieutenant to return and take possession of his government. Ormond, on his arrival in Ireland, found the kingdom divided into many factions, among which either open war or secret enmity prevailed. The authority of the English Parliament was established in Dublin, and the other towns which he himself had delivered into their hands. O'Neill maintained his credit in Ulster, and having entered into a secret correspondence with the parliamentary generals, was more intent on schemes for his own personal safety than anxious for the preservation of his country or religion. The Irish, divided between their clergy, who were averse to Ormond, and their nobility, who were attached to him, were very uncertain in their emotions and feeble in their measures. The Scots in the north, enraged as well as their other countrymen against the usurpations of the sectarian army, professed their adherence to the king, but were still hindered by many prejudices from entering into a cordial union with his lieutenant. All these distracted counsels and contrary humors checked the progress of Ormond, and enabled the parliamentary forces in Ireland to maintain their ground against him. The Republican faction, meanwhile, in England, employed in subduing the revolted Royalists, in reducing the Parliament to subjection, in the trial, condemnation, and execution of their sovereign, totally neglected the supplying of Ireland, and allowing Jones and the forces in Dublin to remain in the utmost weakness and necessity. The Lord Lieutenant, though surrounded with difficulties, neglected not the favorable opportunity of promoting the royal cause. Having at last assembled an army of 16,000 men, he advanced upon the parliamentary garrisons. Dundalk, where the monk commanded, was delivered up by the troops, who mutinied against their governor. Tredah, Newry, and other forts were taken. Dublin was threatened with a siege, and the affairs of the lieutenant appeared in so prosperous a condition that the young king entertained the thoughts of coming in person into Ireland. When the English Commonwealth was brought to some tolerable settlement, men began to cast their eyes toward the neighboring island. During the contest of two parties, the government of Ireland had remained a great object of intrigue, and the Presbyterians endeavored to obtain the lieutenancy for Waller, the independence for Lambert. After the execution of the king, Cromwell himself began to aspire to a command where so much glory, he saw, might be won, and so much authority acquired. In his absence, he took care to have his name proposed to the council of the state, and both friends and enemies concurred immediately to vote him into that important office. The former suspected that the matter had not been proposed merely by chance, without his own concurrence, and the latter desired to remove him to a distance, and hoped during his absence to gain the ascendant over Fairfax, whom he had so long blinded by his hypocritical professions. Cromwell himself, when informed of his election, feigned surprise, and pretended at first to hesitate with regard to the acceptance of the command; and Lambert, either deceived by his dissimulation, or, in his turn, feigning to be deceived, still continued, notwithstanding this disappointment, his friendship and connections with Cromwell. The new lieutenant immediately applied himself with his wonted vigilance to make preparations for his expedition. Many disorders in England it behoved him previously to compose. All places were full of danger and inquietude, though men, astonished with the successes of the army, remained in seeming tranquillity. Symptoms of the greatest discontent everywhere appeared. The English, long accustomed to a mild administration, and unacquainted with dissimulation, could not conform their speech and countenance to the present necessity, or pretend attachment to a form of government which they generally regarded with such violent abhorrence. It was a requisite to change the magistracy of London, and to degrade or punish the mayor and some of the aldermen, before the proclamation for the abolition of monarchy could be published in the city. An engagement being framed to support the Commonwealth without king or house of peers, the army was with some difficulty brought to subscribe it; but though it was not imposed upon the rest of the nation under severe penalties, no less than putting all who refused out of the protection of law, such obstinate reluctance was observed in the people, that even the imperious parliament was obliged to desist from it. The spirit of fanaticism, by which that assembly had first been strongly supported, was now turned, in a great measure, against them. The pulpits, being chiefly filled with Presbyterians, or disguised Royalists, and having long been the scene of news and politics, could by no penalties be restrained from declarations unfavorable to the established government. Numberless were the extravagancies which broke out among the people. Everard, a disbanded soldier, having preached that the time has now come when the community of goods would be renewed among Christians, led out his followers to take possession of the land, and being carried before the general, he refused to salute him, because he was but his fellow creature. What seemed more dangerous, the army itself was infected with like humors. End of section 48, chapter 60, part 1. Recording by Glenn Scheidler, Randolph, New Jersey. Section 49 of Volume 1E of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Glenn Scheidler. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1E, Section 49, Chapter 60, Part 2. Though the Levellers had for a time been suppressed by the audacious spirit of Cromwell, they still continued to propagate their doctrines among the private men and inferior officers, who pretended a right to be consulted, as before, in the administration of the Commonwealth. They now practiced against their officers the same lesson which they had been taught against the Parliament. They framed a remonstrance and sent 5 agitators to present it to the General and Council of War. These were cashiered with ignominy by sentence of a court-martial. One Lockyer, having carried his sedition further, was sentenced to death, but this punishment was so far from quelling the mutinous spirit that above 1,000 of his companions showed their adherence to him by attending his funeral and wearing in their hats black and sea-green ribbons by way of favors. About 4,000 assembled at Burford under the command of Thompson, a man formerly condemned for sedition by a court-martial, but pardoned by the general. Colonel Reynolds, and afterwards Fairfax and Cromwell, fell upon them, while unprepared for defense and seduced by the appearance of a treaty. 400 were taken prisoners, some of them capitally punished, the rest pardoned. And this tumultuous spirit, though it still lurked in the army, and broke out from time to time, seemed for the present to be suppressed. Petitions, framed in the same spirit of opposition, were presented to the Parliament by the Lieutenant Colonel Lilburne, the person who, for dispensing seditious libels, had formerly been treated with such severity by the Star Chamber. His liberty was at this time as ill relished by the Parliament, and he was thrown into prison as a promoter of sedition and disorder in the Commonwealth. The women applied by petition for his release, but were now desired to mind their household affairs, and leave the government of the state to the men. From all quarters the Parliament was harassed with petitions of a very free nature, which strongly spoke the sense of the nation, and proved how ardently all men longed for the restoration of their laws and liberties. Even in a feast which the city gave to the Parliament and Council of the State, it was deemed a requisite precaution, if we may credit Walker and Dugdale, to swear all the cooks that they would serve nothing but wholesome food to them. The Parliament judged it necessary to enlarge the laws of high treason beyond those narrow bounds within which they had been confined during the monarchy. They even comprehended verbal offences, nay, intentions, though they had never appeared in any overt act against the state. To affirm the present government to be a usurpation, to assert that the Parliament or the Council of State were tyrannical or illegal, to endeavor subvertly their authority, or stirring up sedition against them, these offences were declared to be high treason. The power of imprisonment, of which the petition of right had bereaved the king, it was now found necessary to restore to the Council of the State, and all the jails in England were filled with men whom jealousies and fears of the ruling party had represented as dangerous. The taxes continued by the new government, and which, being unusual, were esteemed heavy, increased the general ill will under which it labored. Besides the customs and excise, £90,000 a month were levied on land for the subsistence of the army. The sequestrations and compositions of the Royalists, the sale of the crown lands, and the dean and chapter lands, though they yielded great sums, were not sufficient to support the vast expenses, and, as was suspected, the great depredations of the Parliament and of their creatures. Amidst all these difficulties and disturbances, the steady mind of Cromwell, without confusion or embarrassment, still pursued its purpose. While he was collecting an army of 12,000 men in the west of England, he sent to Ireland, under Reynolds and Venables, a reinforcement of 4,000 horse and foot, in order to strengthen Jones and enable him to defend himself against the Marquis of Ormond, who lay at Finglas, and was making preparations for the attack of Dublin. Inchiquin, who had now made a treaty with the king's lieutenant, having with a separate body taken Tredah and Dundalk, gave a defeat to O'Farrell, who served under O'Neill, and to young Coote, who commanded some parliamentary forces. After he joined his troops to the main army, with whom for some time he remained united, Ormond passed the river Liffey and took post at Rathmines, 2 miles from Dublin, with a view of commencing the siege of that city. In order to cut off all further supplies from Jones, he had begun the reparation of an old fort which lay at the gates of Dublin, and being exhausted with continual fatigue for some days, he had retired to rest, after leaving orders to keep his forces under arms. He was suddenly awakened with the noise of firing, and starting from his bed, saw everything already in tumult and confusion. Jones, an excellent officer, formerly a lawyer, had sallied out with the reinforcement newly arrived, and attacking the party employed in repairing the fort, he totally routed them, pursued the advantage, and fell in with the army, which had neglected Ormond's orders. These he soon threw into disorder, put them to flight, and in spite of all the efforts of the Lord Lieutenant, chased them off the field, seized all their tents, baggage, ammunition, and returned victorious to Dublin, after killing 1,000 men and taking above 2,000 prisoners. This loss, which threw some blemish on the military character of Ormond, was irreparable to the royal cause. That numerous army, which, with so many pains and difficulty, the Lord Lieutenant had been collecting for more than a year, was dispersed in a moment. Cromwell soon after arrived in Dublin, where he was welcomed with shouts and rejoicings. He hastened to Tredah. That town was well fortified. Ormond had thrown into it a good garrison of 3,000 men, under Sir Arthur Aston, an officer of reputation. He expected that Tredah, lying in the neighborhood of Dublin, would first be attempted by Cromwell, and he was desirous to employ the enemy some time in that siege, while he himself should repair his broken forces. But Cromwell knew the importance of despatch. Having made a breach, he ordered a general assault. Though twice repulsed with a loss, he renewed the attack, and himself, along with Ireton, led on his men. All opposition was overborne by the furious valor of the troops. The town was taken sword in hand, and orders being issued to give no quarter, a cruel slaughter was made of the garrison. Even a few who were saved by the soldiers, satiated with blood, were next day miserably butchered by orders from the general. One person alone of the garrison escaped to be a messenger of this universal havoc and destruction. Cromwell pretended to retaliate by this severe execution the cruelty of the Irish massacre, but he well knew that almost the whole garrison was English, and his justice was only a barbarous policy, in order to terrify all other garrisons from resistance. His policy, however, had the desired effect. Having led the army without delay to Wexford, he began to batter the town. The garrison, after a slight defense, offered to capitulate, but before they obtained a cessation, they imprudently neglected their guards, and the English army rushed in upon them. The same severity was exercised as at Tredah. Every town before which Cromwell presented himself now opened its gates without resistance. Ross, though strongly garrisoned, was surrendered by Lord Taaffe. Having taken Estionage, Cromwell threw a bridge over the Barrow and made himself master of Passage and Carry. The English had no further difficulties to encounter than what arose from fatigue and the advanced seasons. Fluxes and contagious distempers crept in among the soldiers, who perished in great numbers. Jones himself, the brave governor of Dublin, died at Wexford, and Cromwell had so far advanced with his decayed army that he began to find it difficult either to subsist in the enemy's country or to retreat to his own garrisons. But while he was in these straits, Cork, Kinsale, and all the English garrisons in Munster deserted to him, and opened their gates, resolved to share the fortunes of their victorious countrymen. This desertion of the English put an end to Ormond's authority, which was already much diminished by the misfortunes at Dublin, Tredah, and Wexford. The Irish, actuated by national and religious prejudices, could no longer be kept in obedience by a Protestant governor, who was so unsuccessful in all his enterprises. The clergy renewed their excommunications against him and his adherents, and added the terrors of superstition to those which arose from a victorious enemy. Cromwell, having received a reinforcement from England, again took the field early in the spring. He made himself master of Kilkenny and Clonmel, the only places where he met with any vigorous resistance. The frame of the Irish Union being in a manner dissolved, Ormond soon after left the island, and delegated his authority to Clanricarde, who found his affairs so desperate as to admit of no remedy. The Irish were glad to embrace the banishment as a refuge. Above 40,000 men passed into foreign service, and Cromwell, well pleased to free the island from enemies who could never be cordially reconciled to the English, gave them full liberty and leisure for their embarkation. While Cromwell proceeded with such uninterrupted success in Ireland, which in the space of 9 months he had almost entirely subdued, fortune was preparing for him a new scene of victory and triumph in Scotland. Charles was at the Hague, when Sir Joseph Douglas brought him intelligence that he was proclaimed king by the Scottish Parliament. At the same time, Douglas informed him of the hard conditions annexed to the proclamation, and extremely dampened that joy which might arise from his being recognized sovereign in one of his kingdoms. Charles too considered that those who pretended to acknowledge his title were at the very time in actual rebellion against his family, and would be sure to entrust very little authority in his hands, and scarcely would afford him personal liberty and security. As the prospect of affairs in Ireland was at that time not unpromising, he intended rather to try his fortune in that kingdom, from which he expected more dutiful submission and obedience. Meanwhile, he found it expedient to depart from Holland. The people in the United Provinces were much attached to his interests. Besides, his connection with the family of Orange, which was extremely beloved by the populace, all men regarded with compassion his helpless condition, and expressed the greatest abhorrence against the murder of his father, a deed to which nothing, they thought, but the rage of fanaticism and faction could have impelled the Parliament. But though the public in general bore great favor to the king, the states were uneasy at his presence. They dreaded the Parliament, so formidable by their power, and so prosperous in all their enterprises. They apprehended the most precipitate resolutions from men of such violence and haughty dispositions, and after the murder of Dorislaus, they found it still more necessary to satisfy the English Commonwealth by removing the king to a distance from them. Dorislaus, though a native of Holland, had long lived in England, and being employed as an assistant to the High Court of Justice which condemned the late king, he had risen to a great credit and favor with the ruling party. They sent an envoy to Holland, but no sooner had he arrived at the Hague than he was set up by some royalists, chiefly retainers to Montrose. They rushed into the room where he was sitting with some company, dragged him from the table, put him to death as the first victim to their murdered sovereign, if very leisurely and peacefully separated themselves. And though orders were issued by the magistrates to arrest them, these were executed with such slowness and reluctance that the criminals had all of them the opportunity to make their escape. Charles, having passed some time at Paris, where no assistance was given to him, and even few civilities were paid to him, made his retreat into Jersey, where his authority was still acknowledged. Here Winram, Laird of Liberton, came to him as deputy from the Committee of Estates in Scotland, and informed him of the conditions to which he must necessarily submit before he could be admitted to the exercise of his authority. Conditions more severe were never imposed by the subjects upon their sovereign. But as the affairs of Ireland began to decline, and the king found it no longer safe to venture himself into that island, he gave a civil answer to Winram, and desired commissions to meet him at Breda, in order to enter into a treaty with regard to these conditions. The Earls of Cassilis and Lothian, Lord Burleigh, the Laird of Liberton, and other commissioners arrived at Breda, but without any power of treating. The king must submit without reserve to the terms imposed upon him. The terms were that he should issue a proclamation banishing from court all excommunicated persons, that is, all those who, either under Hamilton or Montrose, had ventured their lives for his family; that no English subject who had served against the Parliament should be allowed to approach him; that he should bind himself by his royal promise to take the covenant; that he should ratify all acts of Parliament by which Presbyterian government, the Directory of Worship, the Confessions of Faith, and the Catechisms were established; and that in civil affairs he should entirely conform himself to the direction of Parliament, and in ecclesiastical to that of the Assembly. These proposals the commissioners, after passing some time in sermons and prayers, in order to express the more determined resolution, very solemnly delivered to the king. The king's friends were divided with regard to the part which he should act in this critical conjuncture. Most of his English counsellors dissuaded him from accepting conditions so disadvantageous and dishonourable. They said that the men who now governed Scotland were the most furious and bigoted of that party, which, notwithstanding his gentle government, had first excited a rebellion against the late king, after the most unlimited concessions had renewed their rebellion and stopped the progress of his victories in England, and after he had entrusted his persons to them in his utmost distress, had basely sold him, together with their own honor, to his barbarous enemies; that they had yet shown no marks of repentance, and even in the same terms which they now proposed, displayed the same anti-monarchical principles and the same jealousy of their sovereign, by which they had ever been actuated; that nothing could be more dishonorable than that the king, in his first enterprise, should sacrifice, merely for the empty name of royalty, those principles for which his father had died a martyr, and in which he himself had been strictly educated; that by this hypocrisy he might lose the Royalists, who alone were sincerely attached to him, but never would gain the Presbyterians, who were averse to his family and his cause, and would ascribe his compliance merely to policy and necessity; that the Scots had refused to give him any assurances of their intending to restore him to the throne of England, and could they even be brought to make such an attempt, it had sufficiently appeared, by the event of Hamilton's engagement, how unequal their force was to so great an enterprise; that on the first check which they should receive, Argyle and his partisans would lay hold of the quickest expedient for reconciling themselves to the English Parliament, and would betray the king, as they had done his father, into the hands of his enemies; and, however desperate the royal cause, it must still be regarded as highly imprudent in the king to make such a sacrifice of his honor, where the sole purchase was to endanger his life or liberty. The Earl of Laneric, now Duke of Hamilton, the Earl of Lauderdale, and the others of that party who had been banished from their country for that late engagement, were then with the king, and being desirous of returning home in his retinue, they joined the opinion of the young Duke of Buckingham, and earnestly pressed him to submit the conditions required of him. It was urged, that nothing would more gratify the king's enemies than to see him fall into the snare laid for him, and by so scrupulous a nicety leave the possession of his dominions to those who desired but a pretence for excluding him; that Argyle, not daring so far to oppose the bent of the nation as to throw off all allegiance to his sovereign, had embraced this expedient, by which he had hoped to make Charles dethrone himself, and refuse a kingdom which was offered him; that it was not to be doubted but the same national spirit, assisted by Hamilton and his party, would rise still higher in favor of their prince after he had entrusted himself to their fidelity, and would much abate the rigor of the conditions now imposed upon him; that whatever might be the present intentions of the ruling party, they must unavoidably be engaged in war with England, and must accept the assistance of the king's friends of all parties, in order to support themselves against a power so much superior; that how much soever a steady uniform conduct might have been suitable to the advanced age and strict engagements of the late king, no one would throw any blame on a young prince for complying with conditions which necessity had extorted from him; that even the rigor of those principles professed by his father, though with some it had exalted his character, had been extremely prejudicial to his interests; nor could any be more serviceable to the royal cause than to give all parties room to hope for more equal and more indulgent maxims of government; and that where affairs were reduced to so desperate a situation, dangers ought little to be regarded, and the king's honor lay rather in showing some early symptoms of courage and activity, than in choosing strictly a party among theological controversies, with which, it might be supposed, he was as yet very little acquainted. These arguments, seconded by the advice of the queen mother and of the Prince of Orange, the king's brother-in-law, who both of them thought it ridiculous to refuse a kingdom merely from regard to episcopacy, had great influence on Charles; but what chiefly determined him to comply was the account brought him of the fate of Montrose, who, with all the circumstances of rage and contumely, had been put to death by his zealous countrymen; though in this instance the king saw more evidently the furious spirit by which the Scots were actuated, He had now no further resource, and was obliged to grant whatever was demanded of him. Montrose, having laid down his arms at the command of the late king, had retired into France, and, contrary to his natural disposition, had lived for some time inactive in Paris. He there had become acquainted with the famous Cardinal de Retz, and that penetrating judge celebrates him in his memoirs as one of those heroes of whom there are no longer any remains in the world, and who are only to be met with in Plutarch. Desirous of improving his marital genius, he took a journey to Germany, was caressed by the emperor, received the rank of marshal, and proposed to levy a regiment for the imperial service. While employed for that purpose in the Low Countries, he heard of the tragical death of the king, and at the same time received from his young master a renewal of his commission of captain general in Scotland. His ardent and daring spirit needed but this authority to put him in action. He gathered followers in Holland and the north of Germany, whom his great reputation allured to him. The king of Denmark and the Duke of Holstein sent him some small supply of money. The Queen of Sweden furnished him with arms, the Prince of Orange with ships, and Montrose hastened his enterprise, lest the king's agreement with the Scots should make him revoke his commission, set out for the Orkneys, with about 500 men, most of them Germans. End of section 49, chapter 60, part 2. Recording by Glenn Scheidler, Randolph, New Jersey.
Section 50 of Volume 1E of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by TechSavvy, www.techsavvy.wordpress.com. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1E, Section 50. Chapter 60, Part 3. These were all the preparations which he could make against a kingdom settled in domestic peace, supported by a disciplined army, fully apprised of his enterprise, and prepared against him. Some of his retainers having told him of a prophecy, that to him and him alone it was reserved to restore the king's authority in all his dominions, he lent a willing ear to suggestions which, however ill-grounded or improbable, were so conformable to his own daring character. He armed several of the inhabitants of the Orkneys through an unwarlike people, and carried them over with him to Caithness, hoping that the general affection to the king's service, and the fame of his former exploits, would make the Highlanders flock to his standard. But all men were now harassed and fatigued with wars and disorders. Many of those who formerly adhered to him had been severely punished by the Covenanters, and no prospect of success was entertained in opposition to so great a force as was drawn together against him. But however weak Montrose's army, the memory of past events struck a great terror into the Committee of Estates. They immediately ordered Leslie and Holborn to march against him with an army of 4,000 men. Strahan was sent before with a body of cavalry to check his progress. He fell unexpectedly on the Montrose, who had no horse to bring him intelligence. The Royalists were put to flight, all of them either killed or taken prisoners, and Montrose himself, having put on the disguise of a peasant, was perfidiously delivered into the hands of his enemies by a friend to whom he had entrusted his person. All the insolence which success can produce in ungenerous minds was exercised by the Covenanters against Montrose, whom they so much hated and so much dreaded. Theological antipathy further increased their indignities towards a person whom they regarded as impious on account of excommunication which had been pronounced against him. Leslie led him about for several days in the same low habit under which he had disguised himself. The vulgar, wherever he passed, were instigated to reproach and vilify him. When he came to Edinburgh, every circumstance of elaborate rage and insult was put in practice by order of the Parliament. At the gate of the city he was met by magistrates, and put into a new cart, purposely made with a high chair or bench, where he was placed, that the people might have a full view of him. He was bound with a cord, drawn over the breast and shoulders, and fastened through holes made in the cart. The hangman then took off the hat of the noble prisoner, and rode himself before the cart in his livery, and with his bonnet on, the other officers, who were taken prisoners with the marquis, walking two and two before them. The populace, more generous and humane, when they saw so mighty a change of fortune in this great man, so lately their dread and terror, in whose hands the magistrates a few years before had delivered on their knees the keys of the city, were struck with compassion, and viewed him with silent tears and admiration. The preachers next Sunday exclaimed against this movement of rebel nature, as they termed it, and reproached the people with their profane tenderness towards the capital enemy of piety and religion. When he was carried before the Parliament, which was then sitting, Loudon, the Chancellor, in a violent declamation, reproached him with the breach of national covenant which he had subscribed, his rebellion against God, the king, and the kingdom, and the many horrible murders, treasons, and impieties, for which he was now to be brought to condign punishment. Montrose, in his answer, maintained the same superiority above his enemies, to which, by his fame and great actions, as well as by the consciousness of a good cause, he was justly entitled. He told the Parliament that since the king, as he was informed, and had so far avowed their authority as to enter into a treaty with them, he now appeared uncovered before their tribunal, a respect which, while they stood in open defiance to their sovereign, they would in vain have required of him, that he acknowledged, with infinite shame and remorse, the errors of his early conduct, when their plausible pretences had seduced him to tread with them the paths of rebellion, and bear arms against his prince and country; that his following services, he hoped, had sufficiently testified his repentance, and his death would now atone for that guilt, the only one with which he could justly reproach himself; that in all his warlike enterprises he was warranted by that commission which he had received from his and their master, against whose lawful authority they had erected their standard; that to venture his life for his sovereign was the least part of his merit. He had even thrown down his arms in obedience to the sacred commands of the king, and had resigned to them the victory which, in defiance of all their efforts, he was still unable to dispute with them; that no blood had ever been shed by him but in the field of battle, and many persons were now in his eye. Many now dared to pronounce sentence of death upon him, whose life, forfeited by the laws of war, he had formerly saved from the fury of the soldiers; that he was sorry to find no better testimony of their return to allegiance than the murder of so faithful a subject, in whose death the king's commission must be at once so highly injured and affronted, that as to himself they had in vain endeavoured to vilify and degrade him by all their studied indignities. The justice of his cause, he knew, would ennoble any fortune, nor had he other affliction than to see the authority of his prince, with which he was invested, treated with so much ignominy, that he was now joyfully followed by a like unjust sentence, his late sovereign, and should be happy if in his future destiny he could follow him to the same blissful mansions, where his piety and humane virtues had already without doubt secured him an eternal recompense. Montrose's sentence was next pronounced against him, that he, James Graham, for this was the only name they vouchsafed to give him, should next day be carried to Edinburgh Cross, and there be hanged on a gibbet 30 feet high, for the space of 3 hours, then be taken down, his head he cut off upon a scaffold, and affixed to the prison; his legs and arms be stuck up to the 4 chief towns of the kingdom; his body be buried in the place appropriated for common malefactors, except the church, upon his repentance, should take off his excommunication. The clergy, hoping that the terrors of immediate death had now given them an advantage over their enemy, flocked about him, and insulted over his fallen fortunes. They pronounced his damnation, and assured him that the judgment which was so soon to suffer would prove but an easy prologue to that which he must undergo hereafter. They next offered to pray with him, but he was too well acquainted with those forms of imprecation which they call prayers. Lord, vouchsafe yet to touch the obdurate heart of this profound, incorrigible sinner, this wicked, perjured, treacherous, and profane person, who refuses to hearken to the voice of thy church. Such they would, according to custom, offer up for him. He told them that they were a miserably deluded and deluding people, and would shortly bring their country under the most insupportable servitude to which any nation had ever been reduced. For my part, added he, I am much prouder to have my head affixed to the place where it is sentenced to stand, than to have my picture hang in the king's bedchamber. So far from being sorry that my quarters are to be sent to the 4 cities of the kingdom, I wish I had limbs enow to be dispersed into all the cities of Christendom, there to remain as testimonies in favour of the cause for which I suffer. This sentiment that very evening, while in prison, he threw into verse. The poem remains, a single monument of his heroic spirit, and no despicable proof of his poetical genius. Now was led forth, amidst the insults of his enemies and the tears of the people, this man of illustrious birth and of the greatest renown in the nation, to suffer, for his adhering to the laws of his country and the rights of his sovereign, the ignominious death destined to the meanest malefactor. Every attempt which the insolence of the governing party had made to subdue his spirit had hitherto proved fruitless. They made yet one effort more, in this last and melancholy scene, when all enmity, arising from motives merely human, is commonly softened and disarmed. The executioner brought that book which had been published in elegant Latin of his great military actions, and tied it with a cord about his neck. Montrose smiled at this new instance of their malice. He thanked them, however, for their officious zeal, and said that he bore this testimony of his bravery and loyalty with more pride than he had ever worn the garter. Having asked whether they had any more indignities to put upon him, and renewing some devout ejaculations, he patiently endured the last act of the executioner. Thus perished, in the 38th year of his age, the gallant Marquis of Montrose, the man whose military genius, both by valour and conduct, had shone forth beyond any which, during these civil disorders, had appeared in the 3 kingdoms. The finer arts, too, he had in his youth successfully cultivated, and whatever was sublime, elegant, or noble touched his great soul. Nor was he insensible to the pleasures either of society or of love. Something, however, of the vast and unbounded characterized his actions and deportment, and it was merely by an heroic effort of duty that he brought his mind, impatient of superiority and even of equality, to pay such unlimited submission to the will of his sovereign. The vengeance of the Covenanters was not satisfied with Montrose's execution. Urrey, whose inconstancy now led him to take part with the king, suffered about the same time. Spottiswoode of Dyrcy, a youth of 18, Sir Francis Hay of Dalgety, and Colonel Sebald, all of them of birth and character, underwent a like fate. These were taken prisoners with Montrose. The Marquis of Huntley, about a year before, had also fallen a victim to the severity of the Covenanters. The past scene displays in a full light the barbarity of this theological faction. The sequel will sufficiently display their absurdity. The king, in consequence of his agreement with the commissioners of Scotland, set sail for that country, and being escorted by 7 Dutch ships of war, who were sent to guard the herring fishery, he arrived in the Frith of Cromarty. Before he was permitted to land, he was required to sign the covenant, and many sermons and lectures were made him, exhorting him to persevere in that holy confederacy. Hamilton, Lauderdale, Dunfermline, and other noble men of that party, whom they called Engagers, were immediately separated from him, and obliged to retire to their houses, where they lived in a private manner, without trust or authority. None of his English friends who had served his father were allowed to remain in the kingdom. The king himself found that he was considered as a mere pageant of state, and that the few remains of royalty which he possessed served only to draw on him the greater indignities. One of the quarters of Montrose, his faithful servant who had borne his commission, had been sent to Aberdeen, and was still allowed to hang over the gates when he passed by that place. The General Assembly, and afterwards the Committee of Estates and the army, who were entirely governed by the Assembly, set forth a public declaration, in which they protested that they did not espouse any malignant quarrel or party, but fought merely on their former grounds or principles; that they disclaimed all the sins and guilt of the king and of his house, nor would they own him or his interest, otherwise than with a subordination to God; and so far as he owned and prosecuted the cause of God, and acknowledged the sins of his house and of his former ways. The king, lying entirely at mercy, and having no assurance of life or liberty further than he was agreeable to the fancy of these austere zealots, was constrained to embrace a measure which nothing but the necessity of his affairs and his great youth and experience could excuse. He issued a declaration such as they required of him. He there gave thanks for the merciful dispensations of the providence, by which he was recovered from the snare of evil counsel, had attained a full persuasion of the righteousness of the covenant, and was induced to cast himself and his interests wholly upon God. He desired to be deeply humbled and afflicted in spirit, because of his father's following wicked measures, opposing the covenant and the work of reformation, and shedding the blood of God's people throughout all his dominions. He lamented the idolatry of his mother, and the toleration of it in his father's house, a matter of great offense, he said, to all the Protestant churches, and a great provocation to him who is a jealous God. Visiting the sins of the father upon the children, he professed that he would have no enemies but the enemies of the covenant, and that he detested all superstition, prelacy, heresy, schism, and profaneness, and he was resolved not to tolerate, much less to countenance, any in any of his dominions. He declared that he should never love or favor those who had so little conscience as to follow his interests in preference to the gospel and the kingdom of Jesus Christ. And he expressed his hope that whatever ill success his former guilt might have drawn upon his cause, yet now, having obtained mercy to be on the God's side, and to acknowledge his own cause subordinate to that of God, divine providence would crown his arms with victory. Still the Covenanters and the clergy were diffident of the king's sincerity. The facility which he discovered in yielding whatever was required of him made him suspect that he regarded all his concessions merely as ridiculous farces, to which he must of necessity submit. They had another trial prepared for him. Instead of the solemnity of his coronation, which was delayed, they were resolved that he should pass through a public humiliation and do penance before the whole people. They sent him 12 articles of repentance, which he was to acknowledge, and the king had agreed that he would submit to his indignity. The various transgressions of his father and grandfather, together with the idolatry of his mother, were again enumerated and aggravated in these articles, and further declarations were insisted on that he sought the restoration of his rights for the sole advancement of religion and in subordination to the kingdom of Christ. In short, having exalted the altar above the throne, and brought royalty under their feet, the clergy were resolved to trample on it and vilify it, by every instance of contumely which their present influence enabled them to impose upon the unhappy prince. Charles, in the meantime, found his authority entirely annihilated, as well as his character degraded. He was consulted in no public measure. He was not called to assist at any councils. His favor was sufficient to discredit any pretender to office or advantage. All efforts which he made to unite the opposite parties increased the suspicion which the Covenanters had entertained of him, as if he were not entirely their own. Argyll, who by subtleties and compliances partly led and partly was governed by this wild faction, still turned a deaf ear to all advances which the king made to enter into confidence with him. Malignants and engagers continued to be objects of general hatred and persecution, and whoever was obnoxious to the clergy failed not to have one or the other of these epithets affixed to him. The fanaticism which prevailed, being so full of sour and angry principles, and so overcharged with various antipathies, had acquired new objects of abhorrence. These were the sorcerers. So prevalent was the opinion of witchcraft that great numbers accused of that crime were burned by sentence of the magistrates throughout all parts of Scotland. In a village near Berwick, which contained only 14 houses, 14 persons were punished by fire, and it became a science everywhere much studied and cultivated, to distinguish a true witch by proper trials and symptoms. The advance of the English army under Cromwell was not able to appease or soften the animosities among the parties in Scotland. The clergy were still resolute to exclude all but their most zealous adherents. As soon as the English Parliament found that the treaty between the king and the Scots would probably terminate in an accommodation, they made preparations for war, which they saw would in the end prove inevitable. Cromwell, having broken the force and courage of the Irish, was sent for, and he left the command of Ireland to Ireton, who governed the kingdom in the character of deputy, and with vigilance and industry persevered in the work of subduing and expelling the natives. It was expected that Fairfax, who still retained the name of the general, would continue to act against Scotland, and appear at the head of the forces, a station for which he was well qualified, and where alone he made any figure. But Fairfax, though he had allowed the army to make use of his name in murdering their sovereign and offering violence to the Parliament, had entertained unsurmountable scruples against invading the Scots, whom he considered as zealous Presbyterians, and united to England by the sacred bands of the Covenant. He was further disgusted at the extremities to which he had already been hurried, and was confirmed in his repugnance by the exhortations of his wife, who had great influence over him, and was herself much governed by the Presbyterian clergy. A committee of Parliament was sent to reason with him, and Cromwell was of the number. In vain did they urge that the Scots had first broken the covenant by their invasion of England under Hamilton, and that they would surely renew their hostile attempts, if not prevented by the vigorous measures of the Commonwealth. Cromwell, who knew the rigid inflexibility of Fairfax in everything which he regarded as matter of principle, ventured to solicit him with the utmost earnestness, and he went so far as to shed tears of grief and vexation on the occasion. No one could suspect any ambition in the man who labored so zealously to retain his general in that high office, which he knew he himself was alone entitled to fill. The same warmth of temper which made Cromwell a frantic enthusiast rendered him the most dangerous of hypocrites, and it was to his turn of mind, as much as to his courage and capacity, that he owed all his wonderful successes. By the contagious ferment of his zeal, he engaged everyone to cooperate with him in his measures, and entering easily and affectionately into every part which he was disposed to act, he was enabled, even after multiplied deceits, to cover under a tempest of passion all his crooked schemes and profound artifices. End of section 50, chapter 60, part 3. Recording by TechSavvy. www.techsavvy.wordpress.com.
Section 51 of Volume 1E of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1E, Section 51, Chapter 60, Part 4. Fairfax having resigned his commission, it was bestowed on Cromwell, who was declared Captain General of all the forces in England. This command, in a Commonwealth which stood entirely by arms, was of the utmost importance, and was the chief step which this ambitious politician had yet made towards sovereign power. He immediately marched his forces and entered Scotland with an army of 16,000 men. The command of the Scottish army was given to Leslie, an experienced officer who formed a very proper plan of defence. He entrenched himself in a fortified camp between Edinburgh and Leith, and took care to remove from the counties of Merse and the Lothians everything which could serve to the subsistence of the English army. Cromwell advanced to the Scotch camp, and endeavoured by every expedient to bring Leslie to a battle. The prudent Scotchman knew that, though superior in numbers, his army was much inferior in discipline to the English, and he carefully kept himself within his entrenchments. By skirmishes and small rencounters, he tried to confirm the spirits of his soldiers, and he was successful in these enterprises. His army daily increased both in numbers and courage. The king came to the camp, and having exerted himself in an action, gained on the affections of the soldiery, who were more desirous of serving under a young prince of spirit and vivacity than under a committee of talking gown men. The clergy were alarmed. They ordered Charles immediately to leave the camp. They also purged it carefully of about 4,000 malignants and engagers, whose zeal had led them to attend the king, and who were the soldiers of chief credit and experience in the nation. They then concluded that they had an army composed entirely of saints, and could not be beaten. They murmured extremely, not only against their prudent general, but also against the Lord, on account of his delays in giving them deliverance, and they plainly told him that if he would not save them from the English sectaries, he should no longer be their God. An advantage having offered itself on a Sunday, they hindered the general from making use of it, lest he should involve the nation in the guilt of Sabbath breaking. Cromwell found himself in a very bad situation. He had no provisions but what he received by sea. He had not had the precaution to bring these in sufficient quantities, and his army was reduced to difficulties. He retired to Dunbar. Leslie followed him and encamped on the heights of Lammermuir, which overlook that town. There lay many difficult passes between Dunbar and Berwick, and of these Leslie had taken possession. The English general was reduced to extremities. He had even embraced a resolution of sending by sea all his foot and artillery to England, and of breaking through, at all hazards, with his cavalry. The madness of the Scottish ecclesiastics saved him from this loss and dishonour. Night and day the ministers had been wrestling with the Lord in prayer, as they termed it, and they fancied that they had at last obtained the victory. Revelations, they said, were made them that the sectarian and heretical army, together with Agag, meaning Cromwell, was delivered into their hands. Upon the faith of these visions, they forced their general, in spite of his remonstrances, to descend into the plain with a view of attacking the English in their retreat. Cromwell, looking through a glass, saw the enemy's camp in motion, and foretold, without the help of revelations, that the Lord had delivered them into his hands. He gave orders immediately for an attack. In this battle it was easily observed that nothing in military actions can supply the place of discipline and experience, and that in the presence of real danger, where men are not accustomed to it, the fumes of enthusiasm presently dissipate and lose their influence. The Scots, though double in number to the English, were soon put to flight and pursued with great slaughter. The chief, if not only resistance, was made by one regiment of Highlanders, that part of the army which was least infected with fanaticism. No victory could be more complete than this which was obtained by Cromwell. About 3,000 of the enemy were slain, and 9,000 taken prisoners. Cromwell pursued his advantage and took possession of Edinburgh and Leith. The remnant of the Scottish army fled to Stirling. The approach of the winter season, and an ague which seized Cromwell, kept him from pushing that victory any further. The clergy made great lamentations, and told the Lord that to them it was little to sacrifice their lives and estates, but to him it was a great loss to suffer his elect to be destroyed. They published a declaration containing the cause of their late misfortunes. These visitations they ascribed to the manifold provocations of the king's house, of which, they feared, he had not yet thoroughly repented. The secret intrusion of malignants into the king's family, and even into the camp. The leaving of a most malignant and profane guard of horse, who, being sent for to be purged, came 2 days before the defeat, and were allowed to fight with the army. The owning of the king's quarrel by many without subordination to religion and liberty, and the carnal self-seeking of some, together with the neglect of family prayers, by others. Cromwell, having been so successful in the War of the Sword, took up the pen against the Scottish ecclesiastics. He wrote them some polemical letters in which he maintained the chief points of the independent theology. He took care likewise to retort on them their favourite argument of providence, and asked them whether the Lord had not declared against them. But the ministers thought that the same events, which to their enemies were judgments, to them were trials, and they replied that the Lord had only hid his face for a time from Jacob. But Cromwell insisted that the appeal had been made to God in the most express and solemn manner, and that, in the fields of Dunbar, an irrevocable decision had been awarded in favour of the English army. The defeat of the Scots was regarded by the king as a fortunate event. The armies which fought on both sides were almost equally his enemies, and the vanquished were now obliged to give him some more authority, and apply to him for support. The Parliament was summoned to meet at St. Johnstone's. Hamilton, Lauderdale, and all the engagers were admitted into court and camp, on condition of doing public penance, and expressing repentance for their late transgressions. Some malignants also crept in under various pretences. The intended humiliation or penance of the king was changed into the ceremony of his coronation, which was performed at Scone with great pomp and solemnity. But amidst all this appearance of respect, Charles remained in the hands of the most rigid Covenanters, and though treated with civility and courtesy by Argyle, a man of parts and address, he was little better than a prisoner, and was still exposed to all the rudeness and pedantry of the ecclesiastics. This young prince was in a situation which very ill suited his temper and disposition. All those good qualities which he possessed, his affability, his wit, his gaiety, his gentleman-like disengaged behaviour, were here so many vices, and his love of ease, liberty, and pleasure was regarded as the highest enormity. Though artful in the practice of courtly dissimulation, the sanctified style was utterly unknown to him, and he never could mould his deportment into that starched grimace which the Covenanters required as an infallible mark of conversion. The Duke of Buckingham was the only English courtier allowed to attend him, and by his ingenious talent for ridicule he had rendered himself extremely agreeable to his master. While so many objects of derision surrounded them, it was difficult to be altogether insensible to the temptation, and wholly to suppress the laugh. Obliged to attend from morning to night at prayers and sermons, they betrayed evident symptoms of weariness or contempt. The clergy could never esteem the king sufficiently regenerated, and by continual exhortations, remonstrances, and reprimands, they still endeavoured to bring him to a juster sense of his spiritual duty. The king's passion for the fair could not altogether be restrained. He had once been observed using some familiarities with a young woman, and a committee of ministers was appointed to reprove him for a behaviour so unbecoming to a covenanted monarch. The spokesman of the committee, one Douglas, began with a severe aspect, informed the king that great scandal had been given to the godly, enlarged on the heinous nature of sin, and concluded with exhorting his majesty, whenever he was disposed to amuse himself, to be more careful for the future in shutting the windows. This delicacy, so unusual to the place and to the character of the man, was remarked by the king, and he never forgot the obligation. The king, shocked at all the indignities, and perhaps still more tired with all the formalities to which he was obliged to submit, made an attempt to regain his liberty. General Middleton, at the head of some Royalists, being proscribed by the Covenanters, kept in the mountains, expecting some opportunity of serving his master. The king resolved to join this body. He secretly made his escape from Argyle, and fled towards the Highlands. Colonel Montgomery, with a troop of horse, was sent in pursuit of him. He overtook the king, and persuaded him to return. The Royalists being too weak to support him, Charles was the more easily induced to comply. This incident procured him afterwards better treatment and more authority, the Covenanters being afraid of driving him by their rigours to some desperate resolution. Argyle renewed his courtship to the king, and the king, with equal dissimulation, pretended to repose great confidence in Argyle. He even went so far as to drop hints of his intention to marry that nobleman's daughter, but he had to do with a man too wise to be seduced by such gross artifices. As soon as the season would permit, the Scottish army was assembled under Hamilton and Leslie, and the king was allowed to join the camp. The forces of the western counties, notwithstanding the imminent danger which threatened their country, were resolute not to unite their cause with that of an army which admitted any engagers or malignants among them, and they kept in a body apart under Ker. They called themselves the Protesters, and their frantic clergy declaimed equally against the king and against Cromwell. The other party were denominated Resolutioners, and these distinctions continued long after to divide and agitate the kingdom. Charles encamped at the Torwood, and his generals resolved to conduct themselves by the same cautious maxims which, so long as they were embraced, had been successful during the former campaign. The town of Stirling lay at his back, and the whole north supplied him with provisions. Strong entrenchments defended his front, and it was in vain that Cromwell made every attempt to bring him to an engagement. After losing much time, the English general sent Lambert over the Frith into Fife, with an intention of cutting off the provisions of the enemy. Lambert fell upon Holborn and Brown, who commanded a party of the Scots, and put them to rout with great slaughter. Cromwell also passed over with his whole army, and, lying at the back of the king, made it impossible for him to keep his post any longer. Charles, reduced to despair, embraced a resolution worthy of a young prince contending for empire. Having the way open, he resolved immediately to march into England, where he expected that all his friends and all those who were discontented with the present government would flock to his standard. He persuaded the generals to enter into the same views, and, with one consent, the army, to the number of 14,000 men, rose from their camp, and advanced by great journeys towards the south. Cromwell was surprised at this movement of the royal army. Wholly intent on offending his enemy, he had exposed his friends to imminent danger, and saw the king with numerous forces marching into England, where his presence, from the general hatred which prevailed against the Parliament, was capable of producing some great revolution. But if this conduct was an oversight in Cromwell, he quickly repaired it by his vigilance and activity. He dispatched letters to the Parliament, exhorting them not to be dismayed at the approach of the Scots. He sent orders everywhere for assembling forces to oppose the king. He ordered Lambert with a body of cavalry to hang upon the rear of the royal army and infest their march, and he himself, leaving Monk with 7,000 men to complete the reduction of Scotland, followed the king with all the expedition possible. Charles found himself disappointed in his expectations of increasing his army. The Scots, terrified at the prospect of so hazardous an enterprise, fell off in great numbers. The English Presbyterians, having no warning given them of the king's approach, were not prepared to join him. To the Royalists this measure was equally unexpected, and they were further deterred from joining the Scottish army by the orders which the Committee of Ministers had issued not to admit any, even in this desperate extremity, who would not subscribe the Covenant. The Earl of Derby, leaving the Isle of Man, where he had hitherto maintained his independence, was employed in levying the forces in Cheshire and Lancashire, but was soon suppressed by a party of the parliamentary army. And the king, when he arrived at Worcester, found that his forces, extremely harassed by a hasty and fatiguing march, were not more numerous than when he had rose from his camp in the Torwood. Such is the influence of established government, that the Commonwealth, though founded in usurpation the most unjust and unpopular, had authority sufficient to raise everywhere the militia of the counties, and these, united with the regular forces, bent all their efforts against the king. With an army of about 30,000 men, Cromwell fell upon Worcester, and attacking it on all sides, and meeting with little resistance, except from Duke Hamilton and General Middleton, broke in upon the disordered Royalists. The streets of the city were strewed with dead. Hamilton, a nobleman of bravery and honour, was mortally wounded. Massey wounded and taken prisoner. The king himself, having given many proofs of personal valour, was obliged to fly. The whole Scottish army was either killed or taken prisoner. The country people, inflamed with national antipathy, put to death the few that escaped from the field of battle. The king left Worcester at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and, without halting, travelled about 26 miles, in company with 50 or 60 of his friends. To provide for his safety, he thought it best to separate himself from his companions, and he left them without communicating his intentions to any of them. By the Earl of Derby's directions, he went to Boscobel, a lone house in the borders of Staffordshire, inhabited by one Penderell, a farmer. To this man Charles entrusted himself. The man had dignity of sentiments much above his condition, and though death was denounced against all those who concealed the king, and a great reward promised to any one who should betray him, he professed and maintained unshaken fidelity. He took the assistance of his 4 brothers, equally honourable with himself, and having clothed the king in a garb like their own, they led him into the neighbouring wood, put a bill in his hand, and pretended to employ themselves in cutting faggots. Some nights he lay upon the straw in the house, and fed on such homely fare as it afforded. For a better concealment, he mounted upon an oak, where he sheltered himself among the leaves and branches for 24 hours. He saw several soldiers pass by. All of them were intent in search of the king, and some expressed in his hearing their earnest wishes of seizing him. This tree was afterwards denominated the Royal Oak, and for many years was regarded by the neighbourhood with great veneration. Charles was in the middle of the kingdom, and could neither stay in his retreat nor stir a step from it without the most imminent danger. Fears, hopes, and party zeal interested multitudes to discover him, and even the smallest indiscretion of his friends might prove fatal. Having joined Lord Wilmot, who was skulking in the neighbourhood, they agreed to put themselves into the hands of Colonel Lane, a zealous royalist, who lived at Bentley not many miles distant. The king's feet were so hurt by walking about in heavy boots or countryman's shoes, which did not fit him, that he was obliged to mount on horseback, and he travelled in this situation to Bentley, attended by the Penderells, who had been so faithful to him. Lane formed a scheme for his journey to Bristol, where it was hoped he would find a ship in which he might transport himself. He had a near kinswoman, Mrs. Norton, who lived within 3 miles of that city, and was, with child, very near the time of her delivery. He obtained a pass, for during those times of confusion this precaution was requisite, for his sister, Jane Lane, and a servant, to travel towards Bristol under the pretence of visiting and attending her relation. The king rode before the lady, and personated the servant. When they arrived at Norton's, Mrs. Lane pretended that she had brought along as her servant a poor lad, a neighbouring farmer's son, who was ill of an ague, and she begged a private room for him where he might be quiet. Though Charles kept himself retired in this chamber, the butler, one Pope, soon knew him. The king was alarmed, but made the butler promise that he would keep the secret from every mortal, even from his master, and he was faithful to his engagement. No ship, it was found, would for a month set sail from Bristol, either for France or Spain, and the king was obliged to go elsewhere for a passage. He entrusted himself to Colonel Wyndham of Dorsetshire, an affectionate partisan of the royal family. The natural effect of the long civil wars, and of the furious rage to which all men were wrought up by their different factions, was, that every one's inclinations and affections were thoroughly known, and even the courage and fidelity of most men, by the variety of incidents, had been put to trial. The Royalists, too, had many of them been obliged to make concealments in their houses for themselves, their friends, or most valuable effects, and the art of eluding the enemy had been frequently practised. All these circumstances proved favourable to the king in the present exigency. As he often passed through the hands of Catholics, the priest's hole, as they called it, the place where they were obliged to conceal their persecuted priests, was sometimes employed for sheltering their distressed sovereign. Wyndham, before he received the king, asked leave to entrust the important secret to his mother, his wife, and 4 servants on whose fidelity he could rely. Of all these, no one proved wanting in either honour or discretion. The venerable old matron, on the reception of her royal guest, expressed the utmost joy that, having lost without regret 3 sons and 1 grandchild in the defence of his father, she was now reserved in her declining years to be instrumental in the preservation of himself. Wyndham told the king that Sir Thomas, his father, in the year 1636, a few days before his death, called to him his 5 sons. "My children," said he, "we have hitherto seen serene and quiet times under our 3 last sovereigns, but I must now warn you to prepare for clouds and storms. Factions arise on every side, and threaten the tranquillity of your native country. But whatever happen, do you faithfully honour and obey your prince, and adhere to the crown. I charge you never to forsake the crown, though it should hang upon a bush." These last words, added Wyndham, made such impressions on all our breasts, that the many afflictions of those sad times could never efface their indelible characters. From innumerable instances it appears how deep-rooted in the minds of the English gentry of that age was the principle of loyalty to their sovereign, that noble and generous principle, inferior only in excellence to the more enlarged and more enlightened affection towards a legal constitution. But during those times of military usurpation, these passions were the same. End of section 51, chapter 60, part 4. Recording by Lucas Boulding. Section 52 of Volume 1E of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1E, Section 52, Chapter 60, Part 5. The king continued several days in Wyndham's house, and all his friends in Britain and in every part of Europe remained in the most anxious suspense with regard to his fortunes. No one could conjecture whether he were dead or alive, and the report of his death, being generally believed, happily relaxed the vigilant search of his enemies. Trials were made to procure a vessel for his escape, but still he met with disappointments. Having left Wyndham's house, he was obliged again to return to it. He passed through many other adventures, assumed different disguises, in every step was exposed to imminent perils, and received daily proofs of uncorrupted fidelity and attachment. The sagacity of a smith, who remarked that his horse's shoes had been made in the north, not in the west, as he pretended, once detected him, and he narrowly escaped. At Shoreham, in Sussex, a vessel was at last found, in which he embarked. He had been known to so many, that if he had not set sail in that critical moment, it had been impossible for him to escape. After 41 days' concealment, he arrived safely at Fécamp, in Normandy. No less than 40 men and women had at different times been privy to his concealment and escape. The Battle of Worcester afforded Cromwell what he called his crowning mercy. So elated was he, that he intended to have knighted in the field 2 of his generals, Lambert and Fleetwood, but was dissuaded by his friends from exerting this act of regal authority. His power and ambition were too great to brook submission to the empty name of a republic, which stood chiefly by his influence, and was supported by his victories. How early he entertained thoughts of taking into his hand the reins of government is uncertain. We are only assured that he now discovered to his intimate friends these aspiring views, and even expressed a desire of assuming the rank of king, which he had contributed with such seeming zeal to abolish. The little popularity and credit acquired by the Republicans further stimulated the ambition of this enterprising politician. These men had not that large thought, nor those comprehensive views, which might qualify them for acting the part of legislators. Selfish aims and bigotry chiefly engrossed their attention. They carried their rigid austerity so far as to enact a law declaring fornication, after the first act, to be felony, without benefit of clergy. They made small progress in that important work which they professed to have so much at heart, the setting of a new model of representation, and a bill was introduced into the House against painting, patches, and other immodest dress of women, but it did not pass. The nation began to apprehend that they intended to establish themselves as a perpetual legislature, and to confine the whole power to 60 or 70 persons, who called themselves the Parliament of the Commonwealth of England. And while they pretended to bestow new liberties upon the nation, they found themselves obliged to infringe even the most valuable of those which, through time immemorial, had been transmitted from their ancestors. Not daring to entrust the trials of treason to juries, who, being chosen indifferently from among the people, would have been little favourable to the Commonwealth, and would have formed their verdict upon the ancient laws, they eluded that noble institution by which the government of this island has ever been so much distinguished. They had evidently seen in the trial of Lilburne what they could expect from juries. This man, the most turbulent but the most upright and courageous of humankind, was tried for a transgression of the new statute of treasons, but, though he was plainly guilty, he was acquitted to the great joy of the people. Westminster Hall, nay, the whole city, rang with shouts and acclamations. Never did any established power receive so strong a declaration of its usurpation and invalidity, and from no institution, besides the admirable one of juries, could be expected this magnanimous effort. That they might not for the future be exposed to affronts which so much lessened their authority, the Parliament erected a High Court of Justice, which was to receive indictments from the Council of State. This court was composed of men devoted to the ruling party, without name or character, determined to sacrifice everything to their own safety or ambition. Colonel Eusebius Andrews and Colonel Walter Slingsby were tried by this court for conspiracies, and condemned to death. They were Royalists, and refused to plead before so illegal a jurisdiction. Love, Gibbons, and other Presbyterians, having entered into a plot against the Republic, were also tried, condemned, and executed. The Earl of Derby, Sir Timothy Featherstone, Bembo, being taken prisoners after the Battle of Worcester, were put to death by a sentence of court-martial, a method of proceeding declared illegal by that very petition of right for which a former Parliament had so strenuously contended, and which, after great efforts, they had extorted from the King. Accepting their principles of toleration, the maxims by which the Republicans regulated ecclesiastical affairs no more prognosticated any durable settlement than those by which they conducted their civil concerns. The Presbyterian model of congregations, classes, and assemblies was not allowed to be finished. It seemed even the intention of many leaders in the Parliament to admit of no established church, and to leave everyone, without any guidance of the magistrate, to embrace whatever sect and to support whatever clergy were most agreeable to him. The Parliament went so far as to make some approaches, in one province, to their independent model. Almost all clergy of Wales being ejected as malignants, itinerant preachers with small salaries were settled, not above 4 or 5 in each county, and these, being furnished with horses at the public expense, hurried from place to place, and carried, as they expressed themselves, the glad tidings of the gospel. They were all of them men of the lowest birth and education, who had deserted mechanical trades in order to follow this new profession. And in this particular, as well as in their wandering life, they pretended to be more truly apostolical. The Republicans, both by the turn of their disposition and by the nature of the instruments which they employed, were better qualified for acts of force and vigour than for the slow and deliberate work of legislation. Notwithstanding the late wars and bloodshed, and the present factions, the power of England had never, in any period, appeared so formidable to the neighbouring kingdoms as it did at this time in the hands of the Commonwealth. A numerous army served equally to retain everyone in implicit subjection to established authority, and to strike a terror into foreign nations. The power of peace and war was lodged in the same hands with that of imposing taxes, and no difference of views among the several members of the legislature could any longer be apprehended. The present impositions, though much superior to what had ever formerly been experienced, were in reality moderate, and what a nation so opulent could easily bear. The military genius of the people had, by the civil contests, been roused from its former lethargy, and excellent officers were formed in every branch of service. The confusion into which all things had been thrown had given opportunity to men of low stations to break through their obscurity, and to raise themselves by their courage to commands which they were well qualified to exercise, but to which their birth could never have entitled them. And while so great a power was lodged in such active hands, no wonder the Republic was successful in all its enterprises. Blake, a man of great courage and generous disposition, the same person who had defended Lyme and Taunton with such unshaken obstinacy against the late king, was made an admiral, and though he had hitherto been accustomed only to land service, into which too he had not entered till past 50 years of age, he soon raised the naval glory of the nation to a greater height than it had ever attained in any former period. A fleet was put under his command, and he received orders to pursue Prince Rupert, to whom the king had entrusted that squadron which had deserted to him. Rupert took shelter in Kinsale, and, escaping thence, fled towards the coast of Portugal. Blake pursued, and chased him into the Tagus, where he intended to make an attack upon him. But the King of Portugal, moved by the favour which throughout all Europe attended the royal cause, refused Blake admittance, and aided Prince Rupert in making his escape. To be revenged of this partiality, the English admiral made prize of 20 Portuguese ships, richly laden, and he threatened still further vengeance. The King of Portugal, dreading so dangerous a foe to his newly acquired dominion, and sensible of the unequal contest in which he was engaged, made all possible submissions to the haughty republic, and was at last admitted to negotiate the renewal of his alliance with England. Prince Rupert, having lost a great part of his squadron on the coast of Spain, made sail towards the West Indies. His brother, Prince Maurice, was there shipwrecked in a hurricane. Everywhere this squadron subsisted by privateering, sometimes on English, sometimes on Spanish vessels. And Rupert at last returned to France, where he disposed of the remnants of his fleet, together with his prizes. All the settlements in America, except New England, which had been planted entirely by the Puritans, adhered to the royal party, even after the settlement of the Republic, and Sir George Ayscue was sent with a squadron to reduce them. Bermudas, Antigua, and Virginia were soon subdued. Barbados, commanded by Lord Willoughby of Parham, made some resistance, but was at last obliged to submit. With equal ease were Jersey, Guernsey, Scilly, and the Isle of Man brought under subjection to the Republic, and the sea, which had been much infested by privateers from these islands, was rendered safe to the English commerce. The Countess of Derby defended the Isle of Man, and with great reluctance yielded to the necessity of surrendering to the enemy. This lady, a daughter of the illustrious house of Cromwell, in France, had, during the Civil War, displayed a manly courage by her obstinate defence of Latham House against the parliamentary forces, and she retained the glory of being the last person in the three kingdoms and in all their dependent dominions who submitted to the victorious Commonwealth. Ireland and Scotland were now entirely subjected and reduced to tranquillity. Ireton, the new deputy of Ireland, at the head of a numerous army, 30,000 strong, prosecuted the work of subduing the revolted Irish, and he defeated them in many rencounters, which, though of themselves of no great moment, proved fatal to their declining cause. He punished without mercy all the prisoners who had any hand in the massacres. Sir Phelim O'Neil, among the rest, was some time after brought to the gibbet, and suffered an ignominious death, which he had so well merited by his inhuman cruelties. Limerick, a considerable town, still remained in the hands of the Irish, and Ireton, after a vigorous siege, made himself master of it. He was here infected with the plague, and shortly after died. A memorable personage, much celebrated for his vigilance, industry, capacity even for the strictest execution of justice in that unlimited command which he possessed in Ireland. He was observed to be inflexible in all his purposes, and it was believed by many that he was animated with a sincere and passionate love of liberty, and never could have been induced by any motive to submit to the smallest appearance of regal government. Cromwell appeared to be much affected by his death, and the Republicans, who reposed great confidence in him, were inconsolable. To show their regard for his merit and services, they bestowed an estate of £2,000 a year on his family, and honoured him with a magnificent funeral at the public charge. Though the established government was but the mere shadow of a commonwealth, yet it was beginning, by proper arts, to encourage that public spirit which no other species of civil polity is ever able fully to inspire. The command of the army in Ireland devolved on Lieutenant General Ludlow. The civil government of the island was entrusted to commissioners. Ludlow continued to push the advantages against the Irish, and everywhere obtained an easy victory. That unhappy people, disgusted with the king on account of those violent declarations against them and their religion which had been extorted by the Scots, applied to the King of Spain, to the Duke of Lorraine, and found assistance nowhere. Clarencard, unable to resist the prevailing power, made submissions to the Parliament and retired into England, where he soon after died. He was a steady Catholic, but a man much respected by all parties. The successes which attended Monk in Scotland were no less decisive. That able general laid siege to Stirling Castle, and though it was well provided for defence, it was soon surrendered to him. He there became master of all the records of the kingdom, and he sent them to England. The Earl of Leven, the Earl of Crawford, Lord Ogilvy, and other noblemen, having met near Perth in order to concert measures for raising a new army, were suddenly set upon by Colonel Alured, and most of them taken prisoners. Sir Philip Musgrave, with some Scots, being engaged at Dumfries in a like enterprise, met with a like fate. Dundee was a town well fortified, supplied with a good garrison under Lumsden, and full of all the rich furniture, the plate and money of the kingdom, which had been sent thither as a place of safety. Monk appeared before it, and having made a breach, gave general assault. He carried the town, and, following the example and instructions of Cromwell, put all the inhabitants to the sword, in order to strike a general terror into the kingdom. Warned by this example, Aberdeen, St. Andrews, Inverness, and other towns and forts yielded of their own accord to the enemy. Argyle made his submissions to the English Commonwealth, and excepting a few Royalists who remained some time in the mountains under the Earl of Glencairn, Lord Balcarras, and General Middleton, that kingdom which had hitherto, through all ages, by means of its situation, poverty, and valour, maintained its independence, was reduced to total subjection. The English Parliament sent Sir Harry Vane, St. John, and other commissioners to settle Scotland. These men, who possessed little of the true spirit of liberty, knew how to maintain the appearance of it, and they required the voluntary consent of all the counties and towns of this conquered kingdom before they would unite them into the same Commonwealth with England. The clergy protested, because, they said, this incorporating union would draw along with it a subordination of the Church to the state in the things of Christ. English judges, joined to some Scottish, were appointed to determine all causes. Justice was strictly administered, order and peace maintained, and the Scots, freed from the tyranny of the ecclesiastics, were not much dissatisfied with the present government. The prudent conduct of Monk, a man who possessed a capacity for the arts of both peace and war, served much to reconcile the minds of men, and to allay their prejudices. By the total reduction and pacification of the British dominions, the Parliament had leisure to look abroad, and to exert their vigour in foreign enterprises. The Dutch were the first that felt the weight of their arms. During the life of Frederick Henry, Prince of Orange, the Dutch Republic had maintained a neutrality in the civil wars of England, and had never interposed, except by her good offices, between the contending parties. When William, who had married an English princess, succeeded to his father's commands and authority, the states, both before and after the execution of the late king, were accused of taking steps more favourable to the royal cause, and of betraying a great prejudice against that of the Parliament. It was long before the envoy of the English Commonwealth could obtain an audience of the States General. The murderers of Dorislaus were not pursued with such vigour as the Parliament expected, and much regard had been paid to the king, and many good offices performed to him, both by the public and by men of all ranks, in the United Provinces. After the death of William, Prince of Orange, which was attended with the depression of his party and the triumph of the Dutch Republicans, the Parliament thought that the time was now favourable for cementing a closer confederacy with the states. St. John, Chief Justice, who was sent over to The Hague, had entertained the idea of forming a kind of coalition between the two republics, which would have rendered their interests totally inseparable. But fearing that so extraordinary a project would not be relished, he contented himself with dropping some hints of it, and openly went no further than to propose a strict defensive alliance between England and the United Provinces, such as has now, for near 70 years, taken place between these friendly powers. But the states, who were unwilling to form a nearer confederacy with a government whose measures were so obnoxious, and whose situation seemed so precarious, offered only to renew the former alliances with England. And the haughty St. John, disgusted with this disappointment, as well as incensed at many affronts which had been offered him with impunity by the retainers of the Palatine and Orange families, and indeed by the populace in general, returned into England, and endeavoured to foment a quarrel between the republics. The movement of great states are often directed by as slender springs as those of individuals. Though war with so considerable a naval power as the Dutch, who were in peace with all their other neighbours, might seem dangerous to the yet unsettled Commonwealth, there were several motives which at this time induced the English Parliament to embrace hostile measures. Many of the members thought that a foreign war would serve as a pretence for continuing the same Parliament, and delaying the new model of representative with which the nation had so long been flattered. Others hoped that the war would furnish a reason for maintaining some time longer that numerous standing army which was so much complained of. On the other hand, some, who dreaded the increasing power of Cromwell, expected that the great expense of naval armaments would provide a motive for diminishing the military establishment. To divert the attention of the public from domestic quarrels towards foreign transactions seemed, in the present disposition of men's minds, to be a good policy. The superior power of the English Commonwealth, together with its advantages of situation, promised success, and the parliamentary leaders hoped to gain many rich prizes from the Dutch, to distress and sink their flourishing commerce, and by victories to throw a lustre on their own establishment, which was so new and unpopular. All these views, enforced by the violent spirit of St. John, who had great influence over Cromwell, determined the Parliament to change the purposed alliance into a furious war against the United Provinces. To cover these hostile intentions, the Parliament, under pretence of providing for the interests of commerce, embraced such measures as they knew would give disgust to the states. They framed the famous Act of Navigation, which prohibited all nations from importing into England in their bottoms any commodity which was not the growth and manufacture of their own country. By this law, though the terms in which it was conceived were general, the Dutch were principally affected, because their country produces few commodities, and they subsist chiefly by being the general carriers and factors of Europe. Letters of reprisal were granted to several merchants, who complained of injuries which, they pretended, they had received from the States, and above 80 Dutch ships fell into their hands and were made prizes. The cruelties committed on the English at Amboyna, which were certainly enormous, but which seemed to be buried in oblivion by 30 years' silence, were again made the ground of complaint, and the allowing of the murderers of Dorislaus to escape, and the conniving at the insults to which St. John had been exposed, were represented as symptoms of an unfriendly, if not a hostile, disposition in the States. End of section 52, chapter 60, part 5. Recording by Lucas Boulding.
Section 53 of Volume 1E of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume, Volume 1E, Section 53, Chapter 60, Part 6. The states, alarmed at all these steps, sent orders to their ambassadors to endeavour the renewal of the treaty of alliance, which had been broken off by the abrupt departure of St. John. Not to be unprepared, they equipped a fleet of 150 sail, and took care, by their ministers at London, to inform the council of the state of that armament. This intelligence, instead of striking terror into the English Republic, was considered as a menace, and further confirmed the Parliament in their hostile resolutions. The minds of men in both states were every day more irritated against each other, and it was not long before these humours broke forth into action. Tromp, an admiral of great renown, received from the states the command of a fleet of 42 sail, in order to protect the Dutch navigation against the privateers of the English. He was forced by stress of weather, as he alleged, to take shelter in the road of Dover, where he met with Blake, who commanded an English fleet much inferior in number. Who was the aggressor in the action which ensued between these two admirals, both of them men of such prompt and fiery dispositions, it is not easy to determine; since each of them sent to his own state a relation totally opposite in all its circumstances to that of the other, and yet supported by the testimony of every captain in his fleet. Blake pretended, that having given a signal to the Dutch admiral to strike, Tromp, instead of complying, fired a broadside at him. Tromp asserted, that he was preparing to strike, and that the English admiral, nevertheless, began hostilities. It is certain that the Admiralty of Holland, who are distinct from the Council of State, had given Tromp no orders to strike, but had left him to his own discretion with regard to that vain but much contested ceremonial. They seemed willing to introduce the claim of an equality with the new Commonwealth, and to interpret the former respect paid the English flag as a deference due only to the monarchy. This circumstance forms a strong presumption against the narrative of the Dutch admiral. The whole Orange party, it must be remarked, to which Tromp was suspected to adhere, was desirous of a war with England. Blake, though his squadron consisted only of 15 vessels, reinforced, after the battle began, by 8 under Captain Bourne, maintained the fight with bravery for 5 hours, and sunk one ship of the enemy, and took another. Night parted the combatants, and the Dutch fleet retired towards the coast of Holland. The populace of London were enraged, and would have insulted the Dutch ambassadors, who lived at Chelsea, had not the Council of State sent guards to protect them. When the states heard of this action, of which the consequences were easily foreseen, they were in the utmost consternation. They immediately dispatched Paw, Pensionary of Holland, as their ambassador extraordinary to London, and ordered him to lay before the parliament the narrative which Tromp had sent of the late rencounter. They entreated them, by all the bands of their common religion and common liberties, not to precipitate themselves into hostile measures, but to appoint commissioners, who should examine every circumstance of the action, and clear up the truth, which lay in obscurity. And they pretended, that they had given no orders to their admiral to offer any violence to the English, but would severely punish him, if they found, upon inquiry, that he had been guilty of an action which they so much disapproved. The imperious parliament would hearken to none of these reasons or remonstrances. Elated by the numerous successes which they had obtained over their domestic enemies, they thought that everything must yield to their fortunate arms; and they gladly seized the opportunity, which they sought, of making war upon the states. They demanded that, without any further delay or inquiry, reparation should be made for all the damages which the English had sustained. And when this demand was not complied with, they dispatched orders for commencing war against the United Provinces. Blake sailed northwards with a numerous fleet, and fell upon the herring busses, which were escorted by 12 men of war. All these he either took or dispersed. Tromp followed him with a fleet of above 100 sail. When these two admirals were within sight of each other, and preparing for battle, a furious storm attacked them. Blake took shelter in the English harbors. The Dutch fleet was dispersed, and received great damage. Sir George Ayscue, though he commanded only 40 ships, according to the English accounts, engaged near Plymouth the famous De Ruyter, who had under him 50 ships of war, with 30 merchantmen. The Dutch ships were indeed of inferior force to the English. De Ruyter, the only admiral in Europe who has attained a renown equal to that of the greatest general, defended himself so well, that Ayscue gained no advantage over him. Night parted them in the greatest heat of the action. De Ruyter next day sailed off with his convoy. The English fleet had been so shattered in the fight, that it was not able to pursue. Near the coast of Kent, Blake, seconded by Bourne and Penn, met a Dutch squadron, nearly equal in numbers, commanded by De Witt and De Ruyter. A battle was fought, much to the disadvantage of the Dutch. Their rear admiral was boarded and taken. 2 other vessels were sunk, and 1 blown up. The Dutch next day made sail towards Holland. The English were not so successful in the Mediterranean. Van Galen, with much superior force, attacked Captain Baddeley, and defeated him. He bought, however, his victory with the loss of his life. Sea fights are seldom so decisive as to disable the vanquished from making head in a little time against the victors. Tromp, seconded by De Ruyter, met near the Goodwins, with Blake, whose fleet was inferior to the Dutch, but who resolved not to decline the combat. A furious battle commenced where the admirals on both sides, as well as the inferior officers and seamen, exerted great bravery. In this action the Dutch had the advantage. Blake himself was wounded. The Garland and Bonaventure were taken. 2 ships were burned, and 1 sunk, and night came opportunely to save the English fleet. After this victory, Tromp, in a bravado, fixed a broom to his mainmast, as if he were resolved to sweep the sea entirely of all English vessels. Great preparations were made in England, in order to wipe off this disgrace. A gallant fleet of 80 sail was fitted out. Blake commanded, and Dean under him, together with Monk, who had been sent for from Scotland. When the English lay off Portland, they descried, near break of day, a Dutch fleet of 76 vessels, sailing up the Channel, along with a convoy of 300 merchantmen, who had received orders to wait at the Isle of Rhe till the fleet should arrive to escort them. Tromp, and under him De Ruyter, commanded the Dutch. This battle was the most furious that had yet been fought between these warlike and rival nations. 3 days was the combat continued with the utmost rage and obstinacy; and Blake, who was victor, gained not more honor than Tromp, who was vanquished. The Dutch admiral made a skilful retreat, and saved all the merchant ships, except 30. He lost, however, 11 ships of war, had 2,000 men slain, and near 1,500 taken prisoners. The English, though many of their ships were extremely shattered, had but 1 sunk. Their slain were not much inferior in number to those of the enemy. All these successes of the English were chiefly owing to the superior size of their vessels, an advantage which all the skill and bravery of the Dutch admirals could not compensate. By means of ship money, an imposition which had been so much complained of, and in some respects with reason, the late king had put the navy into a situation which it had never attained in any former reign; and he ventured to build ships of a size which was then unusual. But the misfortunes which the Dutch met with in battle, were small in comparison of those which their trade sustained from the English. Their whole commerce by the Channel was cut off. Even that to the Baltic was much infested by English privateers. Their fisheries were totally suspended. A great number of their ships, above 1,600, had fallen into the hands of the enemy. And all this distress they suffered, not for any national interests or necessity, but from vain points of honor and personal resentments, of which it was difficult to give a satisfactory account to the public. They resolved therefore to gratify the pride of the parliament, and to make some advances towards peace. They met not, however, with a favorable reception, and it was not without pleasure that they learned the dissolution of that haughty assembly by the violence of Cromwell, an event from which they expected a more prosperous turn to their affairs. The zealous republicans in the parliament had not been the chief or first promoters of the war; but, when it was once entered upon, they endeavored to draw from it every possible advantage. On all occasions, they set up the fleet in opposition to the army, and celebrated the glory and successes of their naval armaments. They insisted on the intolerable expense to which the nation was subjected, and urged the necessity of diminishing it by a reduction of the land forces. They had ordered some regiments to serve on board the fleet in the quality of marines. And Cromwell, by the whole train of their proceedings, evidently saw that they had entertained a jealousy of his power and ambition, and were resolved to bring him to a subordination under their authority. Without scruple or delay, he resolved to prevent them. On such firm foundations was built the credit of this extraordinary man, that though a great master of fraud and dissimulation, he judged it superfluous to employ any disguise in conducting this bold enterprise. He summoned a general council of officers, and immediately found, that they were disposed to receive whatever impressions he was pleased to give them. Most of them were his creatures, had owed their advancement to his favor, and relied entirely upon him for their future preferment. The breach being already made between the military and civil powers, when the late king was seized at Holdenby, the general officers regarded the parliament as at once their creature and their rival, and thought, that they themselves were entitled to share among them those offices and riches, of which its members had so long kept possession. Harrison, Rich, Overton, and a few others, who retained some principle, were guided by notions so extravagant, that they were easily deluded into measures the most violent and most criminal. And the whole army had already been guilty of such illegal and atrocious actions, that they could entertain no further scruple with regard to any enterprise which might serve their selfish or fanatical purposes. In the council of officers it was presently voted to frame a remonstrance to the parliament. After complaining of the arrears due to the army, they there desired the parliament to reflect how many years they had sitten, and what professions they had formerly made of their intentions to new model the representative, and establish successive parliaments, who might bear the burden of national affairs, from which they themselves would gladly, after so much danger and fatigue, be at last relieved. They confessed that the parliament had achieved great enterprises, and had surmounted mighty difficulties. Yet it was an injury, they said, to the rest of the nation to be excluded from bearing any part in the service of their country. It was now full time for them to give place to others; and they therefore desired them, after settling a council, who might execute the laws during the interval, to summon a new parliament, and establish that free and equal government which they had so long promised to the people. The parliament took this remonstrance in ill part, and made a sharp reply to the council of officers. The officers insisted on their advice; and by mutual altercation and opposition, the breach became still wider between the army and the Commonwealth. Cromwell, finding matters ripe for his purpose, called a council of officers, in order to come to a determination with regard to the public settlement. As he had here many friends, so had he also some opponents. Harrison having assured the council, that the general sought only to pave the way for the government of Jesus and his saints, Major Streeter briskly replied, that Jesus ought then to come quickly; for if he delayed till after Christmas, he would come too late; he would find his place occupied. While the officers were in debate, Colonel Ingoldsby informed Cromwell, that the parliament was sitting, and had come to a resolution not to dissolve themselves, but to fill up the house by new elections; and was at that very time engaged in deliberations with regard to this expedient. Cromwell in a rage immediately hastened to the house, and carried a body of 300 soldiers along with him. Some of them he placed at the door, some in the lobby, some on the stairs. He first addressed himself to his friend St. John, and told him that he had come with a purpose of doing what grieved him to the very soul, and what he had earnestly with tears besought the Lord not to impose upon him; but there was a necessity, in order to the glory of God and the good of the nation. He sat down for some time, and heard the debate. He beckoned Harrison, and told him that he now judged the parliament ripe for a dissolution. "Sir," said Harrison, "the work is very great and dangerous. I desire you seriously to consider, before you engage in it." "You say well," replied the general; and thereupon sat still about a quarter of an hour. When the question was ready to be put, he said again to Harrison, "This is the time. I must do it." And suddenly starting up, he loaded the parliament with the vilest reproaches, for their tyranny, ambition, oppression, and robbery of the public. Then stamping with his foot, which was a signal for the soldiers to enter, "For shame," said he to the parliament, "get you gone. Give place to honester men; to those who will more faithfully discharge their trust. You are no longer a parliament. I tell you, you are no longer a parliament. The Lord has done with you, he has chosen other instruments for carrying on his work." Sir Harry Vane exclaiming against this proceeding, he cried with a loud voice, "Oh! Sir Harry Vane! Sir Harry Vane! The Lord deliver me from Sir Harry Vane!" Taking hold of Martin by the cloak, "Thou art a whoremaster," said he. To another, "Thou art an adulterer." To a third, "Thou art a drunkard and a glutton." "And thou an extortioner," to a fourth. He commanded a soldier to seize the mace. "What shall we do with this bauble? Here, take it away. It is you," said he, addressing himself to the house, "that have forced me upon this. I have sought the Lord night and day, that he would rather slay me than put me upon this work." Having commanded the soldiers to clear the hall, he himself went out the last, and ordering the doors to be locked, departed to his lodgings in Whitehall. In this furious manner, which so well denotes his genuine character, did Cromwell, without the least opposition, or even murmur, annihilate that famous assembly, which had filled all Europe with the renown of its actions, and with astonishment at its crimes, and whose commencement was not more ardently desired by the people than was its final dissolution. All parties now reaped successively the melancholy pleasure of seeing the injuries which they had suffered, revenged on their enemies, and that too by the same arts which had been practised against them. The king had, in some instances, stretched his prerogative beyond its just bounds; and, aided by the church, had well nigh put an end to all the liberties and privileges of the nation. The Presbyterians checked the progress of the court and clergy, and excited, by cant and hypocrisy, the populace, first to tumults, then to war against the king, the peers, and all the royalists. No sooner had they reached the pinnacle of grandeur, than the Independents, under the appearance of still greater sanctity, instigated the army against them, and reduced them to subjection. The Independents, amidst their empty dreams of liberty, or rather of dominion, were oppressed by the rebellion of their own servants, and found themselves at once exposed to the insults of power and hatred of the people. By recent, as well as all ancient example, it was become evident, that illegal violence, with whatever preferences it may be covered, and whatever object it may pursue, must inevitably end at last in the arbitrary and despotic government of a single person. End of Section 53, Chapter 60, Part 6.
Section 54 of Volume 1E of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Golding. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1E, Section 54, Chapter 61, Part 1. Chapter 61. The Commonwealth. Oliver Cromwell, in whose hands the dissolution of the Parliament had left the whole power, civil and military, of 3 kingdoms, was born at Huntingdon, the last year of the former century, of a good family. Though he himself, being the son of a second brother, inherited but a small estate from his father. In the course of his education, he had been sent to the university, but his genius was found little fitted for the calm and elegant occupations of learning, and he made small proficiency in his studies. He even threw himself into a dissolute and disorderly course of life, and he consumed, in gaming, drinking, debauchery, and country riots, the more early years of his youth, and dissipated part of his patrimony. All of a sudden, the spirit of reformation seized upon him. He married, affected a grave and composed behavior, entered into all the zeal and rigor of the puritanical party, and offered to restore to every one whatever sums he had formerly gained by gaming. The same vehemence of temper which had transported him into the extremes of pleasure now distinguished his religious habits. His house was the resort of all the zealous clergy of the party, and his hospitality, as well as his liberalities, to the silenced and deprived ministers, proved as chargeable as his former debaucheries. Though he had acquired a tolerable fortune by a maternal uncle, he found his affairs so injured by his expenses, that he was obliged to take a farm at St. Ives, and apply himself for some years to agriculture as a profession. But this expedient served rather to involve him in further debts and difficulties. The long prayers which he said to his family in the morning and again in the afternoon consumed his own time and that of his ploughmen, and he reserved no leisure for the care of his temporal affairs. His active mind, superior to the low occupations to which he was condemned, preyed upon itself, and he indulged his imagination in visions, illuminations, revelations, the great nourishment of that hypochondriacal temper to which he was ever subject. Urged by his wants and his piety, he had made a party with Hampden, his near kinsman, who was pressed only by the latter motive, to transport himself into New England, now become the retreat of the more zealous among the puritanical party, and it was an order of council which obliged them to disembark and remain in England. The Earl of Bedford, who possessed a large estate in the fen country near the Isle of Ely, having undertaken to drain these morasses, was obliged to apply to the king, and by the powers of the prerogative he got commissioners appointed, who conducted that work, and divided the new acquired land among the several proprietors. He met with opposition from many, among whom Cromwell distinguished himself, and this was the first public opportunity which he had met with, of discovering the factious zeal and obstinacy of his character. From accident and intrigue he was chosen by the town of Cambridge member of the Long Parliament. His domestic affairs were then in greater disorder, and he seemed not to possess any talents which could qualify him to rise in that public sphere into which he was now at last entered. His person was ungraceful, his dress slovenly, his voice untonable, his elocution homely, tedious, obscure, and embarrassed. The fervor of his spirit frequently prompted him to rise in the House, but he was not heard with attention. His name, for above 2 years, is not to be found oftener than twice in any committee, and those committees into which he was admitted were chosen for affairs which would more interest the zealots than the men of business. In comparison of the eloquent speakers and fine gentlemen of the House, he was entirely overlooked, and his friend Hampden alone was acquainted with the depth of his genius, and foretold that, if a civil war should ensue, he would soon rise to an eminence and distinction. Cromwell himself seems to have been conscious where his strength lay, and partly from that motive, partly from the uncontrollable fury of his zeal, he always joined that party which pushed every thing to extremities against the king. He was active in promoting the famous remonstrance, which was the signal for all the ensuing commotions; and when, after a long debate, it was carried by a small majority, he told Lord Falkland that if the question had been lost, he was resolved next day to have converted into ready money the remains of his fortune, and immediately to have left the kingdom. Nor was this resolution, he said, peculiar to himself. Many others of his party he knew to be equally determined. He was no less than 43 years of age when he first embraced the military profession, and by force of genius, without any master, he soon became an excellent officer, though perhaps he never reached the fame of a consummate commander. He raised a troop of horse, fixed his quarters in Cambridge, exerted great severity towards that university which zealously adhered to the royal party, and showed himself a man who would go all lengths in favor of that cause which he had espoused. He would not allow his soldiers to perplex their heads with those subtleties of fighting by the king's authority against his person, and of obeying his majesty's command, signified by both houses of parliament. He plainly told them, that if he met the king in battle, he would fire a pistol in his face as readily as against any other man. His troop of horse he soon augmented into a regiment, and he first instituted that discipline and inspired that spirit which rendered the parliamentary armies in the end victorious. Your troops, said he to Hampden, according to his own account, are most of them old, decayed serving men and tapsters, and such kind of fellows. The king's forces are composed of gentlemen's younger sons and persons of good quality. And do you think that the mean spirits of such base and low fellows as ours will ever be able to encounter gentlemen that have honor and courage and resolution in them? You must get men of spirit, and take it not ill that I say, of a spirit that is likely to go as far as gentlemen will go, or else I am sure you will still be beaten, as you have hitherto been, in every encounter. He did as he proposed. He enlisted the sons of freeholders and farmers. He carefully invited into his regiment all the zealous fanatics throughout England. When they were collected in a body, their enthusiastic spirit still rose to a higher pitch. Their colonel, from his own natural character, as well as from policy, was sufficiently inclined to increase the flame. He preached, he prayed, he fought, he punished, he rewarded. The wild enthusiasm, together with valor and discipline, still propagated itself, and all men cast their eyes on so pious and so successful a leader. From low commands he rose with great rapidity to be really the first, though in appearance only the second, in the army. By fraud and violence he soon rendered himself the first in the state. In proportion to the increase of his authority, his talents always seemed to expand themselves, and he displayed every day new abilities, which had lain dormant till the very emergence by which they were called forth into action. All Europe stood astonished to see a nation, so turbulent and unruly, who, for some doubtful encroachments on their privileges, had dethroned and murdered an excellent prince, descended from a long line of monarchs, now at last subdued and reduced to slavery by one who, a few years before, was no better than a private gentleman, whose name was not known in the nation, and who was little regarded even in that low sphere to which he had always been confined. The indignation entertained by the people against an authority founded on such manifest usurpation was not so violent as might naturally be expected. Congratulatory addresses, the first of the kind, were made to Cromwell by the fleet, by the army, even by many of the chief corporations and counties of England, but especially by the several congregations of saints dispersed throughout the kingdom. The Royalists, though they could not love the man who had imbrued his hands in the blood of their sovereign, expected more lenity from him than from the jealous and imperious republicans who had hitherto governed. The Presbyterians were pleased to see those men by whom they had been outwitted and expelled, now in their turn expelled and outwitted by their own servant, and they applauded him for this last act of violence upon the Parliament. These two parties composed the bulk of the nation, and kept the people in some tolerable temper. All men likewise, harassed with wars and factions, were glad to see any prospect of settlement, and they deemed it less ignominious to submit to a person of such admirable talents and capacity, than to a few ignoble, enthusiastic hypocrites, who under the name of a republic had reduced them to a cruel subjection. The republicans, being dethroned by Cromwell, were the party whose resentment he had the greatest reason to apprehend. That party, besides the independents, contained two sets of men who are seemingly of the most opposite principles, but who were then united by a similitude of genius and of character. The first and most numerous were the millenarians, or fifth monarchy men, who insisted that, dominion being founded in grace, all distinction in magistracy must be abolished, except what arose from piety and holiness, who expected suddenly the second coming of Christ upon earth, and who pretended that the saints in the meanwhile, that is themselves, were alone entitled to govern. The second were the deists, who had no other object than political liberty, who denied entirely the truth of revelation, and insinuated that all the various sects, so heated against each other, were alike founded in folly and in error. Men of such daring geniuses were not contented with the ancient and legal forms of civil government, but challenged a degree of freedom beyond what they expected ever to enjoy under any monarchy. Martin, Challoner, Harrington, Sidney, Wildman, Neville were esteemed the heads of this small division. The deists were perfectly hated by Cromwell, because he had no hold of enthusiasm by which he could govern or overreach them. He therefore treated them with great rigor and disdain, and usually denominated them the heathens. As the millenarians had a great interest in the army, it was much more important for him to gain their confidence, and their size of understanding afforded him great facility in deceiving them. Of late years, it had been so usual a topic of conversation to discourse of parliaments and councils and senates, and the soldiers themselves had been so much accustomed to enter into that spirit, that Cromwell thought it requisite to establish something which might bear the face of a commonwealth. He supposed that God, in his providence, had thrown the whole right, as well as power, of government into his hands, and without any more ceremony, by the advice of his council of officers, he sent summons to 128 persons of different towns and counties of England, to 5 of Scotland, to 6 of Ireland. He pretended by his sole act and deed to devolve upon these the whole authority of the state. This legislative power they were to exercise during 15 months, and they were afterwards to choose the same number of persons who might succeed them in that high and important office. There were great numbers at that time who made it a principle always to adhere to any power which was uppermost, and to support the established government. This maxim is not peculiar to the people of that age, but what may be esteemed peculiar to them is, that there prevailed a hypocritical phrase for expressing so prudential a conduct. It was called a waiting upon Providence. When Providence, therefore, was so kind as to bestow itself on these men, now assembled together, the supreme authority, they must have been very ungrateful, if in their turn they had been wanting in complaisance towards it. They immediately voted themselves a parliament, and having their own consent, as well as that of Oliver Cromwell, for their legislative authority, they now proceeded very gravely to the exercise of it. In this notable assembly were some persons of the rank of gentlemen, but the far greater part were low mechanics, Fifth Monarchy men, Anabaptists, Antinomians, Independents, the very dregs of the fanatics. They began with seeking God by prayer. This office was performed by 8 or 10 gifted men of the assembly, and with so much success that, according to the confession of all, they had never before, in any of their devotional exercises, enjoyed so much of the Holy Spirit as was then communicated to them. Their hearts were, no doubt, dilated when they considered the high dignity to which they supposed themselves exalted. They had been told by Cromwell, in his first discourse, that he never looked to see such a day when Christ should be so owned. They thought it therefore their duty to proceed to a thorough reformation, and to pave the way for the reign of the Redeemer, and for that great work which, it was expected, the Lord was to bring forth among them. All fanatics, being consecrated by their own fond imaginations, naturally hear an antipathy to the ecclesiastics, who claim a peculiar sanctity, derived merely from their office and priestly character. This parliament took into consideration the abolition of the clerical function, a savouring of popery, and the taking away of tithes, which they called a relic of Judaism. Learning also and the universities were deemed heathenish and unnecessary. The common law was denominated a badge of the conquest and of Norman slavery, and they threatened the lawyers with a total abrogation of their profession. Some steps were even taken towards an abolition of the chancery, the highest court of judicature in the kingdom, and the Mosaical law was intended to be established as the sole system of English jurisprudence. Of all the extraordinary schemes adopted by these legislators, they had not leisure to finish any, except that which established the legal solemnization of marriage by the civil magistrate alone, without the interposition of the clergy. They found themselves exposed to the derision of the public. Among the fanatics of the house there was an active member much noted for his long prayers, sermons, and harangues. He was a leather seller in London. His name, Praise God Barebone. This ridiculous name, which seems to have been chosen by some poet or allegorist to suit so ridiculous a personage, struck the fancy of the people, and they commonly affixed to this assembly the appellation of Barebone's Parliament. The Dutch ambassadors endeavored to enter into negotiation with this parliament; but though Protestants, and even Presbyterians, they met with a bad reception from those who pretended to a sanctity so much superior. The Hollanders were regarded as worldly minded men, intent only on commerce and industry, whom it was fitting the saints should first extirpate, ere they undertook that great work, to which they believed themselves destined by Providence, of subduing Antichrist, the man of sin, and extending to the uttermost bounds of the earth the kingdom of the Redeemer. The ambassadors, finding themselves proscribed, not as enemies of England, but of Christ, remained in astonishment, and knew not which was most to be admired, the implacable spirit or egregious folly of these pretended saints. Cromwell began to be ashamed of his legislature. If he ever had any design in summoning so preposterous an assembly beyond amusing the populace and the army, he had intended to alarm the clergy and lawyers, and he had so far succeeded as to make them desire any other government, which might secure their professions, now brought in danger by these desperate fanatics. Cromwell himself was dissatisfied that the parliament, though they had derived all their authority from him, began to pretend power from the Lord, and to insist already on their divine commission. He had been careful to summon in his writs several persons entirely devoted to him. By concert, these met early, and it was mentioned by some among them that the sitting of this parliament any longer would be of no service to the nation. They hastened therefore to Cromwell, along with Rouse, their speaker, and by a formal deed or assignment restored into his hands that supreme authority which they had so lately received from him. General Harrison and about 20 more remained in the house, and that they might prevent the reign of the saints from coming to an untimely end, they placed one Moyer in the chair, and began to draw up protests. They were soon interrupted by Colonel White, with a party of soldiers. He asked them what they did there. "We are seeking the Lord," said they. "Then you may go elsewhere," replied he, "for to my certain knowledge he has not been here these many years." The military being now, in appearance, as well as in reality, the sole power which prevailed in the nation, Cromwell thought fit to indulge a new fancy, for he seems not to have had any deliberate plan in all these alterations. Lambert, his creature, who, under the appearance of obsequiousness to him, indulged in unbounded ambition, proposed, in a council of officers, to adopt another scheme of government, and to temper the liberty of a commonwealth by the authority of a single person, who should be known by the appellation of Protector. Without delay, he prepared what was called the Instrument of Government, containing the plan of this new legislature; and as it was supposed to be agreeable to the general, it was immediately voted by the council of officers. Cromwell was declared Protector, and with great solemnity installed in that high office. So little were these men endowed with the spirit of legislation, that they confessed, or rather boasted, that they had employed only 4 days in drawing this instrument, by which the whole government of 3 kingdoms was pretended to be regulated and adjusted to all succeeding generations. There appears no difficulty in believing them, when it is considered how crude and undigested a system of civil polity they endeavored to establish. The chief articles of the instrument are these. A council was appointed, which was not to exceed 21, nor be less than 13 persons. These were to enjoy their office during life or good behavior, and in case of a vacancy, the remaining members named 3, of whom the Protector chose 1. The Protector was appointed supreme magistrate of the Commonwealth. In his name was all justice to be administered. From him were all magistracy and honors derived. He had the power of pardoning all crimes, excepting murder and treason. To him the benefit of all forfeitures devolved. The right of peace, war, and alliance rested in him, but in these particulars he was to act by the advice and with the consent of his council. The power of the sword was vested in the Protector jointly with the Parliament while it was sitting, or with the Council of State in the intervals. He was obliged to summon a parliament every 3 years, and allow them to sit 5 months, without adjournment, prorogation, or dissolution. The bills which they passed were to be presented to the Protector for his assent. But if within 20 days it were not obtained, they were to become laws by the authority alone of Parliament. A standing army for Great Britain and Ireland was established, of 20,000 foot and 10,000 horse, and funds were assigned for their support. These were not to be diminished without consent of the Protector, and in this article alone he assumed a negative. During the intervals of Parliament, the Protector and Council had the power of enacting laws, which were to be valid till the next meeting of Parliament. The Chancellor, Treasurer, Admiral, Chief Governors of Ireland and Scotland, and the Chief Justices of both the benches, must be chosen with the approbation of Parliament, and in the intervals with the approbation of the Council, to be afterwards ratified by Parliament. The Protector was to enjoy his office during life, and on his death the place was immediately to be supplied by the Council. This was the instrument of government enacted by the Council of Officers, and solemnly sworn to by Oliver Cromwell. The Council of State named by the instrument were 15, men entirely devoted to the Protector, and by reason of the opposition among themselves in party and in principles, not ever likely to combine against him. End of section 54, chapter 61, part 1. Recording by Greg Golding, Georgetown, Ontario, Canada. Section 55 of Volume 1E of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Golding. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1E, Section 55, Chapter 61, Part 2. Cromwell said that he accepted the dignity of Protector merely that he might exert the duty of a constable, and preserve peace in the nation. Affairs indeed were brought to that pass by the furious animosities of the several factions, that the extensive authority and even arbitrary power of some first magistrate was become a necessary evil, in order to keep the people from relapsing into blood and confusion. The Independents were too small a party ever to establish a popular government, or entrust the nation, where they had so little interest, with the free choice of its representatives. The Presbyterians had adopted the violent maxims of persecution, incompatible at all times with the peace of society, much more with the wild zeal of those numerous sects which prevailed among the people. The Royalists were so much enraged by the injuries which they had suffered, that the other prevailing parties would never submit to them, who, they knew, were enabled, merely by the execution of the ancient laws, to take severe vengeance upon them. Had Cromwell been guilty of no crime but this temporary usurpation, the plea of necessity and public good, which he alleged, might be allowed, in every view, a reasonable excuse for his conduct. During the variety of ridiculous and distracted scenes which the civil government exhibited in England, the military force was exerted with vigor, conduct, and unanimity, and never did the kingdom appear more formidable to all foreign nations. The English fleet, consisting of 100 sail, and commanded by Monk and Dean, and under them by Penn and Lawson, met near the coast of Flanders with the Dutch fleet, equally numerous, and commanded by Tromp. The two republics were not inflamed by any national antipathy, and their interests very little interfered, yet few battles have been disputed with more fierce and obstinate courage, than were those many naval combats which were fought during this short but violent war. The desire of remaining sole lords of the ocean animated these states to an honorable emulation against each other. After a battle of 2 days, in the first of which Dean was killed, the Dutch, inferior in the size of their ships, were obliged with great loss to retire into their harbors. Blake, towards the end of the fight, joined his countrymen with 18 sail. The English fleet lay off the coast of Holland, and totally interrupted the commerce of that republic. The ambassadors whom the Dutch had sent over to England gave them hopes of peace, but as they could obtain no cessation of hostilities, the states, unwilling to suffer any longer the loss and dishonor of being blockaded by the enemy, made the utmost efforts to recover their injured honor. Never on any occasion did the power and vigor of that republic appear in a more conspicuous light. In a few weeks they had repaired and manned their fleet, and they equipped some ships of a larger size than any which they had hitherto sent to sea. Tromp issued out, determined again to fight the victors, and to die rather than yield the contest. He met with the enemy, commanded by Monk, and both sides immediately rushed into the combat. Tromp, gallantly animating his men, with his sword drawn, was shot through the heart with a musket ball. This event alone decided the battle in favor of the English. Though near 30 ships of the Dutch were sunk and taken, they little regarded the loss, compared with that of their brave admiral. Meanwhile, the negotiations of peace were continually advancing. The states, overwhelmed with the expense of the war, terrified by their losses, and mortified by their defeats, were extremely desirous of an accommodation with an enemy whom they found by experience too powerful for them. The king having shown an inclination to serve on board their fleet, though they expressed their sense of the honor intended them, they declined an offer which might inflame the quarrel with the English Commonwealth. The great obstacle to the peace was found not to be any animosity on the part of the English, but, on the contrary, a desire too earnest of union and confederacy. Cromwell had revived the chimerical scheme of a coalition with the United Provinces, a total conjunction of government, privileges, interests, and councils. This project appeared so wild to the states, that they wondered any man of sense could ever entertain it, and they refused to enter into conferences with regard to a proposal which could serve only to delay any practicable scheme of accommodation. The peace was at last signed by Cromwell, now invested with the dignity of protector, and it proves sufficiently that the war had been impolitic, since, after the most signal victories, no terms more advantageous could be obtained. A defensive league was made between the two republics. They agreed, each of them, to banish the enemies of the other. Those who had been concerned in the massacre of Amboyna were to be punished, if any remained alive. The honor of the flag was yielded to the English. 85,000 pounds were stipulated to be paid by the Dutch East India Company for losses which the English company had sustained, and the island of Polerone, in the East Indies, was promised to be ceded to the latter. Cromwell, jealous of the connections between the royal family and that of Orange, insisted on a separate article, that neither the young prince nor any of his family should ever be invested with the dignity of stadtholder. The province of Holland, strongly prejudiced against that office, which they esteemed dangerous to liberty, secretly ratified this article. The protector, knowing that the other provinces would not be induced to make such a concession, was satisfied with this security. The Dutch war, being successful, and the peace reasonable, brought credit to Cromwell's administration. An act of justice, which he exercised at home, gave likewise satisfaction to the people, though the regularity of it may perhaps appear somewhat doubtful. Don Pantaleon, brother to the Portuguese ambassador, and joined with him in the same commission, fancying himself to be insulted, came upon the exchange, armed and attended by several servants. By mistake he fell on a gentleman whom he took for the person that had given him the offence, and having butchered him with many wounds, he and all his attendants took shelter in the house of the Portuguese ambassador, who had connived at this base enterprise. The populace surrounded the house and threatened to set fire to it. Cromwell sent a guard, who seized all the criminals. They were brought to trial, and notwithstanding the opposition of the ambassador, who pleaded the privileges of his office, Don Pantaleon was executed on Tower Hill. The laws of nations were here plainly violated, but the crime committed by the Portuguese gentleman was to the last degree atrocious, and the vigorous chastisement of it, suiting so well the undaunted character of Cromwell, was universally approved of at home, and admired among foreign nations. The situation of Portugal obliged that court to acquiesce, and the ambassador soon after signed with the protector a treaty of peace and alliance, which was very advantageous to the English commerce. Another act of severity, but necessary in his situation, was, at the very same time, exercised by the protector, in the capital punishment of Gerard and Vowel, 2 royalists, who were accused of conspiring against his life. He had erected a high court of justice for their trial, an infringement of the ancient laws which at this time was become familiar, but one to which no custom or precedent could reconcile the nation. Juries were found altogether unmanageable. The restless Lilburne, for new offences, had been brought to a new trial, and had been acquitted with new triumph and exultation. If no other method of conviction had been devised during this illegal and unpopular government, all its enemies were assured of entire impunity. The Protector had occasion to observe the prejudices entertained against his government by the disposition of the parliament, which he summoned on the 3rd of September, that day of the year on which he gained his two great victories of Dunbar and Worcester, and which he always regarded as fortunate for him. It must be confessed that, if we are left to gather Cromwell's intentions from his instrument of government, it is such a motley piece that we cannot easily conjecture whether he seriously meant to establish a tyranny or a republic. On one hand, a first magistrate in so extensive a government seemed necessary both for the dignity and tranquillity of the state, and the authority which he assumed as protector was, in some respects, inferior to the prerogatives which the laws entrusted and still entrust to the king. On the other hand, the legislative power which he reserved to himself and council, together with so great an army, independent of the parliament, were bad prognostics of his intention to submit to a civil and legal constitution. But if this were not his intention, the method in which he distributed and conducted the elections, being so favorable to liberty, form an inconsistency which is not easily accounted for. He deprived of their right of election all the small boroughs, the places most exposed to influence and corruption. Of 400 members which represented England, 270 were chosen by the counties. The rest were elected by London and the more considerable corporations. The lower populace too, so easily guided or deceived, were excluded from the elections. An estate of £200 value was necessary to entitle any one to a vote. The elections of this parliament were conducted with perfect freedom, and excepting that such of the royalists as had borne arms against the parliament and all their sons were excluded, a more fair representation of the people could not be desired or expected. 30 members were returned from Scotland, as many from Ireland. The Protector seems to have been disappointed when he found that all these precautions, which were probably nothing but covers to his ambition, had not procured him the confidence of the public. Though Cromwell's administration was less odious to every party than that of any other party, yet was it entirely acceptable to none. The Royalists had been instructed by the king to remain quiet, and to cover themselves under the appearance of republicans, and they found in this latter faction such inveterate hatred against the Protector that they could not wish for more zealous adversaries to his authority. It was maintained by them that the pretence of liberty and a popular election was but a new artifice of this great deceiver, in order to lay asleep the deluded nation, and give himself leisure rivet their chains more securely upon them. That in the instrument of government he openly declared his intention of still retaining the same mercenary army, by whose assistance he had subdued the ancient established government, and who would with less scruple obey him in overturning, whenever he should please to order them, that new system which he himself had been pleased to model, that being sensible of the danger and uncertainty of all military government, he endeavored to intermix some appearance, and but an appearance, of civil administration, and to balance the army by a seeming consent of the people. That the absurd trial which he had made of a parliament elected by himself, appointed perpetually to elect their successors, plainly proved that he aimed at nothing but temporary expedients, was totally averse to a free republican government, and possessed not that mature and deliberate reflection which could qualify him to act the part of a legislator. That his imperious character, which had betrayed itself in so many incidents, could never seriously submit to legal limitations, nor would the very image of popular government be longer upheld than while conformable to his arbitrary will and pleasure, and that the best policy was to oblige him to take off the mask at once, and either submit entirely to that parliament which he had summoned, or by totally rejecting its authority, leave himself no resource but in his seditious and enthusiastic army. In prosecution of these views, the parliament, having heard the Protector's speech, 3 hours long, and having chosen Lenthal for their speaker, immediately entered into a discussion of the pretended instrument of government, and of that authority which Cromwell, by the title of Protector, had assumed over the nation. The greatest liberty was used in arranging this new dignity, and even the personal character and conduct of Cromwell escaped not without censure. The utmost that could be obtained by the officers and by the court party, for so they were called, was to protract the debate by arguments and long speeches, and prevent the decision of a question which, they were sensible, would be carried against them by a great majority. The Protector, surprised and enraged at this refractory spirit in the parliament, which, however, he had so much reason to expect, sent for them to the Painted Chamber, and with an air of great authority inveighed against their conduct. He told them that nothing could be more absurd than for them to dispute his title, since the same instrument of government which made them a parliament had invested him with a protectorship; that some points in the new constitution were supposed to be fundamentals, and were not, on any pretence, to be altered or disputed; that among these were the government of the nation by a single person and a parliament, their joint authority over the army and militia, the succession of new parliaments, and liberty of conscience; and that, with regard to these particulars, there was reserved to him a negative voice, to which, in the other circumstances of government, he confessed himself nowise entitled. The protector now found the necessity of exacting a security, which, had he foreseen the spirit of the house, he would with better grace have required at their first meeting. He obliged the members to sign a recognition of his authority, and an engagement not to propose or consent to any alteration in the government, as it was settled in a single person and a parliament; and he placed guards at the door of the house, who allowed none but subscribers to enter. Most of the members, after some hesitation, submitted to this condition, but retained the same refractory spirit which they had discovered in their first debates. The instrument of government was taken in pieces, and examined, article by article, with the most scrupulous accuracy. Very free topics were advanced with the general approbation of the house; and during the whole course of their proceedings, they neither sent up one bill to the protector, nor took any notice of him. Being informed that conspiracies were entered into between the members and some malcontent officers, he hastened to the discussion of so dangerous an assembly. By the instrument of government, to which he had sworn, no parliament could be dissolved till it had sitten 5 months. But Cromwell pretended that a month contained only 28 days, according to the method of computation practised in paying the fleet and army. The full time, therefore, according to this reckoning, being elapsed, the parliament was ordered to attend the protector, who made them a tedious, confused, angry harangue, and dismissed them. Were we to judge of Cromwell's capacity by this, and indeed by all his other compositions, we should be apt to entertain no very favorable idea of it. But in the great variety of human geniuses, there are some which, though they see their object clearly and distinctly in general, yet, when they come to unfold its parts by discourse or writing, lose that luminous conception which they had before attained. All accounts agree in ascribing to Cromwell a tiresome, dark, unintelligible elocution, even when he had no intention to disguise his meaning. Yet no man's actions were ever in such variety of difficult incidents more decisive and judicious. The electing of a discontented parliament is a proof of a discontented nation. The angry and abrupt dissolution of that parliament is always sure to increase the general discontent. The members of this assembly, returning to their counties, propagated that spirit of mutiny which they had exerted in the house. Sir Harry Vane and the old republicans, who maintained the indissoluble authority of the Long Parliament, encouraged the murmurs against the present usurpation, though they acted so cautiously as to give the protector no handle against them. Wildman and some others of that party carried still further their conspiracies against the protector's authority. The royalists, observing this general ill will towards the establishment, could no longer be retained in subjection, but fancied that every one who was dissatisfied like them had also embraced the same views and inclinations. They did not consider that the old parliamentary party, though many of them were displeased with Cromwell, who had dispossessed them of their power, were still more apprehensive of any success to the royal cause, whence, besides a certain prospect of the same consequence, they had so much reason to dread the severest vengeance for their past transgressions. In concert with the king, a conspiracy was entered into by the royalists throughout England, and a day of general rising appointed. Information of this design was conveyed to Cromwell. The protector's administration was extremely vigilant. Thurlow, his secretary, had spies everywhere. Manning, who had access to the king's family, kept a regular correspondence with him, and it was not difficult to obtain intelligence of a confederacy so generally diffused, among a party who valued themselves more on zeal and courage than on secrecy and sobriety. Many of the royalists were thrown into prison. Others, on the approach of the day, were terrified with the danger of the undertaking, and remained at home. In one place alone the conspiracy broke into action. Penruddock, Groves, Jones, and other gentlemen of the West, entered Salisbury with about 200 horse, at the very time when the sheriff and judges were holding the assizes. These they made prisoners, and they proclaimed the king. Contrary to their expectations, they received no accession of force, so prevalent was the terror of the established government. Having in vain wandered about for some time, they were totally discouraged, and one troop of horse was able at last to suppress them. The leaders of the conspiracy, being taken prisoners, were capitally punished. The rest were sold for slaves and transported to Barbados. The easy subduing of this insurrection, which, by the boldness of the undertaking, struck at first a great terror into the nation, was a singular felicity to the Protector, who could not, without danger, have brought together any considerable body of his mutinous army in order to suppress it. The very insurrection itself he regarded as a fortunate event, since it proved the reality of those conspiracies which his enemies on every occasion represented as mere fictions, invented to color his tyrannical severities. He resolved to keep no longer any terms with the royalists, who, though they were not perhaps the most implacable of his enemies, were those whom he could oppress under the most plausible pretences, and who met with least countenance and protection from his adherents. He issued an edict, with the consent of his council, for exacting the 10th penny from that whole party, in order, as he pretended, to make them pay the expenses to which their mutinous disposition continually exposed the public. Without regard to compositions, articles of capitulation, or acts of indemnity, all the royalists, however harassed with former oppressions, were obliged anew to redeem themselves by great sums of money, and many of them were reduced by these multiplied disasters to extreme poverty. Whoever was known to be disaffected, or even lay under any suspicion, though no guilt could be proved against him, was exposed to the new exaction. End of Section 55, Chapter 61, Part 2. Recording by Greg Golding, Georgetown, Ontario, Canada. Section 56 of Volume 1E of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Golding. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1E, Section 56, Chapter 61, Part 3. In order to raise this imposition, which commonly passed by the name of decimation, the Protector instituted 12 major generals, and divided the whole kingdom of England into so many military jurisdictions. These men, assisted by commissioners, had power to subject whom they pleased to decimation, to levy all the taxes imposed by the Protector and his council, and to imprison any person who should be exposed to their jealousy or suspicion. Nor was there any appeal from them but to the Protector himself and his council. Under color of these powers, which were sufficiently exorbitant, the major generals exercised an authority still more arbitrary, and acted as if absolute masters of the property and person of every subject. All reasonable men now concluded that the very mask of liberty was thrown aside, and that the nation was forever subjected to military and despotic government, exercised not in the legal manner of European nations, but according to the maxims of Eastern tyranny. Not only the supreme magistrate owed his authority to illegal force and usurpation, he had parcelled out the people into so many subdivisions of slavery, and had delegated to his inferior ministers the same unlimited authority which he himself had so violently assumed. A government totally military and despotic is almost sure, after some time, to fall into impotence and languor. But when it immediately succeeds a legal constitution, it may, at first, to foreign nations, appear very vigorous and active, and may exert with more unanimity that power, spirit, and riches which had been acquired under a better form. It seems now proper, after so long an interval, to look abroad to the general state of Europe, and to consider the measures which England at this time embraced in its negotiations with the neighboring princes. The moderate temper and unwarlike genius of the last two princes, the extreme difficulties under which they labored at home, and the great security which they enjoyed from foreign enemies, had rendered them negligent of the transactions on the continent; and England, during their reigns, had been, in a manner, overlooked in the general system of Europe. The bold and restless genius of the Protector led him to extend his alliances and enterprises to every part of Christendom; and partly from the ascendant of his magnanimous spirit, partly from the situation of foreign kingdoms, the weight of England, even under its most legal and bravest princes, was never more sensibly felt than during this unjust and violent usurpation. A war of 30 years, the most signal and most destructive that had appeared in modern annals, was at last finished in Germany, and by the Treaty of Westphalia were composed those fatal quarrels which had been excited by the Palatine's precipitate acceptance of the crown of Bohemia. The young Palatine was restored to part of his dignities and of his dominions. The rights, privileges, and authority of the several members of the Germanic body were fixed and ascertained. Sovereign princes and free states were in some degree reduced to obedience under laws, and by the valor of the heroic Gustavus, the enterprises of the active Richelieu, the intrigues of the artful Mazarin, was in part effected, after an infinite expense of blood and treasure, which had been fondly expected and loudly demanded from the feeble efforts of the pacific James, seconded by the scanty supplies of his jealous parliaments. Sweden, which had acquired by conquest large dominions in the north of Germany, was engaged in enterprises which promised her, from her success and valor, still more extensive acquisitions on the side both of Poland and of Denmark. Charles X., who had mounted the throne of that kingdom after the voluntary resignation of Christina, being stimulated by the fame of Gustavus, as well as by his own martial disposition, carried his conquering arms to the south of the Baltic, and gained the celebrated battle of Warsaw, which had been obstinately disputed during the space of 3 days. The Protector, at the time his alliance was courted by every power in Europe, anxiously courted the alliance of Sweden, and he was fond of forming a confederacy with a Protestant power of such renown, even though it threatened the whole north with conquest and subjection. The transactions of the parliament and protector with France had been various and complicated. The emissaries of Richelieu had furnished fuel to the flame of rebellion when it first broke out in Scotland; but after the conflagration had diffused itself, the French court, observing the materials to be of themselves sufficiently combustible, found it unnecessary any longer to animate the British malcontents to an opposition of their sovereign. On the contrary, they offered their mediation for composing these intestine disorders, and their ambassadors, from decency, pretended to act in concert with the court of England, and to receive directions from a prince with whom their master was connected by so near an affinity. Meanwhile Richelieu died, and soon after him the French king, Louis XIII., leaving his son, an infant 4 years old, and his widow, Anne of Austria, regent of the kingdom. Cardinal Mazarin succeeded Richelieu in the ministry, and the same general plan of policy, though by men of such opposite characters, was still continued in the French councils. The establishment of royal authority, the reduction of the Austrian family, were pursued with ardor and success, and every year brought an accession of force and grandeur to the French monarchy. Not only battles were won, towns and fortresses taken, the genius too of the nation seemed gradually to improve, and to compose itself to the spirit of dutiful obedience and of steady enterprise. A Condé, a Turenne were formed, and the troops, animated by their valor and guided by their discipline, acquired every day a greater ascendant over the Spaniards. All of a sudden, from some intrigues of the court, and some discontents in the courts of judicature, intestine commotions were excited, and everything relapsed into confusion. But these rebellions of the French, neither ennobled by the spirit of liberty, nor disgraced by the fanatical extravagances which distinguished the British civil wars, were conducted with little bloodshed, and made but a small impression on the minds of the people. Though seconded by the force of Spain, and conducted by the Prince of Condé, the malcontents in a little time were either expelled or subdued, and the French monarchy, having lost a few of its conquests, returned with fresh vigor to the acquisition of new dominion. The Queen of England and her son Charles, during these commotions, passed most of their time at Paris, and notwithstanding their near connection of blood, received but few civilities, and still less support, from the French court. Had the Queen Regent been ever so much inclined to assist the English prince, the disorders of her own affairs would, for a long time, have rendered such intentions impracticable. The banished queen had a moderate pension assigned her, but it was so ill paid, and her credit ran so low, that one morning, when the Cardinal de Retz waited on her, she informed him that her daughter, the Princess Henrietta, was obliged to lie abed for want of a fire to warm her. To such a condition was reduced, in the midst of Paris, a Queen of England, and daughter of Henry IV. of France. The English parliament, however, having assumed the sovereignty of the state, resented the countenance, cold as it was, which the French court gave to the unfortunate monarch. On pretence of injuries of which the English merchants complained, they issued letters of reprisal upon the French, and Blake went so far as to attack and seize a whole squadron of ships which were carrying supplies to Dunkirk, then closely besieged by the Spaniards. That town, disappointed of these supplies, fell into the hands of the enemy. The French ministers soon found it necessary to change their measures. They treated Charles with such affected indifference, that he thought it more decent to withdraw, and prevent the indignity of being desired to leave the kingdom. He went first to Spa, thence he retired to Cologne, where he lived 2 years on a small pension, about £6,000 a year, paid him by the court of France, and on some contributions sent him by his friends in England. In the management of his family, he discovered a disposition to order and economy, and his temper, cheerful, careless, and sociable, was more than a sufficient compensation for that empire of which his enemies had bereaved him. Sir Edward Hyde, created Lord Chancellor, and the Marquis of Ormond were his chief friends and confidants. If the French ministry had thought it prudent to bend under the English parliament, they deemed it still more necessary to pay deference to the Protector when he assumed the reins of government. Cardinal Mazarin, by whom all the councils of France were directed, was artful and vigilant, supple and patient, false and intriguing, desirous rather to prevail by dexterity than violence, and placing his honor more in the final success of his measures, than in the splendor and magnanimity of the means which he employed. Cromwell, by his imperious character, rather than by the advantage of his situation, acquired an ascendant over this man, and every proposal made by the Protector, however unreasonable in itself, and urged with whatever insolence, met with a ready compliance from the politic and timid cardinal. Bordeaux was sent over to England as minister, and all circumstances of respect were paid to the daring usurper, who had imbrued his hands in the blood of his sovereign, a prince so nearly related to the royal family of France. With indefatigable patience did Bordeaux conduct his negotiation, which Cromwell seemed entirely to neglect, and though privateers with English commission committed daily depredations on the French commerce, Mazarin was content, in hopes of a fortunate issue, still to submit to these indignities. The court of Spain, less connected with the unfortunate royal family, and reduced to greater distress than the French monarchy, had been still more forward in her advances to the prosperous parliament and protector. Don Alonso de Cardenas, the Spanish envoy, was the first public minister who recognized the authority of the new republic, and in return for this civility, Ascham was sent envoy to Spain by the parliament. No sooner had this minister arrived in Madrid than some of the banished royalists, inflamed by that inveterate hatred which animated the English factions, broke into his chamber and murdered him together with his secretary. Immediately they took sanctuary in the churches, and, assisted by the general favor which everywhere attended the royal cause, were enabled, most of them, to make their escape. Only one of the criminals suffered death, and the parliament seemed to rest satisfied with this atonement. Spain at this time, assailed everywhere by vigorous enemies from without, and laboring under many internal disorders, retained nothing of her former grandeur, except the haughty pride of her councils, and the hatred and jealousy of her neighbors. Portugal had rebelled, and established her monarchy in the house of Braganza. Catalonia, complaining of violated privileges, had revolted to France. Naples was shaken with popular convulsions. The Low Countries were invaded with superior forces, and seemed ready to change their master. The Spanish infantry, anciently so formidable, had been annihilated by Condé in the fields of Rocroi, and though the same prince banished France, sustained by his activity and valor the falling fortunes of Spain, he could only hope to protract, not prevent, the ruin with which that monarchy was visibly threatened. Had Cromwell understood and regarded the interests of his country, he would have supported the declining condition of Spain against the dangerous ambition of France, and preserved that balance of power on which the greatness and security of England so much depend. Had he studied only his own interests, he would have maintained an exact neutrality between those great monarchies; nor would he have hazarded his ill-acquired and unsettled power by provoking foreign enemies who might lend assistance to domestic faction, and overturn his tottering throne. But his magnanimity undervalued danger. His active disposition and avidity of extensive glory made him incapable of repose. and as the policy of men is continually warped by their temper, no sooner was peace made with Holland, than he began to deliberate what new enemy he should invade with his victorious arms. The extensive empire and yet extreme weakness of Spain in the West Indies, the vigorous courage and great naval power of England, were circumstances which, when compared, excited the ambition of the enterprising protector, and made him hope that he might, by some gainful conquest, render forever illustrious that dominion which he had assumed over his country. Should he fail of these durable acquisitions, the Indian treasures, which must every year across the ocean to reach Spain, were, he thought, a sure prey to the English navy, and would support his military force without his laying new burdens on the discontented people. From France a vigorous resistance must be expected. No plunder, no conquest could be hoped for. The progress of his arms, even if attended with success, must there be slow and gradual, and the advantages acquired, however real, would be less striking to the multitude, whom it was his interest to allure. The royal family, so closely connected with the French monarch, might receive great assistance from that neighboring kingdom, and an army of French Protestants landed in England would be able, he dreaded, to unite the most opposite factions against the present usurpation. These motives of policy were probably seconded by his bigoted prejudices, as no human mind ever contained so strange a mixture of sagacity and absurdity as that of this extraordinary personage. The Swedish alliance, though much contrary to the interests of England, he had contracted merely from his zeal for Protestantism, and Sweden being closely connected with France, he could not hope to maintain that confederacy, in which he so much prided himself, should a rupture ensue between England and this latter kingdom. The Huguenots, he expected, would meet with better treatment while he engaged in a close union with their sovereign; and as the Spaniards were much more papists than the French, were much more exposed to the old puritanical hatred, and had even erected the bloody tribunal of the Inquisition, whose rigors they had refused to mitigate on Cromwell's solicitation, he hoped that a holy and meritorious war with such idolaters could not fail of a protection from heaven. A preacher, likewise, inspired as was supposed by a prophetic spirit, bid him go and prosper, calling him a stone cut out of the mountains, without hands, that would break the pride of the Spaniard, crush Antichrist, and make way for the purity of the gospel over the whole world. Actuated equally by these bigoted, these ambitious, and these interested motives, the Protector equipped 2 considerable squadrons, and while he was making those preparations, the neighboring states, ignorant of his intentions, remained in suspense, and looked with anxious expectation on what side the storm should discharge itself. One of these squadrons, consisting of 30 capital ships, was sent into the Mediterranean under Blake, whose fame was now spread over Europe. No English fleet, except during the Crusades, had ever before sailed in those seas, and from one extremity to the other there was no naval force, Christian or Mahometan, able to resist them. The Roman pontiff, whose weakness and whose pride equally provoked attacks, dreaded invasion from a power which professed the most inveterate enmity against him, and which so little regulated its movements by the usual motives of interest and prudence. Blake, casting anchor before Leghorn, demanded and obtained from the Duke of Tuscany reparation for some losses which the English commerce had formerly sustained from him. He next sailed to Algiers, and compelled the Dey to make peace, and to restrain his piratical subjects from further violences on the English. He presented himself before Tunis, and having there made the same demands, the Dey of that republic bade him look to the castles of Porto Farino and Goletta, and to do his utmost. Blake needed not to be roused by such a bravado. He drew his ships close up to the castles, and tore them in pieces with his artillery. He sent a numerous detachment of sailors in their longboats into the harbor, and burned every ship which lay there. This bold action, which its very temerity perhaps rendered safe, was executed with little loss, and filled all that part of the world with the renown of English valor. The other squadron was not equally successful. It was commanded by Penn, and carried on board 4,000 men under the command of Venables. About 5,000 more joined them from Barbados and St. Christopher's. Both these officers were inclined to the king's service, and it is pretended that Cromwell was obliged to hurry the soldiers on board, in order to prevent the execution of a conspiracy which had been formed among them in favor of the exiled family. The ill success of this enterprise may justly be ascribed as much to the injudicious schemes of the Protector who planned it, as to the bad execution of the officers by whom it was conducted. The soldiers were the refuse of the whole army. The forces enlisted in the West Indies were the most profligate of mankind. Penn and Venables were of incompatible tempers. The troops were not furnished with arms fit for such an expedition. Their provisions were defective both in quantity and quality. All hopes of pillage, the best incentive to valor among such men, were refused the soldiers and seamen. No directions or intelligence were given to conduct the officers in their enterprise, and at the same time they were tied down to follow the advice of commissioners, who disconcerted them in all their projects. It was agreed by the admiral in general to attempt St. Domingo, the only place of strength in the island of Hispaniola. On the approach of the English, the Spaniards in affright deserted their houses and fled into the woods. Contrary to the opinion of Venables, the soldiers were disembarked without guides 10 leagues distant from the town. They wandered 4 days through the woods without provisions, and was still more intolerable in that sultry climate, without water. The Spaniards recovered spirit and attacked them. The English, discouraged with the bad conduct of their officers, and scarcely alive from hunger, thirst, and fatigue, were unable to resist. An inconsiderable number of the enemy put the whole army to rout, killed 600 of them, and chased the rest on board their vessels. The English commanders, in order to atone as much as possible for this unprosperous attempt, bent their course to Jamaica, which was surrendered to them without a blow. Penn and Venables returned to England, and were both of them sent to the Tower by the Protector, who, though commonly master of his fiery temper, was thrown into a violent passion at this disappointment. He had made a conquest of greater importance than he was himself at that time aware of, yet was it much inferior to the vast projects which he had formed. He gave orders, however, to support it by men and money, and that island has ever since remained in the hands of the English, the chief acquisition which they owe to the enterprising spirit of Cromwell. As soon as the news of this expedition, which was an unwarrantable violation of treaty, arrived in Europe, the Spaniards declared war against England, and seized all the ships and goods of English merchants, of which they could make themselves masters. The commerce with Spain, so profitable to the English, was cut off, and near 1,500 vessels, it is computed, fell in a few years into the hands of the enemy. Blake, to whom Montague was now joined in command, after receiving new orders, prepared himself for hostilities against the Spaniards. Several sea officers, having entertained scruples of conscience with regard to the justice of the Spanish war, threw up their commissions and retired. No commands, they thought, of their superiors could justify a war which was contrary to the principles of natural equity, and which the civil magistrate had no right to order. Individuals, they maintained, in resigning to the public their natural liberty, could bestow on it only what they themselves were possessed of, a right of performing lawful actions, and could invest it with no authority of commanding what is contrary to the decrees of heaven. Such maxims, though they seem reasonable, are perhaps too perfect for human nature, and must be regarded as one effect, though of the most innocent and even honorable kind, of that spirit, partly fanatical, partly republican, which predominated in England. End of section 56, chapter 61, part 3. Recording by Greg Golding, Georgetown, Ontario, Canada. Section 57 of Volume 1E of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Golding. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1E, Section 57, Chapter 61, Part 4. Blake lay some time off Cadiz, in expectation of intercepting the Plate fleet, but was at last obliged, for want of water, to make sail towards Portugal. Captain Stainer, whom he had left on the coast with a squadron of 7 vessels, came in sight of the galleons, and immediately set sail to pursue them. The Spanish admiral ran his ship ashore. 2 others followed his example. The English took 2 ships, valued at near 2 millions of pieces of 8. 2 galleons were set on fire, and the Marquis of Badajoz, Viceroy of Peru, with his wife and his daughter, betrothed to the young Duke of Medinaceli, were destroyed in them. The Marquis himself might have escaped, but seeing these unfortunate women, astonished with the danger, fall in a swoon and perish in the flames, he rather chose to die with them than drag out a life embittered with the remembrance of such dismal scenes. When the treasures gained by this enterprise arrived at Portsmouth, the Protector, from a spirit of ostentation, ordered them to be transported by land to London. The next action against the Spaniards was more honorable, though less profitable, to the nation. Blake, having heard that a Spanish fleet of 16 ships, much richer than the former, had taken shelter in the Canaries, immediately made sail towards them. He found them in the Bay of Santa Cruz, disposed in a formidable posture. The bay was secured with a strong castle, well provided with cannon, besides 7 forts in several parts of it, all united by a line of communication, manned with musketeers. Don Diego de Agues, the Spanish admiral, ordered all his smaller vessels to moor close to the shore, and posted the larger galleons farther off at anchor, with their broadsides to the sea. Blake was rather animated than daunted with this appearance. The wind seconded his courage, and blowing full into the bay, in a moment brought him among the thickest of his enemies. After a resistance of 4 hours, the Spaniards yielded to English valor, and abandoned their ships, which were set on fire and consumed with all their treasure. The greatest danger still remained to the English. They lay under the fire of the castle and all the forts, which must in a little time have torn them to pieces. But the wind, suddenly shifting, carried them out of the bay, where they left the Spaniards in astonishment at the happy temerity of their audacious victors. This was the last and greatest action of the gallant Blake. He was consumed with the dropsy and scurvy, and hastened home, that he might yield up his breath in his native country, which he had so much adorned by his valor. As he came within sight of land, he expired. Never man, so zealous for a faction, was so much respected and esteemed even by the opposite factions. He was by principle an inflexible republican, and the late usurpations, amidst all the trust and caresses which he received from the ruling powers, were thought to be very little grateful to him. It is still our duty, he said to the seamen, to fight for our country, into what hands soever the government may fall. Disinterested, generous, liberal, ambitious only of true glory, dreadful only to his avowed enemies, he forms one of the most perfect characters of the age, and the least stained with those errors and violences which were then so predominant. The Protector ordered him a pompous funeral to public charge, but the tears of his countrymen were the most honorable panegyric on his memory. The conduct of the Protector in foreign affairs, though imprudent and impolitic, was full of vigor and enterprise, and drew a consideration to his country, which since the reign of Elizabeth it seemed to have totally lost. The great mind of this successful usurper was intent on spreading the renown of the English nation, and while he struck mankind with astonishment at his extraordinary fortune, he seemed to ennoble instead of debasing that people whom he had reduced to subjection. It was his boast that he would render the name of an Englishman as much feared and revered as ever was that of a Roman, and as his countrymen found some reality in these pretensions, their national vanity, being gratified, made them bear with more patience all the indignities and calamities under which they labored. It must also be acknowledged that the Protector, in his civil and domestic administration, displayed as great regard both to justice and clemency as his usurped authority, derived from no law, and founded only on the sword, could possibly permit. All the chief offices in the courts of judicature were filled with men of integrity, amidst the virulence of faction. The decrees of the judges were upright and impartial, and to every man but himself, and to himself, except where necessity required the contrary, the law was the great rule of conduct and behavior. Vane and Lilburne, whose credit with the republicans and levellers he dreaded, were indeed for some time confined to prison. Coney, who refused to pay illegal taxes, was obliged by menaces to depart from his obstinacy. High courts of justice were erected to try those who had engaged in conspiracies and insurrections against the Protector's authority, and whom he could not safely commit to the verdict of juries. But these irregularities were deemed inevitable consequences of his illegal authority, and though often urged by his officers, as is pretended, to attempt a general massacre of the royalists, he always with horror rejected such sanguinary counsels. In the army was laid the sole basis of the Protector's power, and in managing it consisted the chief art and delicacy of his government. The soldiers were held in exact discipline, a policy which both accustomed them to obedience and made them less hateful and burdensome to the people. He augmented their pay, though the public necessities sometimes obliged him to run in arrears to them. Their interests, they were sensible, were closely connected with those of their general and protector; and he entirely commanded their affectionate regard, by his abilities and success in almost every enterprise which he had hitherto undertaken. But all military government is precarious, much more where it stands in opposition to civil establishments, and still more where it encounters religious prejudices. By the wild fanaticism which he had nourished in the soldiers, he had seduced them into measures, for which, if openly proposed to them, they would have entertained the utmost aversion. But this same spirit rendered them more difficult to be governed, and made their caprices terrible even to that hand which directed their movements. So often taught that the office of king was a usurpation upon Christ, they were apt to suspect a protector not to be altogether compatible with that divine authority. Harrison, though raised to the highest dignity and possessed of Cromwell's confidence, became his most inveterate enemy as soon as the authority of a single person was established, against which that usurper had always made such violent protestations. Overton, Rich, Okey, officers of rank in the army, were actuated with like principles, and Cromwell was obliged to deprive them of their commissions. Their influence, which was before thought unbounded among the troops, seemed from that moment to be totally annihilated. The more effectually to curb the enthusiasm and seditious spirit of the troops, Cromwell established a kind of militia in the several counties. Companies of infantry and cavalry were enlisted under proper officers, regular pay distributed among them, and a resource by that means provided both against the insurrections of the royalists and mutiny of the army. Religion can never be deemed a point of small consequence in civil government, but during this period it may be regarded as the great spring of men's actions and determinations. Though transported himself with the most frantic whimsies, Cromwell had adopted a scheme for regulating this principle in others, which was sagacious and political. Being resolved to maintain a national church, yet determined neither to admit episcopacy nor presbytery, he established a number of commissioners, under the name of triers, partly laymen, partly ecclesiastics, some Presbyterians, some Independents. These presented to all livings which were formerly in the gift of the crown. They examined and admitted such persons as received holy orders, and they inspected the lives, doctrine, and behavior of the clergy. Instead of supporting that union between learning and theology which has so long been attempted in Europe, these triers embraced the latter principle in its full purity, and made it the sole object of their examination. The candidates were no more perplexed with questions concerning their progress in Greek and Roman erudition, concerning their talent for profane arts and sciences. The chief object of scrutiny regarded their advances in grace and fixing the critical moment of their conversion. With the pretended saints of all denominations, Cromwell was familiar and easy. Laying aside the state of protector, which on other occasions he well knew how to maintain, he insinuated to them that nothing but necessity could ever oblige him to invest himself with it. He talked spiritually to them, he sighed, he wept, he canted, he prayed. He even entered with them into an emulation of ghostly gifts. And these men, instead of grieving to be outdone in their own way, were proud that his highness, by his princely example, had dignified those practices in which they themselves were daily occupied. If Cromwell might be said to adhere to any particular form of religion, they were the Independents who could chiefly boast of his favor, and it may be affirmed that such pastors of that sect as were not passionately addicted to civil liberty were all of them devoted to him. The Presbyterian clergy, also saved from the ravages of the Anabaptists and Millenarians, and enjoying their establishments and tithes, were not averse to his government, though he still entertained a great jealousy of that ambitious and restless spirit by which they were actuated. He granted an unbounded liberty of conscience to all but Catholics and Prelatists, and by that means he both attached the wild sectaries to his person, and employed them in curbing the domineering spirit of the Presbyterians. "I am the only man," he was often heard to say, "who has known how to subdue that insolent sect, which can suffer none but itself." The Protestant zeal which possessed the Presbyterians and Independents was highly gratified by the haughty manner in which the Protector so successfully supported the persecuted Protestants throughout all Europe. Even the Duke of Savoy, so remote a power and so little exposed to the naval force of England, was obliged, by the authority of France, to comply with his mediation, and to tolerate the Protestants of the valleys, against whom that prince had commenced a furious persecution. France itself was constrained to bear, not only with the religion, but even, in some instances, with the seditious insolence of the Huguenots, and when the French court applied for a reciprocal toleration of the Catholic religion in England, the Protector, who arrogated in everything the superiority, would hearken to no such proposal. He had entertained a project of instituting a college, in imitation of that at Rome, for the propagation of the faith, and his apostles, in zeal, though not in unanimity, had certainly been a full match for the Catholics. Cromwell retained the Church of England in constraint, though he permitted its clergy a little more liberty than the republican parliament had formerly allowed. He was pleased that the superior lenity of his administration should in everything be remarked. He bridled the royalists, both by the army which he retained, and by those secret spies which he found means to intermix in all their councils. Manning being detected and punished with death, he corrupted Sir Richard Willis, who was much trusted by Chancellor Hyde and all the royalists, and by means of this man he was let into every design and conspiracy of the party. He could disconcert any project by confining the persons who were to be the actors in it, and as he restored them afterwards to liberty, his severity passed only for the result of general jealousy and suspicion. The secret source of his intelligence remained still unknown and unsuspected. Conspiracies for an assassination he was chiefly afraid of, these being designs which no prudence or vigilance could evade. Colonel Titus, under the name of Allen, had written a spirited discourse, exhorting every one to embrace this method of vengeance, and Cromwell knew that the inflamed minds of the royal party were sufficiently disposed to put the doctrine in practice against him. He openly told them that assassinations were base and odious, and he never would commence hostilities by so shameful an expedient. But if the first attempt or provocation came from them, he would retaliate to the uttermost. He had instruments, he said, whom he could employ, and he never would desist till he had totally exterminated the royal family. This menace, more than all his guards, contributed to the security of his person. There was no point about which the Protector was more solicitous than to procure intelligence. This article alone, it is said, cost him £60,000 a year. Postmasters, both at home and abroad, were in his pay. Carriers were searched or bribed. Secretaries and clerks were corrupted. The greatest zealots in all parties were often these who conveyed private information to him, and nothing could escape his vigilant inquiry. Such at least is the representation made by historians of Cromwell's administration. But it must be confessed that if we may judge by those volumes of Thurloe's papers which have been lately published, this affair, like many others, has been greatly magnified. We scarcely find by that collection that any secret councils of foreign states, except those of Holland, which are not expected to be concealed, were known to the Protector. The general behavior and deportment of this man, who had been raised from a very private station, who had passed most of his youth in the country, and who was still constrained so much to frequent bad company, was such as might befit the greatest monarch. He maintained a dignity without either affectation or ostentation, and supported with all strangers that high idea with which his great exploits and prodigious fortune had impressed them. Among his ancient friends he could relax himself, and by trifling and amusement, jesting and making verses, he feared not exposing himself to their most familiar approaches. With others he sometimes pushed matters to the length of rustic buffoonery, and he would amuse himself by putting burning coals into the boots and hose of those officers who attended him. Before the king's trial, a meeting was agreed on between the chiefs of the republican party and the general officers, in order to concert the model of that free government which they were to substitute in the room of the monarchical constitution now totally subverted. After debates on this subject, the most important that could fall under the discussion of human creatures, Ludlow tells us that Cromwell, by way of frolic, threw a cushion at his head, and when Ludlow took up another cushion in order to return the compliment, the general ran downstairs and had almost fallen in the hurry. When the High Court of Justice was signing the warrant for the execution of the king, a matter, if possible, still more serious, Cromwell, taking the pen in his hand, before he subscribed his name, bedaubed with ink the face of Martin, who sat next him, and the pen being delivered to Martin, he practised the same frolic upon Cromwell. He frequently gave feasts to his inferior officers, and when the meat was set upon the table, a signal was given. The soldiers rushed in upon them, and with much noise, tumult, and confusion, ran away with all the dishes, and disappointed the guests of their expected meal. That vein of frolic and pleasantry, which made a part, however inconsistent, of Cromwell's character, was apt sometimes to betray him into other inconsistencies, and to discover itself even where religion might seem to be a little concerned. It is a tradition that one day, sitting at table, the Protector had a bottle of wine brought him, of a kind which he valued so highly, that he must needs open the bottle himself. But in attempting it the corkscrew dropped from his hand. Immediately his courtiers and generals flung themselves on the floor to recover it. Cromwell burst out a-laughing. Should any fool, said he, put in his head at the door, he would fancy, from your posture, that you were seeking the Lord, and you are only seeking a corkscrew. Amidst all the unguarded play and buffoonery of this singular personage, he took the opportunity of remarking the characters, designs, and weaknesses of men, and he would sometimes push them, by an indulgence in wine, to open to him the most secret recesses of their bosom. Great regularity, however, and even austerity of manners, were always maintained in his court, and he was careful never by any liberties to give offence to the most rigid of the godly. Some state was upheld, but with little expense, and without any splendor. The nobility, though courted by him, kept at a distance, and disdained to intermix with those mean persons who were the instruments of his government. Without departing from economy, he was generous to those who served him, and he knew how to find out and engage in his interests every man possessed of those talents which any particular employment demanded. His generals, his admirals, his judges, his ambassadors, were persons who contributed, all of them, in their several spheres, to the security of the Protector, and to the honor and interest of the nation. Under pretence of uniting Scotland and Ireland in one commonwealth with England, Cromwell had reduced those kingdoms to a total subjection, and he treated them entirely as conquered provinces. The civil administration of Scotland was placed in a council, consisting mostly of English, of which Lord Burghill was president. Justice was administered by 7 judges, 4 of whom were English. In order to cure the tyrannical nobility, he both abolished all vassalage and revived the office of justice of peace, which King James had introduced, but was not able to support. A long line of forts and garrisons was maintained throughout the kingdom. An army of 10,000 men kept everything in peace and obedience, and neither the banditti of the mountains nor the bigots of the Low Countries could indulge their inclination to turbulence and disorder. He courted the Presbyterian clergy, though he nourished that intestine enmity which prevailed between the Resolutioners and Protesters. And he found that very little policy was requisite to foment quarrels among theologians. He permitted no church assemblies, being sensible that from thence had proceeded many of the past disorders. And in the main the Scots were obliged to acknowledge that never before, while they enjoyed their regular factious liberty, had they attained so much happiness as at present, when reduced to subjection under a foreign nation. The Protector's administration of Ireland was more severe and violent. The government of that island was first entrusted to Fleetwood, a notorious fanatic, who had married Ireton's widow, then to Henry Cromwell, second son of the Protector, a young man of an amiable, mild disposition, and not destitute of vigor and capacity. Above 5 millions of acres, forfeited either by the popish rebels or by the adherents of the king, were divided, partly among the adventurers who had advanced money to the parliament, partly among the English soldiers who had arrears due to them. Examples of a more sudden and violent change of property are scarcely to be found in any history. An order was even issued to confine all the native Irish to the province of Connaught, where they would be shut up by rivers, lakes, and mountains, and could not, it was hoped, be any longer dangerous to the English government. But this barbarous and absurd policy, which, from an impatience of attaining immediate security, must have depopulated all the other provinces, and rendered the English estates of no value, was soon abandoned as impracticable. End of section 57, chapter 61, part 4. Recording by Greg Golding of Georgetown, Ontario, Canada. Section 58 of Volume 1E of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Golding. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. By David Hume, Volume 1E, Section 58, Chapter 61, Part 5. Cromwell began to hope that by his administration, attended with so much lustre and success abroad, so much order and tranquillity at home, he had now acquired such authority as would enable him to meet the representatives of the nation, and would assure him of their dutiful compliance with his government. He summoned a parliament, but not trusting altogether to the good will of the people, he used every art which his new model of representation allowed him to employ, in order to influence the elections, and fill the house with his own creatures. Ireland, being entirely in the hands of the army, chose few, but such officers as were most acceptable to him. Scotland showed a like compliance, and as the nobility and gentry of that kingdom regarded their attendance on English parliaments as an ignominious badge of slavery, it was on that accord more easy for the officers to prevail in the elections. Notwithstanding all these precautions, the Protector still found that the majority would not be favourable to him. He set guards therefore on the door, who permitted none to enter but such as produced a warrant from his council, and the council rejected about 100, who either refused a recognition of the Protector's government, or were on other accounts obnoxious to him. These protested against so egregious a violence, subversive of all liberty, but every application for redress was neglected both by the council and the parliament. The majority of the parliament, by means of these arts and violences, was now at last either friendly to the Protector, or resolved, by their compliance, to adjust, if possible, this military government to their laws and liberties. They voted a renunciation of all title in Charles Stuart, or any of his family, and this was the first act, dignified with the appearance of national consent, which had ever had that tendency. Colonel Jeffson, in order to sound the inclinations of the house, ventured to move that the parliament should bestow the crown on Cromwell, and no surprise or reluctance was discovered on the occasion. When Cromwell afterwards asked Jeffson what induced him to make such a motion, "As long," said Jeffson, "as I have the honour to sit in parliament, I must follow the dictates of my own conscience, whatever offence I may be so unfortunate as to give you." "Get thee gone," said Cromwell, giving him a gentle blow on the shoulder. "Get thee gone, for a mad fellow as thou art." In order to pave the way to this advancement, for which he so ardently longed, Cromwell resolved to sacrifice his major generals, whom he knew to be extremely odious to the nation. That measure was also become necessary for his own security. All government, purely military, fluctuates perpetually between a despotic monarchy and a despotic aristocracy, according as the authority of the chief commander prevails, or that of the officers next him in rank and dignity. The major generals, being possessed of so much distinct jurisdiction, began to establish a separate title to power, and had rendered themselves formidable to the Protector himself; and for this inconvenience, though he had not foreseen it, he well knew, before it was too late, to provide a proper remedy. Claypole, his son-in-law, who possessed his confidence, abandoned them to the pleasure of the house, and though the name was still retained, it was agreed to abridge, or rather entirely annihilate, the power of the major generals. At length a motion in form was made by Alderman Pack, one of the city members, for investing the Protector with the dignity of king. This motion at first excited great disorder, and divided the whole house into parties. The chief opposition came from the usual adherents of the Protector, the major generals, and such officers as depended on them. Lambert, a man of deep intrigue and of great interest in the army, had long entertained the ambition of succeeding Cromwell in the Protectorship, and he foresaw that if the monarchy were restored, hereditary right would also be established, and the crown be transmitted to the posterity of the prince first elected. He pleaded, therefore, conscience, and rousing all those civil and religious jealousies against kingly government, which had been so industriously encouraged among the soldiers, and which served them as a pretence for so many violences, he raised a numerous and still more formidable party against the motion. On the other hand, the motion was supported by every one who was more particularly devoted to the Protector, and who hoped, by so acceptable a measure, to pay court to the prevailing authority. Many persons also, attached to their country, despaired of ever being able to subvert the present illegal establishment, and were desirous, by fixing it on ancient foundations, to induce the Protector, from views of his own safety, to pay a regard to the ancient laws and liberties of the kingdom. Even the Royalists imprudently joined in the measure, and hoped that, when the question regarded only persons, not forms of government, no one would any longer balance between the ancient royal family and an ignoble usurper, who, by blood, treason, and perfidy, had made his way to the throne. The bill was voted by a considerable majority, and a committee was appointed to reason with the Protector, and to overcome those scruples which he pretended against accepting so liberal an offer. The conference lasted for several days. the committee urged that all the statutes and customs of England were founded on the supposition of regal authority, and could not, without extreme violence, be adjusted to any other form of government; that a protector, except during the minority of a king, was a name utterly unknown to the laws, and no man was acquainted with the extent or limits of his authority; that, if it were attempted to define every part of his jurisdiction, many years, if not ages, would be required for the execution of so complicated a work. If the whole power of the king were at once transferred to him, the question was plainly about a name, and the preference was indisputably due to the ancient title; that the English constitution was more anxious concerning the form of government than concerning the birthright of the first magistrate, and had provided, by an express law of Henry VII., for the security of those who act in defence of the king in being, by whatever means he might have acquired possession; that it was extremely the interest of all his highness's friends to seek the shelter of this statute, and even the people in general were desirous of such a settlement, and in all juries were with great difficulty induced to give their verdict in favor of a protector; that the great source of all the late commotions had been the jealousy of liberty, and that a republic, together with a protector, had been established in order to provide further securities for the freedom of the constitution; but that by experience the remedy had been found insufficient, even dangerous and pernicious, since every indeterminate power, such as that of a protector, must be arbitrary, and the more arbitrary as it was contrary to the genius and inclination of the people. The difficulty consisted not in persuading Cromwell; he was sufficiently convinced of the solidity of these reasons, and his inclination, as well as judgment, was entirely on the side of the committee. But how to bring over the soldiers to the same way of thinking was the question. The office of king had been painted to them in such horrible colors, that there were no hopes of reconciling them suddenly to it, even though bestowed upon their general, to whom they were so much devoted. A contradiction, open and direct, to all past professions, would make them pass, in the eyes of the whole nation, for the most shameless hypocrites, enlisted, by no other than mercenary motives, in the cause of the most perfidious traitor. Principles, such as they were, had been encouraged in them by every consideration, human and divine; and though it was easy, where interest concurred, to deceive them by the thinnest disguises, it might be found dangerous at once to pull off the mask, and to show them in a full light the whole crime and deformity of their conduct. Suspended between these fears and his own most ardent desires, Cromwell protracted the time, and seemed still to oppose the reasonings of the committee, in hopes that by artifice he might be able to reconcile the refractory minds of the soldiers to his new dignity. While the protector argued so much in contradiction both to his judgment and inclination, it is no wonder that his elocution, always confused, embarrassed, and unintelligible, should be involved in tenfold darkness, and discover no glimmering of common sense or reason. An exact account of this conference remains, and may be regarded as a great curiosity. The members of the committee, in their reasonings, discover judgment, knowledge, elocution. Lord Broghill, in particular, exerts himself on this memorable occasion. But what a contrast when we pass to the protector's replies! After so singular a manner does nature distribute her talents, that in a nation abounding with sense and learning, a man who, by superior personal merit alone, had made his way to supreme dignity, and had even obliged the parliament to make him a tender of the crown, was yet incapable of expressing himself on this occasion, but in a manner which a peasant of the most ordinary capacity would justly be ashamed of. The opposition which Cromwell dreaded was not that which came from Lambert and his adherents, whom he now regarded as capital enemies, and whom he was resolved, on the first occasion, to deprive of all power and authority. It was that which he met with in his own family, and from men who, by interest as well as inclination, were the most devoted to him. Fleetwood had married his daughter, Desborough his sister; yet these men, actuated by principle alone, could by no persuasion, artifice, or entreaty, be induced to consent that their friend and patron should be invested with regal dignity. They told him, that if he accepted of the crown, they would instantly throw up their commissions, and never afterwards should have it in their power to serve him. Colonel Pride procured a petition against the office of king, signed by a majority of the officers who were in London and the neighborhood. Several persons, it is said, had entered into an engagement to murder the protector within a few hours after he should have accepted the offer of the parliament. Some sudden mutiny in the army was justly dreaded; and upon the whole, Cromwell, after the agony and perplexity of long doubt, was at last obliged to refuse that crown which the representatives of the nation, in the most solemn manner, had tendered to him. Most historians are inclined to blame his choice, but he must be allowed the best judge of his own situation; and in such complicated subjects, the alteration of a very minute circumstance, unknown to the spectator, will often be sufficient to cast the balance and render a determination, which in itself may be uneligible, very prudent, or even absolutely necessary to the actor. A dream or prophecy, Lord Clarendon mentions, which, he affirms, and he must have known the truth, was universally talked of almost from the beginning of the civil wars, and long before Cromwell was so considerable a person as to bestow upon it any degree of probability. In this prophecy it was foretold that Cromwell should be the greatest man in England, and would nearly, but never would fully, mount the throne. Such a preposition probably arose from the heated imagination either of himself or of his followers; and as it might be one cause of the great progress which he had already made, it is not an unlikely reason which may be assigned for his refusing at this time any further elevation. The parliament, when the regal dignity was rejected by Cromwell, found themselves obliged to retain the name of a Commonwealth and Protector; and, as the government was hitherto a manifest usurpation, it was thought proper to sanctify it by a seeming choice of the people and their representatives. Instead of the instrument of government, which was the work of the general officers alone, an humble petition and advice was framed, and offered to the protector by the parliament. This was represented as the great basis of the republican establishment, regulating and limiting the powers of each member of the constitution, and securing the liberty of the people to the most remote posterity. By this deed, the authority of protector was in some particulars enlarged; in others, it was considerably diminished. He had the power of nominating his successor; he had a perpetual revenue assigned him, £1,000,000 a year for the pay of the fleet and army, £300,000 for the support of civil government; and he had authority to name another house, who should enjoy their seats during life, and exercise some functions of the former house of peers. But he abandoned the power, assumed in the intervals of parliament, of framing laws with the consent of its council; and he agreed, that no members of either house should be excluded but by the consent of that house of which they were members. The other articles were in the main the same as in the instrument of government. The instrument of government Cromwell had formerly extolled as the most perfect work of human invention. He now represented it as a rotten plank, upon which no man could trust himself without sinking. Even the humble petition and advice, which he extolled in its turn, appeared so lame and imperfect, that it was found requisite, this very session, to mend it by a supplement; and after all, it may be regarded as a crude and undigested model of government. It was, however, accepted for the voluntary deed of the whole people in the 3 united nations; and Cromwell, as if his power had just commenced from this popular consent, was anew inaugurated in Westminster Hall, after the most solemn and most pompous manner. The parliament having adjourned itself, the protector deprived Lambert of all his commissions, but still allowed him a considerable pension of £2,000 a year, as a bribe for his future peaceable deportment. Lambert's authority in the army, to the surprise of everybody, was found immediately to expire with the loss of his commission. Packet and some other officers, whom Cromwell suspected, were also displaced. Richard, eldest son of the protector, was brought to court, introduced into public business, and thenceforth regarded by many as his heir in the protectorship; though Cromwell sometimes employed the gross artifice of flattering others with hopes of the succession. Richard was a person possessed of the most peaceable, inoffensive, unambitious character, and had hitherto lived contentedly in the country, on a small estate which his wife had brought him. All the activity which he discovered, and which never was great, was, however, exerted to beneficent purposes. At the time of the king's trial, he had fallen on his knees before his father, and had conjured him, by every tie of duty and humanity, to spare the life of that monarch. Cromwell had 2 daughters unmarried. One of them he now gave in marriage to the grandson and heir of his great friend, the Earl of Warwick, with whom he had, in every fortune, preserved an uninterrupted intimacy and good correspondence. The other he married to the Viscount Fauconberg, of a family formerly devoted to the royal party. He was ambitious of forming connections with the nobility, and it was one chief motive for his desiring the title of king, that he might replace every thing in its natural order, and restore to the ancient families the trust and honor of which he now found himself obliged, for his own safety, to deprive them. The parliament was again assembled, consisting, as in the times of monarchy, of two houses, the Commons and the other house. Cromwell, during the interval, had sent writs to his house of peers, which consisted of 60 members. They were composed of 5 or 6 ancient peers, of several gentlemen of fortune and distinction, and of some officers who had risen from the meanest station. None of the ancient peers, however, though summoned by writ, would deign to accept of a seat which they must share with such companions as were assigned them. The protector endeavored at first to maintain the appearance of a legal magistrate. He placed no guard at the door of either house, but soon found out how incompatible liberty is with military usurpations. By bringing so great a number of his friends and adherents into the other house, he had lost the majority among the national representatives. In consequence of a clause in the humble petition and advice, the Commons assumed a power of readmitting those members whom the council had formerly excluded. Sir Arthur Hazelrig and some others, whom Cromwell had created lords, rather chose to take their seat with the Commons. An incontestable majority now declared themselves against the protector, and they refused to acknowledge the jurisdiction of that other house which he had established. Even the validity of the humble petition and advice was questioned, as being voted by a parliament which lay under force, and which was deprived by military violence of a considerable number of its members. The protector, dreading combinations between the parliament and the malcontents in the army, resolved to allow no leisure for forming any conspiracy against him, and with expressions of great displeasure he dissolved the parliament. When urged by Fleetwood and others of his friends not to precipitate himself into this rash measure, he swore by the living God that they should not sit a moment longer. These distractions at home were not able to take off the protector's attention from foreign affairs, and in all his measures he proceeded with the same vigor and enterprise, as if secure of the duty and attachment of the 3 kingdoms. His alliance with Sweden he still supported, and he endeavored to assist that crown in its successful enterprises for reducing all its neighbors to subjection, and rendering itself absolute master of the Baltic. As soon as Spain declared war against him, he concluded a peace and an alliance with France, and united himself in all his counsels with that potent and ambitious kingdom. Spain, having long courted in vain the friendship of the successful usurper, was reduced at last to apply to the unfortunate prince. Charles formed a league with Philip, removed his small court to Bruges in the Low Countries, and raised 4 regiments of his own subjects, whom he employed in the Spanish service. The Duke of York, who had with applause served some campaigns in the French army, and who had merited the particular esteem of Marshal Turenne, now joined his brother, and continued to seek military experience under Don John of Austria and the Prince of Condé. The scheme of foreign politics adopted by the protector was highly imprudent, but was suitable to that magnanimity and enterprise with which he was so signally endowed. He was particularly desirous of conquest and dominion on the continent, and he sent over into Flanders 6,000 men under Reynolds, who joined the French army commanded by Turenne. In the former campaign, Mardyke was taken, and put into the hands of the English. Early this campaign, siege was laid to Dunkirk, and when the Spanish army advanced to relieve it, the combined armies of France and England marched out of their trenches and fought the battle of the Dunes, where the Spaniards were totally defeated. The valor of the English was much remarked on this occasion. Dunkirk, being soon after surrendered, was by agreement delivered to Cromwell. He committed the government of that important place to Lockhart, a Scotsman of abilities, who had married his niece, and was his ambassador at the court of France. This acquisition was regarded by the protector as the means only of obtaining further advantages. He was resolved to concert measures with the French court for the final conquest and partition of the Low Countries. Had he lived much longer and maintained his authority in England, so chimerical, or rather so dangerous, a project would certainly have been carried into execution. And this first and principal step towards more extensive conquest, which France during a whole century has never yet been able, by an infinite expense of blood and treasure, fully to attain, had at once been accomplished by the enterprising, though unskilful politics of Cromwell. End of section 58, chapter 61, part 5. Recording by Greg Golding, Georgetown, Ontario, Canada. Section 59 of Volume 1E of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Golding. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume, Volume 1E, Section 59, Chapter 61, Part 6. During these transactions, great demonstrations of mutual friendship and regard passed between the French king and the Protector. Lord Fauconberg, Cromwell's son-in-law, was dispatched to Louis, then in the camp before Dunkirk, and was received with the regard usually paid to foreign princes by the French court. Mazarin sent to London his nephew Mancini, along with the Duke of Crequi, and expressed his regret that his urgent affairs should deprive him of the honour which he had long wished for, of paying in person his respects to the greatest man in the world. The Protector reaped little satisfaction from the success of his arms abroad. The situation in which he stood at home kept him in perpetual uneasiness and inquietude. His administration, so expensive both by military enterprises and secret intelligence, had exhausted his revenue, and involved him in a considerable debt. The Royalists, he heard, had renewed their conspiracies for a general insurrection, and Ormond was secretly come over with a view of concerting measures for the execution of this project. Lord Fairfax, Sir William Waller, and many heads of the Presbyterians had secretly entered into the engagement. Even the army was infected with the general spirit of discontent, and some sudden and dangerous eruption was every moment to be dreaded from it. No hopes remained, after his violent breach with the last parliament, that he should ever be able to establish, with general consent, a legal settlement, or temper the military with any mixture of civil authority. All his arts and policy were exhausted, and having so often, by fraud and false pretences, deceived every party, and almost every individual, he could no longer hope, by repeating the same professions, to meet with equal confidence and regard. However zealous the Royalists, their conspiracy took not effect. Willis discovered the whole to the Protector. Ormond was obliged to flee, and he deemed himself fortunate to have escaped so vigilant an administration. Great numbers were thrown into prison. A high court of justice was anew erected for the trial of those criminals whose guilt was most apparent. Notwithstanding the recognition of his authority by the last parliament, the Protector could not as yet trust to an unbiased jury. Sir Henry Slingsby and Dr. Huet were condemned and beheaded. Mordaunt, brother to the Earl of Peterborough, narrowly escaped. The numbers for his condemnation and his acquittal were equal, and just as the sentence was pronounced in his favour, Colonel Pride, who was resolved to condemn him, came into court. Ashton, Story, and Bestley were hanged in different streets of the city. The conspiracy of the millenarians in the army struck Cromwell with still greater apprehensions. Harrison and the other discarded officers of that party could not remain at rest. Stimulated equally by revenge, by ambition, and by conscience, they still harboured in their breasts some desperate project, and there wanted not officers in the army, who, from like motives, were disposed to second all their undertakings. The levellers and agitators had been encouraged by Cromwell to impose with their advice in all political deliberations, and he had even pretended to honour many of them with his intimate friendship, while he conducted his daring enterprises against the king and the parliament. It was a usual practice with him, in order to familiarize himself the more with the agitators, who were commonly corporals or sergeants, to take them to bed with him, and there, after prayers and exhortations, to discuss together their projects and principles, political as well as religious. Having assumed the dignity of Protector, he excluded them from all his councils, and had neither leisure nor inclination to indulge them any further in their wonted familiarities. Among those who were enraged at this treatment was Sexby, an active agitator, who now employed against him all that restless industry which had formerly been exerted in his favour. He even went so far as to enter into a correspondence with Spain, and Cromwell, who knew the distempers of the army, was justly afraid of some mutiny, to which a day, an hour, an instant might provide leaders. Of assassinations likewise he was apprehensive, from the zealous spirit which actuated the soldiers. Sindercombe had undertaken to murder him, and by the most unaccountable accidents had often been prevented from executing his bloody purpose. His design was discovered, but the Protector could never find the bottom of the enterprise, nor detect any of his accomplices. He was tried by a jury, and notwithstanding the general odium attending that crime, notwithstanding the clear and full proof of his guilt, so little conviction prevailed of the Protector's right to the supreme government, it was with the utmost difficulty that this conspirator was condemned. When every thing was prepared for his execution, he was found dead, from poison, as is supposed, which he had voluntarily taken. The Protector might better have supported these fears and apprehensions which the public distempers occasioned, had he enjoyed any domestic satisfaction, or possessed any cordial friend of his own family, in whose bosom he could safely have unloaded his anxious and corroding cares. But Fleetwood, his son-in-law, actuated by the wildest zeal, began to estrange himself from him, and was enraged to discover that Cromwell, in all his enterprises, had entertained views of promoting his own grandeur, more than of encouraging piety and religion, of which he made such fervent professions. His eldest daughter, married to Fleetwood, had adopted republican principles so vehement that she could not with patience behold power lodged in a single person, even in her indulgent father. His other daughters were no less prejudiced in favor of the royal cause, and regretted the violences and iniquities into which they thought their family had so unhappily been transported. Above all, the sickness of Mrs. Claypole, his peculiar favorite, a lady endued with many humane virtues and amiable accomplishments, depressed his anxious mind, and poisoned all his enjoyments. She had entertained a high regard for Dr. Hewitt, lately executed, and being refused his pardon, the melancholy of her temper, increased by her distempered body, had prompted her to lament to her father all his sanguinary measures, and urge him to compunction for those heinous crimes into which his fatal ambition had betrayed him. Her death, which followed soon after, gave new edge to every word which she had uttered. All composure of mind was now forever fled from the Protector. He felt that the grandeur which he had attained with so much guilt and courage could not insure him that tranquillity which it belongs to virtue alone, and moderation fully to ascertain. Overwhelmed with the load of public affairs, dreading perpetually some fatal accident in his distempered government, seeing nothing around him but treacherous friends or enraged enemies, possessing the confidence of no party, resting his title on no principle, civil or religious, he found his power to depend on so delicate a poise of factions and interests, as the smallest event was able, without any preparation, in a moment to overturn. Death too, which with such signal intrepidity he had braved in the field, being incessantly threatened by the poniards of fanatical or interested assassins, was ever present to his terrified apprehension, and haunted him in every scene of business or repose. Each action of his life betrayed the terrors under which he labored. The aspect of strangers was uneasy to him. With a piercing and anxious eye, he surveyed every face to which he was not daily accustomed. He never moved a step without strong guards attending him. He wore armor under his clothes, and further secured himself by offensive weapons, a sword, falchion, and pistols, which he always carried about him. He returned from no place by the direct road, or by the same way which he went. Every journey he performed with hurry and precipitation. Seldom he slept above 3 nights together in the same chamber, and he never let it be known beforehand what chamber he intended to choose, nor entrusted himself in any which was not provided with back doors, at which sentinels were carefully placed. Society terrified him, while he reflected on his numerous unknown and implacable enemies. Solitude astonished him, by withdrawing that protection which he found so necessary for his security. His body, also from the contagion of his anxious mind, began to be affected, and his health seemed sensibly to decline. He was seized with a slow fever, which changed to a tertian ague. For the space of a week no dangerous symptoms appeared, and in the intervals of the fits he was able to walk abroad. At length the fever increased, and he himself began to entertain some thoughts of death, and to cast his eye towards that future existence whose idea had once been intimately present to him, though since, in the hurry of affairs and the shock of wars and factions, it had, no doubt, been considerably obliterated. He asked Goodwin, one of his preachers, if the doctrine were true, that the elect could never fall or suffer a final reprobation. Nothing more certain, replied the preacher, "Then I am safe," said the Protector, "for I am sure that once I was in a state of grace." His physicians were sensible of the perilous condition to which his distemper had reduced him; but his chaplains, by their prayers, visions, and revelations, so buoyed up his hopes, that he began to believe his life out of all danger. A favorable answer, it was pretended, had been returned by Heaven to the petitions of all the godly, and he relied on their asseverations much more than on the opinion of the most experienced physicians. "I tell you," he cried with confidence to the latter, "I tell you, I shall not die of this distemper. I am well assured of my recovery. It is promised by the Lord, not only to my supplications, but to those of men who hold a stricter commerce and more intimate correspondence with him. Ye may have skill in your profession, but nature can do more than all the physicians in the world, and God is far above nature." Nay, to such a degree of madness did their enthusiastic assurances mount, that upon a fast day, which was observed on his account both at Hampton Court and at Whitehall, they did not so much pray for his health, as give thanks for the undoubted pledges which they had received of his recovery. He himself was overheard offering up his addresses to heaven; and so far had the illusions of fanaticism prevailed over the plainest dictates of natural morality, that he assumed more the character of a mediator, in interceding for his people, than of a criminal whose atrocious violation of social duty had, from every tribunal, human and divine, merited the severest vengeance. Meanwhile, all the symptoms began to wear a more fatal aspect, and the physicians were obliged to break silence, and to declare that the Protector could not survive the next fit with which he was threatened. The council was alarmed. A deputation was sent to know his will with regard to his successor. His senses were gone, and he could not now express his intentions. They asked him whether he did not mean that his eldest son Richard should succeed him in the protectorship. A simple affirmative was, or seemed to be, extorted from him. Soon after, on the 3rd of September, that very day which he had always considered as the most fortunate for him, he expired. A violent tempest, which immediately succeeded his death, served as a subject of discourse to the vulgar. His partisans, as well as his enemies, were fond of remarking this event, and each of them endeavored, by forced inferences, to interpret it as a confirmation of their particular prejudices. The writers attached to the memory of this wonderful person make his character, with regard to abilities, bear the air of the most extravagant panegyric. His enemies form such a representation of his moral qualities as resembles the most virulent invective. Both of them, it must be confessed, are supported by such striking circumstances in his conduct and fortune, as bestow on their representation a great air of probability. What can be more extraordinary, it is said, than that a person of private birth and education, no fortune, no eminent qualities of body, which have sometimes, nor shining talents of mind, which have often, raised men to the highest dignities, should have the courage to attempt, and the abilities to execute, so great a design as the subverting one of the most ancient and best established monarchies in the world; that he should have the power and boldness to put his prince and master to an open and infamous death; should banish that numerous and strongly allied family; cover all these temerities under a seeming obedience to a parliament, in whose service he pretended to be retained; trample too upon that parliament in their turn, and scornfully expel them as soon as they gave him ground of dissatisfaction; erect in their place the dominion of the saints, and give reality to the most visionary idea which the heated imagination of any fanatic was ever able to entertain; suppress again that monster in its infancy, and openly set himself above all things that ever were called sovereign in England; overcome first all his enemies by arms, and all his friends afterwards by artifice; serve all parties patiently for a while, and command them victoriously at last; overrun each corner of the three nations, and subdue, with equal facility, both the riches of the south and the poverty of the north; be feared and courted by all foreign princes, and be adopted a brother to the gods of the earth; call together parliaments with a word of his pen, and scatter them again with the breath of his mouth; reduce to subjection a warlike and discontented nation, by means of a mutinous army; command a mutinous army by means of seditious and factious officers; be humbly and daily petitioned that he would be pleased, at the rate of millions a year, to be hired as master of those who had hired him before to be their servant; have the estates and lives of 3 nations as much at his disposal as was once the little inheritance of his father, and be as noble and liberal in the spending of them. And lastly, for there is no end of enumerating every particular of his glory, with one word bequeath all this power and splendor to his posterity. He possessed of peace at home and triumph abroad, be buried among kings, and with more than regal solemnity, and leave a name behind him not to be extinguished but with the whole world, which, as it was too little for his praise, so might it have been for his conquests, if the short line of his mortal life could have stretched out to the extent of his immortal designs. My intention is not to disfigure this picture, drawn by so masterly a hand. I shall only endeavour to remove from it somewhat of the marvellous, a circumstance which, on all occasions, gives much ground for doubt and suspicion. It seems to me that the circumstance of Cromwell's life in which his abilities are principally discovered is his rising from a private station, in opposition to so many rivals, so much talented before him, to a high command and authority in the army. His great courage, his signal military talents, his eminent dexterity and address, were all requisite for this important acquisition. Yet will not this promotion appear the effect of supernatural abilities, when we consider that Fairfax himself, a private gentleman, who had not the advantage of a seat in parliament, had, through the same steps, attained even a superior rank, and, if endued with common capacity and penetration, had been able to retain it. To incite such an army to rebellion against the parliament required no uncommon art or industry. To have kept them in obedience had been the more difficult enterprise. When the breach was once formed between the military and civil parties, a supreme and absolute authority, from that moment, is devolved on the general; and if he be afterwards pleased to employ artifice or policy, it may be regarded, on most occasions, as great condescension, if not as superfluous caution. That Cromwell was ever able really to blind or overreach either the king or the republicans does not appear. As they possessed no means of resisting the force under his command, they were glad to temporize with him, and, by seeming to be deceived, wait for opportunities of freeing themselves from his dominion. If he seduced the military fanatics, it is to be considered that their interest and his evidently concurred, that their ignorance and low education exposed them to the grossest imposition, and that he himself was at bottom as frantic an enthusiast as the worst of them, and, in order to obtain their confidence, needed but to display those vulgar and ridiculous habits which he had early acquired, and on which he set so high a value. An army is so forcible and at the same time so coarse a weapon, that any hand which wields it may, without much dexterity, perform any operation, and attain any ascendant in human society. The domestic administration of Cromwell, though it discovers great abilities, was conducted without any plan either of liberty or arbitrary power. Perhaps his difficult situation admitted of neither. His foreign enterprises, though full of intrepidity, were pernicious to national interest, and seem more the result of impetuous fury or narrow prejudices than of cool foresight and deliberation. An eminent personage, however, he was in many respects, and even a superior genius, but unequal and irregular in his operations. And though not defective in any talent except that of elocution, the abilities which in him were most admirable, and which most contributed to his marvellous success, were the magnanimous resolution of his enterprises, and his peculiar dexterity in discovering the characters and practising on the weaknesses of mankind. If we survey the moral character of Cromwell with that indulgence which is due to the blindness and infirmities of the human species, we shall not be inclined to load his memory with such violent reproaches as those which his enemies usually throw upon it. Amidst the passions and prejudices of that period, that he should prefer the parliamentary to the royal cause will not appear extraordinary, since, even at present, some men of sense and knowledge are disposed to think that the question, with regard to the justice of the quarrel, may be regarded as doubtful and uncertain. The murder of the king, the most atrocious of all his actions, was to him covered under a mighty cloud of republican and fanatical illusions, and it is not impossible but that he might believe it, as many others did, the most meritorious action that he could perform. His subsequent usurpation was the effect of necessity as well as of ambition, nor is it easy to see how the various factions could at that time have been restrained without a mixture of military and arbitrary authority. The private deportment of Cromwell, as a son, a husband, a father, a friend, is exposed to no considerable censure, if it does not rather merit praise. And upon the whole, his character does not appear more extraordinary and unusual by the mixture of so much absurdity with so much penetration, than by his tempering such violent ambition and such enraged fanaticism with so much regard to justice and humanity. Cromwell was in the 59th year of his age when he died. He was of a robust frame of body, and of a manly, though not of an agreeable aspect. He left only 2 sons, Richard and Henry, and 3 daughters, one married to General Fleetwood, another to Lord Fauconberg, a third to Lord Rich. His father died when he was very young. His mother lived till after he was protector, and contrary to her orders, he buried her with great pomp in Westminster Abbey. She could not be persuaded that his power or person was ever in safety. At every noise which she heard, she exclaimed that her son was murdered, and was never satisfied that he was alive if she did not receive frequent visits from him. She was a decent woman, and by her frugality and industry had raised and educated a numerous family upon a small fortune. She had even been obliged to set up a brewery at Huntingdon, which she managed to good advantage. Hence Cromwell, in the invectives of that age, is often stigmatized with the name of the brewer. Ludlow, by way of insult, mentions the great accession which he would receive to his royal revenues upon his mother's death, who possessed a jointure of £60 a year upon his estate. She was of a good family of the name of Stuart, remotely allied, as is by some supposed, to the royal family. End of Section 59, Chapter 61, Part 6. Recording by Greg Golding, Georgetown, Ontario, Canada.
Section 60 of Volume 1E of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume, Volume 1E, Section 60, Chapter 62, Part 1. Chapter 62. The Commonwealth. All the arts of Cromwell's policy had been so often practised, that they began to lose their effect; and his power, instead of being confirmed by time and success, seemed every day to become more uncertain and precarious. His friends the most closely connected with him, and his counsellors the most trusted, were entering into cabals against his authority; and with all his penetration into the characters of men, he could not find any ministers on whom he could rely. Men of probity and honor, he knew, would not submit to be the instruments of a usurpation violent and illegal; those who were free from the restraint of principle, might betray, from interest, that cause in which, from no better motives, they had enlisted themselves. Even those on whom he conferred any favor, never deemed the recompense an equivalent for the sacrifices which they made to obtain it. Whoever was refused any demand, justified his anger by the specious colors of conscience and of duty. Such difficulties surrounded the protector, that his dying at so critical a time is esteemed by many the most fortunate circumstance that ever attended him; and it was thought, that all his courage and dexterity could not much longer have extended his usurped administration. But when that potent hand was removed which conducted the government, every one expected a sudden dissolution of the unwieldy and ill-jointed fabric. Richard, a young man of no experience, educated in the country, accustomed to a retired life, unacquainted with the officers, and unknown to them, recommended by no military exploits, endeared by no familiarities, could not long, it was thought, maintain that authority which his father had acquired by so many valorous achievements and such signal successes. And when it was observed, that he possessed only the virtues of private life, which in his situation were so many vices; that indolence, incapacity, irresolution, attended his facility and good nature. The various hopes of men were excited by the expectation of some great event or revolution. For some time, however, the public was disappointed in this opinion. The council recognized the succession of Richard. Fleetwood, in whose favor it was supposed Cromwell had formerly made a will, renounced all claim or pretension to the protectorship. Henry, Richard's brother, who governed Ireland with popularity, insured him the obedience of that kingdom. Monk, whose authority was well established in Scotland, being much attached to the family of Cromwell, immediately proclaimed the new protector. The army, everywhere, the fleet, acknowledged his title. Above 90 addresses, from the counties and most considerable corporations, congratulated him on his accession, in all the terms of dutiful allegiance. Foreign ministers were forward in paying him the usual compliments; and Richard, whose moderate, unambitious character never would have led him to contend for empire, was tempted to accept so rich an inheritance, which seemed to be tendered to him by the consent of all mankind. It was found necessary to call a parliament, in order to furnish supplies, both for the ordinary administration, and for fulfilling those engagements with foreign princes, particularly Sweden, into which the late protector had entered. In hopes of obtaining greater influence in elections, the ancient right was restored to all the small boroughs, and the counties were allowed no more than their usual members. 1659. The House of Peers, or the other House, consisted of the same persons that had been appointed by Oliver. All the commons, at first, signed without hesitation an engagement not to alter the present government. They next proceeded to examine the humble petition and advice; and after great opposition and many vehement debates, it was at length, with much difficulty, carried by the court party to confirm it. An acknowledgment, too, of the authority of the other house, was extorted from them; though it was resolved not to treat this House of Peers with any greater respect than they should return to the commons. A declaration was also made, that the establishment of the other house should nowise prejudice the right of such of the ancient peers as had from the beginning of the war adhered to the parliament. But in all these proceedings, the opposition among the commons was so considerable, and the debates were so much prolonged, that all business was retarded, and great alarm given to the partisans of the young protector. But there was another quarter from which greater dangers were justly apprehended. The most considerable officers of the army, and even Fleetwood, brother-in-law to the protector, were entering into cabals against him. No character in human society is more dangerous than that of the fanatic, because, if attended with weak judgment, he is exposed to the suggestions of others; if supported by more discernment, he is entirely governed by his own illusions, which sanctify his most selfish views and passions. Fleetwood was of the former species; and as he was extremely addicted to a republic, and even to the fifth monarchy or dominion of the saints, it was easy for those who had insinuated themselves into his confidence, to instill disgusts against the dignity of protector. The whole republican party in the army, which was still considerable, Fitz, Mason, Moss, Farley, united themselves to that general. The officers, too, of the same party, whom Cromwell had discarded, Overton, Ludlow, Rich, Okey, Alured, began to appear, and to recover that authority which had been only for a time suspended. A party, likewise, who found themselves eclipsed in Richard's favor, Sydenham, Kelsey, Berry, Haynes, joined the cabal of the others. Even Desborough, the protector's uncle, lent his authority to that faction. But above all, the intrigues of Lambert, who was now roused from his retreat, inflamed all those dangerous humors, and threatened the nation with some great convulsion. The discontented officers established their meetings in Fleetwood's apartments; and because he dwelt in Wallingford House, the party received a denomination from that place. Richard, who possessed neither resolution nor penetration, was prevailed on to give an unguarded consent for calling a general council of officers, who might make him proposals, as they pretended, for the good of the army. No sooner were they assembled than they voted a remonstrance. They there lamented, that the good old cause, as they termed it, that is, the cause for which they had engaged against the late king, was entirely neglected; and they proposed as a remedy, that the whole military power should be intrusted to some person in whom they might all confide. The city militia, influenced by two aldermen, Tichburn and Ireton, expressed the same resolution of adhering to the good old cause. The protector was justly alarmed at those movements among the officers. The persons in whom he chiefly confided, were all of them, excepting Broghill, men of civil characters and professions: Fienne, Thurlow, Whitlock, Wolseley, who could only assist him with their advice and opinion. He possessed none of those arts which were proper to gain an enthusiastic army. Murmurs being thrown out against some promotions which he had made, "Would you have me," said he, "prefer none but the godly? Here is Dick Ingoldsby," continued he, "who can neither pray nor preach; yet will I trust him before ye all." This imprudence gave great offence to the pretended saints. The other qualities of the protector were correspondent to these sentiments. He was of a gentle, humane, and generous disposition. Some of his party offering to put an end to those intrigues by the death of Lambert, he declared that he would not purchase power or dominion by such sanguinary measures. The parliament was no less alarmed at the military cabals. They voted that there should be no meeting or general council of officers, except with the protector's consent, or by his orders. This vote brought affairs immediately to a rupture. The officers hastened to Richard, and demanded of him the dissolution of the parliament. Desborough, a man of a clownish and brutal nature, threatened him, if he should refuse compliance. The protector wanted the resolution to deny, and possessed little ability to resist. The parliament was dissolved; and by the same act, the protector was by every one considered as effectually dethroned. Soon after, he signed his demission in form. Henry, the deputy of Ireland, was endowed with the same moderate disposition as Richard; but as he possessed more vigor and capacity, it was apprehended that he might make resistance. His popularity in Ireland was great; and even his personal authority, notwithstanding his youth, was considerable. Had his ambition been very eager, he had, no doubt, been able to create disturbance; but being threatened by Sir Hardress Waller, Colonel John Jones, and other officers, he very quietly resigned his command, and retired to England. He had once entertained thoughts, which he had not resolution to execute, of proclaiming the king in Dublin. Thus fell, suddenly and from an enormous height, but, by a rare fortune, without any hurt or injury, the family of the Cromwells. Richard continued to possess an estate, which was moderate, and burdened too with a large debt, which he had contracted for the interment of his father. After the Restoration, though he remained unmolested, he thought proper to travel for some years; and at Pezenas, in Languedoc, he was introduced under a borrowed name to the Prince of Conti. That prince, talking of English affairs, broke out into admiration of Cromwell's courage and capacity. But as for that poor, pitiful fellow Richard, said he, what has become of him? How could he be such a blockhead as to reap no greater benefit from all his father's crimes and successes? Richard extended his peaceful and quiet life to an extreme old age, and died not till the latter end of Queen Anne's reign. His social virtues, more valuable than the greatest capacity, met with a recompense more precious than noisy fame, and more suitable: contentment and tranquillity. The council of officers, now possessed of supreme authority, deliberated what form of government they should establish. Many of them seemed inclined to exercise the power of the sword in the most open manner; but as it was apprehended that the people would with great difficulty be induced to pay taxes levied by arbitrary will and pleasure, it was agreed to preserve the shadow of civil administration, and to revive the Long Parliament, which had been expelled by Cromwell. That assembly could not be dissolved, it was asserted, but by their own consent; and violence had interrupted, but was not able to destroy, their right to government. The officers also expected, that as these members had sufficiently felt their own weakness, they would be contented to act in subordination to the military commanders, and would thenceforth allow all the authority to remain where the power was so visibly vested. The officers applied to Lenthal, the speaker, and proposed to him, that the parliament should resume their seats. Lenthal was of a low, timid spirit, and being uncertain what issue might attend these measures, was desirous of evading the proposal. He replied, that he could by no means comply with the desires of the officers, being engaged in a business of far greater importance to himself, which he could not omit on any account, because it concerned the salvation of his own soul. The officers pressed him to tell what it might be. He was preparing, he said, to participate of the Lord's Supper, which he resolved to take next Sabbath. They insisted, that mercy was preferable to sacrifice; and that he could not better prepare himself for that great duty, than by contributing so the public service. All their remonstrances had no effect. However, on the appointed day, the speaker, being informed that a quorum of the house was likely to meet, thought proper, notwithstanding the salvation of his soul, as Ludlow observes, to join them; and the house immediately proceeded upon business. The secluded members attempted, but in vain, to resume their seats among them. The numbers of this parliament were small, little exceeding 70 members. The authority in the nation, ever since they had been purged by the army, was extremely diminished; and, after their expulsion, had been totally annihilated. But being all of them men of violent ambition, some of them men of experience and capacity, they were resolved, since they enjoyed the title of the supreme authority, and observed that some appearance of a parliament was requisite for the purposes of the army, not to act a subordinate part to those who acknowledged themselves their servants. They chose a council, in which they took care that the officers of Wallingford House should not be the majority. They appointed Fleetwood lieutenant general, but inserted in his commission, that it should only continue during the pleasure of the house. They chose 7 persons, who should nominate to such commands as became vacant; and they voted, that all commissions should be received from the speaker, and be signed by him in the name of the house. These precautions, the tendency of which was visible, gave great disgust to the general officers; and their discontent would immediately have broken out into some resolution fatal to the parliament, had it not been checked by the apprehensions of danger from the common enemy. The bulk of the nation consisted of Royalists and Presbyterians, and to both these parties the dominion of the pretended parliament had ever been to the last degree odious. When that assembly was expelled by Cromwell, contempt had succeeded to hatred; and no reserve had been used in expressing the utmost derision against the impotent ambition of these usurpers. Seeing them reinstated in authority, all orders of men felt the highest indignation, together with apprehensions, lest such tyrannical rulers should exert their power by taking vengeance upon their enemies, who had so openly insulted them. A secret reconciliation, therefore, was made between the rival parties, and it was agreed, that, burying former enmities in oblivion, all efforts should be used for the overthrow of the Rump. So they called the Parliament, in allusion to that part of the animal body. The Presbyterians, sensible from experience that their passion for liberty, however laudable, had carried them into unwarrantable excesses, were willing to lay aside ancient jealousies, and at all hazards to restore the royal family. The nobility, the gentry, bent their passionate endeavors to the same enterprise, by which alone they could be redeemed from slavery. And no man was so remote from party, so indifferent to public good, as not to feel the most ardent wishes for the dissolution of that tyranny, which, whether the civil or the military part of it were considered, appeared equally oppressive and ruinous to the nation. Mordaunt, who had so narrowly escaped on his trial before the High Court of Justice, seemed rather animated than daunted with past danger, and having by his resolute behavior obtained the highest confidence of the royal party, he was now become the centre of all their conspiracies. In many counties, a resolution was taken to rise in arms. Lord Willoughby of Parham and Sir Horatio Townshend undertook to secure Lynn. General Massey engaged to seize Gloucester. Lord Newport, Littleton, and other gentlemen, conspired to take possession of Shrewsbury. Sir George Booth of Chester, Sir Thomas Middleton of North Wales, Arundel, Pauler, Granville, Trelawney, of Plymouth and Exeter. A day was appointed for the execution of all these enterprises. And the king, attended by the Duke of York, had secretly arrived at Calais, with a resolution of putting himself at the head of his loyal subjects. The French court had promised to supply him with a small body of forces, in order to countenance the insurrections of the English. This combination was disconcerted by the infidelity of Sir Richard Willis. That traitor continued with the Parliament the same correspondence which he had begun with Cromwell. He had engaged to reveal all conspiracies, so far as to destroy their effect, but reserved to himself, if he pleased, the power of concealing the conspirators. He took care never to name any of the old genuine cavaliers, who had zealously adhered, and were resolved still to adhere, to the royal cause in every fortune. These men he esteemed. These he even loved. He betrayed only the new converts among the Presbyterians, or such lukewarm royalists as, discouraged with their disappointments, were resolved to expose themselves to no more hazards: a lively proof how impossible it is, even for the most corrupted minds, to divest themselves of all regard to morality and social duty. Many of the conspirators in the different counties were thrown into prison; others, astonished at such symptoms of secret treachery, left their houses, or remained quiet. The most tempestuous weather prevailed during the whole time appointed for the rendezvous, insomuch that some found it impossible to join their friends, and others were dismayed with fear and superstition at an incident so unusual during the summer season. Of all the projects, the only one which took effect, was that of Sir George Booth for the seizing of Chester. The Earl of Derby, Lord Herbert of Cherbury, Mr. Lee, Colonel Morgan, entered into this enterprise. Sir William Middleton joined Booth with some troops from North Wales, and the malcontents were powerful enough to subdue all in that neighborhood who ventured to oppose them. In their declaration they made no mention of the king. they only demanded a free and full parliament. The parliament was justly alarmed. How combustible the materials, they well knew, and the fire was now fallen among them. Booth was of a family eminently Presbyterian, and his conjunction with the royalists they regarded as a dangerous symptom. They had many officers whose fidelity they could more depend on than that of Lambert; but there was no one in whose vigilance and capacity they reposed such confidence. They commissioned him to suppress the rebels. He made incredible haste. Booth imprudently ventured himself out of the walls of Chester, and exposed, in the open field, his raw troops against these hardy veterans. He was soon routed and taken prisoner. His whole army was dispersed. And the parliament had no further occupation than to fill all the jails with their open or secret enemies. Designs were even entertained of transporting the loyal families to Barbadoes, Jamaica, and the other colonies, lest they should propagate in England children of the same malignant affections with themselves. This success hastened the ruin of the parliament. Lambert, at the head of a body of troops, was no less dangerous to them than Booth. £1,000, which they sent him to buy a jewel, were employed by him in liberalities to his officers. At his instigation, they drew up a petition, and transmitted it to Fleetwood, a weak man, and an honest, if sincerity in folly deserve that honorable name. The import of this petition was, that Fleetwood should be made commander-in-chief, Lambert major-general, Desborough lieutenant-general of the horse, Monk major-general of the foot. To which a demand was added, that no officer should be dismissed from his command but by a court-martial. The parliament, alarmed at the danger, immediately cashiered Lambert, Desborough, Berry, Clark, Barrow, Kelsey, Cobbett. Sir Arthur Hazelrig proposed the impeachment of Lambert for high treason. Fleetwood's commission was vacated, and the command of the army was vested in 7 persons, of whom that general was one. The parliament voted, that they would have no more general officers. And they declared it high treason to levy any money without consent of parliament. But these votes were feeble weapons in opposition to the swords of the soldiery. Lambert drew some troops together, in order to decide the controversy. Okey, who was leading his regiment to the assistance of the parliament, was deserted by them. Morley and Moss brought their regiments into Palace Yard, resolute to oppose the violence of Lambert. But that artful general knew an easy way of disappointing them. He placed his soldiers in the streets which led to Westminster Hall. When the speaker came in his coach, he ordered the horses to be turned, and very civilly conducted him home. The other members were in like manner intercepted. And the 2 regiments in Palace Yard, observing that they were exposed to derision, peaceably retired to their quarters. A little before this bold enterprise, a solemn fast had been kept by the army, and it is remarked, that this ceremony was the usual prelude to every signal violence which they committed. Section 60, Chapter 62, Part 1. Section 61 of Volume 1E of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume, Volume 1E, Section 61, Chapter 62, Part 2. the officers found themselves again invested with supreme authority, of which they intended forever to retain the substance, however they might bestow on others the empty shadow or appearance. They elected a committee of 23 persons, of whom 7 were officers. These they pretended to invest with sovereign authority, and they called them a Committee of Safety. They spoke everywhere of summoning a parliament chosen by the people, but they really took some steps towards assembling a military parliament, composed of officers elected from every regiment in the service. Throughout the 3 kingdoms there prevailed nothing but the melancholy fears, to the nobility and gentry, of a bloody massacre and extermination; to the rest of the people, of perpetual servitude beneath those sanctified robbers, whose union and whose divisions would be equally destructive and who, under pretence of superior illuminations, would soon extirpate, if possible, all private morality, as they had already done all public law and justice, from the British dominions. During the time that England continued in this distracted condition, the other kingdoms of Europe were hastening towards a composure of those differences by which they had so long been agitated. The parliament, while it preserved authority, instead of following the imprudent politics of Cromwell, and lending assistance to the conquering Swede, embraced the maxims of the Dutch Commonwealth, and resolved, in conjunction with that state, to mediate by force an accommodation between the northern crowns. Montague was sent with a squadron to the Baltic, and carried with him, as ambassador, Algernon Sidney, the celebrated republican. Sidney found the Swedish monarch employed in the siege of Copenhagen, the capital of his enemy, and was highly pleased that, with a Roman arrogance, he could check the progress of royal victories, and display in so signal a manner the superiority of freedom above tyranny. With the highest indignation, the ambitious prince was obliged to submit to the imperious mediation of the 2 commonwealths. "It is cruel," said he, "that laws should be prescribed me by parricides and pedlars." But his whole army was enclosed in an island, and might be starved by the combined squadrons of England and Holland. He was obliged therefore to quit his prey, when he had so nearly gotten possession of it; and having agreed to a pacification with Denmark, he retired into his own country, where he soon after died. The wars between France and Spain were also concluded by the Treaty of the Pyrenees. These animosities had long been carried on between the rival states, even while governed by a sister and brother, who cordially loved and esteemed each other. But politics, which had so long prevailed over these friendly affections, now at last yielded to their influence; and never was the triumph more full and complete. The Spanish Low Countries, if not every part of that monarchy, lay almost entirely at the mercy of its enemy. Broken armies, disordered finances, slow and irresolute counsels by these resources alone were the dispersed provinces of Spain defended against the vigorous power of France. But the queen regent, anxious for the fate of her brother, employed her authority with the cardinal to stop the progress of the French conquests, and put an end to a quarrel which, being commenced by ambition, and attended with victory, was at last concluded with moderation. The young monarch of France, though aspiring and warlike in his character, was at this time entirely occupied in the pleasures of love and gallantry, and had passively resigned the reins of empire into the hands of his politic minister. And he remained an unconcerned spectator, while an opportunity for conquest was parted with, which he never was able, during the whole course of his active reign, fully to retrieve. The ministers of the 2 crowns, Mazarin and Don Louis de Haro, met at the foot of the Pyrenees, in the Isle of Pheasants, a place which was supposed to belong to neither kingdom. The negotiation being brought to an issue by frequent conferences between the ministers, the monarchs themselves agreed to a congress; and these two splendid courts appeared in their full lustre amidst those savage mountains. Philip brought his daughter, Mary Therese, along with him; and giving her in marriage to his nephew Louis, endeavored to cement by this new tie the incompatible interests of the two monarchies. The French king made a solemn renunciation of every succession which might accrue to him in right of his consort; a vain formality, too weak to restrain the ungoverned ambition of princes. The affairs of England were in so great disorder, that it was not possible to comprehend that kingdom in the treaty, or adjust measures with a power which was in such incessant fluctuation. The king, reduced to despair by the failure of all enterprises for his restoration, was resolved to try the weak resource of foreign succors; and he went to the Pyrenees at the time when the two ministers were in the midst of their negotiations. Don Louis received him with that generous civility peculiar to his nation; and expressed great inclination, had the low condition of Spain allowed him, to give assistance to the distressed monarch. The cautious Mazarin, pleading the alliance of France with the English Commonwealth, refused even to see him; and though the king offered to marry the cardinal's niece, he could for the present obtain nothing but empty profusions of respect and protestations of services. The condition of that monarch, to all the world, seemed totally desperate. His friends had been baffled in every attempt for his service; the scaffold had often streamed with the blood of the more active royalists; the spirits of many were broken with tedious imprisonments; the estates of all were burdened by the fines and confiscations which had been levied upon them; no one durst openly avow himself of that party; and so small did their number seem to a superficial view, that, even should the nation recover its liberty, which was deemed nowise probable, it was judged uncertain what form of government it would embrace. But amidst all these gloomy prospects, fortune, by a surprising revolution, was now paving the way for the king to mount, in peace and triumph, the throne of his ancestors. It was by the prudence and loyalty of General Monk that this happy change was at last accomplished. George Monk, to whom the fate was reserved of re-establishing monarchy, and finishing the bloody dissensions of three kingdoms, was the second son of a family in Devonshire, ancient and honorable, but lately, from too great hospitality and expense, somewhat fallen to decay. He betook himself in early youth to the profession of arms; and was engaged in the unfortunate expeditions to Cadiz and the Isle of Rhe. After England had concluded peace with all her neighbors, he sought military experience in the Low Countries, the great school of war to all the European nations; and he rose to the command of a company under Lord Goring. This company consisted of 200 men, of whom 100 were volunteers, often men of family and fortune, sometimes noblemen, who lived upon their own income in a splendid manner. Such a military turn at that time prevailed among the English. When the sound of war was first heard in this island, Monk returned to England, partly desirous of promotion in his native country, partly disgusted with some ill usage from the states, of which he found reason to complain. Upon the Scottish pacification, he was employed by the Earl of Leicester against the Irish rebels; and having obtained a regiment, was soon taken notice of for his military skill, and for his calm and deliberate valor. Without ostentation, expense, or caresses, merely by his humane and equal temper, he gained the good will of the soldiery, who, with a mixture of familiarity and affection, usually called him honest George Monk, an honorable appellation, which they still continued to him even during his greatest elevation. He was remarkable for his moderation in party; and while all around him were inflamed into rage against the opposite faction, he fell under suspicion from the candor and tranquillity of his behavior. When the Irish army was called over into England, surmises of this kind had been so far credited, that he had even been suspended from his command, and ordered to Oxford, that he might answer the charge laid against him. His established character for truth and sincerity here stood him in great stead; and upon his earnest protestations and declarations, he was soon restored to his regiment, which he joined at the siege of Nantwich. The day after his arrival, Fairfax attacked and defeated the royalists commanded by Biron, and took Colonel Monk prisoner. He was sent to the Tower, where he endured, above 2 years, all the rigors of poverty and confinement. The king, however, was so mindful as to send him, notwithstanding his own difficulties, a present of 100 guineas; but it was not till after the royalists were totally subdued that he recovered his liberty. Monk, however distressed, had always refused the most inviting offers from the parliament; but Cromwell, sensible of his merit, having solicited him to engage in the wars against the Irish, who were considered as rebels both by king and parliament, he was not unwilling to repair his broken fortunes by accepting a command which, he flattered himself, was reconcilable to the strictest principles of honor. Having once engaged with the parliament, he was obliged to obey orders; and found himself necessitated to fight both against the Marquis of Ormond in Ireland, and against the king himself in Scotland. Upon the reduction of the latter kingdom, Monk was left with supreme command; and by the equality and justice of his administration, he was able to give contentment to that restless people, now reduced to subjugation by a nation whom they hated. No less acceptable was his authority to the officers and soldiers; and foreseeing that the good will of the army under his command might some time be of great service to him, he had with much care and success cultivated their friendship. The connections which he had formed with Cromwell, his benefactor, preserved him faithful to Richard, who had been enjoined by his father to follow in everything the directions of General Monk. When the Long Parliament was restored, Monk, who was not prepared for opposition, acknowledged their authority, and was continued in his command, from which it would not have been safe to attempt dislodging him. After the army had expelled the parliament, he protested against the violence, and resolved, as he pretended, to vindicate their invaded privileges. Deeper designs, either in the king's favor or his own, were from the beginning suspected to be the motive of his actions. A rivalship had long subsisted between him and Lambert; and everybody saw the reason why he opposed the elevation of that ambitious general, by whose success his own authority, he knew, would soon be subverted. But little friendship had ever subsisted between him and the parliamentary leaders; and it seemed nowise probable that he intended to employ his industry, and spend his blood, for the advancement of one enemy above another. How early he entertained designs for the king's restoration, we know not with certainty. It is likely that, as soon as Richard was deposed, he foresaw that, without such an expedient, it would be impossible ever to bring the nation to a regular settlement. His elder and younger brothers were devoted to the royal cause; the Granvilles, his near relations, and all the rest of his kindred, were in the same interests; he himself was intoxicated with no fumes of enthusiasm, and had maintained no connection with any of the fanatical tribe. His early engagements had been with the king; and he had left that service without receiving any disgust from the royal family. Since he had enlisted himself with the opposite party, he had been guilty of no violence or rigor which might render him obnoxious. His return, therefore, to loyalty, was easy and open; and nothing could be supposed to counterbalance his natural propensity to that measure, except the views of his own elevation, and the prospect of usurping the same grandeur and authority which had been assumed by Cromwell. But from such exorbitant, if not impossible projects, the natural tranquillity and moderation of his temper, the calmness and solidity of his genius, not to mention his age, now upon the decline, seem to have set him at a distance. Cromwell himself, he always asserted, could not long have maintained his usurpation; and any other person, even equal to him in genius, it was obvious, would now find it more difficult to practise arts of which every one from experience was sufficiently aware. It was more agreeable, therefore, to reason as well as candor, to suppose, that Monk, as soon as he put himself in motion, had entertained views of effecting the king's restoration; nor ought any objections, derived from his profound silence even to Charles himself, to be regarded as considerable. His temper was naturally reserved; his circumstances required dissimulation; the king, he knew, was surrounded with spies and traitors; and, upon the whole, it seems hard to interpret that conduct which ought to exalt our idea of his prudence, as a disparagement of his probity. Sir John Granville, hoping that the general would engage in the king's service, sent into Scotland his younger brother, a clergyman, Dr. Monk, who carried him a letter and invitation from the king. When the doctor arrived, he found that his brother was then holding a council of officers, and was not to be seen for some hours. In the meantime, he was received and entertained by Price, the general's chaplain, a man of probity, as well as a partisan of the king's. The doctor, having an entire confidence in the chaplain, talked very freely to him about the object of his journey, and engaged him, if there should be occasion, to second his applications. At last, the general arrives; the brothers embrace; and after some preliminary conversation, the doctor opens his business. Monk interrupted him, to know whether he had ever before to anybody mentioned the subject. To nobody, replied his brother, but to Price, whom I know to be entirely in your confidence. The general, altering his countenance, turned the discourse; and would enter into no further confidence with him, but sent him away with the first opportunity. He would not trust his own brother the moment he knew that he had disclosed the secret, though to a man whom he himself could have trusted. His conduct in all other particulars was full of the same reserve and prudence; and no less was requisite for effecting the difficult work which he had undertaken. All the officers in his army of whom he entertained any suspicion, he immediately cashiered. Cobbett, who had been sent by the committee of safety, under pretence of communicating their resolutions to Monk, but really with a view of debauching his army, he committed to custody; he drew together the several scattered regiments; he summoned an assembly somewhat resembling a convention of states; and having communicated to them his resolution of marching into England, he received a seasonable, though no great supply of money. Hearing that Lambert was advancing northward with his army, Monk sent Cloberry and 2 other commissioners to London, with large professions of his inclination to peace, and with offers of terms for an accommodation. His chief aim was to gain time, and relax the preparations of his enemies. The committee of safety fell into the snare. A treaty was signed by Monk's commissioners; but he refused to ratify it, and complained that they had exceeded their powers. He desired, however, to enter into a new negotiation at Newcastle. The committee willingly accepted this fallacious offer. Meanwhile these military sovereigns found themselves surrounded on all hands with inextricable difficulties. The nation had fallen into total anarchy; and by refusing the payment of all taxes, reduced the army to the greatest necessities. While Lambert's forces were assembling at Newcastle, Hazelrig and Morley took possession of Portsmouth, and declared for the parliament. A party, sent to suppress them, was persuaded by their commander to join in the same declaration. The city apprentices rose in a tumult, and demanded a free parliament. Though they were suppressed by Colonel Hewson, a man who from the profession of a cobbler had risen to a high rank in the army, the city still discovered symptoms of the most dangerous discontent. It even established a kind of separate government, and assumed the supreme authority within itself. Admiral Lawson with his squadron came into the river, and declared for the parliament. Hazelrig and Morley, hearing of this important event, left Portsmouth, and advanced towards London. The regiments near that city, being solicited by their old officers, who had been cashiered by the Committee of Safety, revolted again to the parliament. Desborough's regiment, being sent by Lambert to support his friends, no sooner arrived at St. Albans, than it declared for the same assembly. Fleetwood's hand was found too weak and unstable to support this ill-founded fabric, which everywhere around him was falling into ruins. When he received intelligence of any murmurs among the soldiers, he would prostrate himself in prayer, and could hardly be prevailed with to join the troops. Even when among them, he would, in the midst of any discourse, invite them all to prayer, and put himself on his knees before them. If any of his friends exhorted him to more vigor, they could get no other answer than, that God had spitten in his face, and would not hear him. Men now ceased to wonder why Lambert had promoted him to the office of general, and had contented himself with the second command in the army. Lenthal, the speaker, being invited by the officers, again assumed authority, and summoned together the parliament, which twice before had been expelled with so much reproach and ignominy. As soon as assembled, they repealed their act against the payment of excise and customs; they appointed commissioners for assigning quarters to the army; and, without taking any notice of Lambert, they sent orders to the forces under his command immediately to repair to those quarters which were appointed them. 1660. Lambert was now in a very disconsolate condition. Monk, he saw, had passed the Tweed at Coldstream, and was advancing upon him. His own soldiers deserted him in great multitudes, and joined the enemy. Lord Fairfax, too, he heard, had raised forces behind him, and had possessed himself of York, without declaring his purpose. The last orders of the parliament so entirely stripped him of his army, that there remained not with him above 100 horse; all the rest went to their quarters with quietness and resignation; and he himself was, some time after, arrested and committed to the Tower. The other officers, who had formerly been cashiered by the parliament, and who had resumed their commands that they might subdue that assembly, were again cashiered and confined to their houses. Sir Harry Vane and some members who had concurred with the Committee of Safety, were ordered into a like confinement. And the parliament now seemed to be again possessed of more absolute authority than ever, and to be without any danger of opposition or control. The Republican party was at this time guided by two men, Hazelrig and Vane, who were of opposite characters, and mortally hated each other. Hazelrig, who possessed greater authority in the parliament, was haughty, imperious, precipitate, vainglorious; without civility, without prudence; qualified only by his noisy, pertinacious obstinacy to acquire an ascendant in public assemblies. Vane was noted in all civil transactions for temper, insinuation, address, and a profound judgment; in all religious speculations, for folly and extravagance. He was a perfect enthusiast; and fancying that he was certainly favored with inspiration, he deemed himself, to speak in the language of the times, to be a man above ordinances, and, by reason of his perfection, to be unlimited and unrestrained by any rules which govern inferior mortals. These whimsies, mingling with pride, had so corrupted his excellent understanding, that sometimes he thought himself the person deputed to reign on earth for 1,000 years over the whole congregation of the faithful. Section 61, Chapter 62, Part 2.
Section 62 of Volume 1E of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James McAndrew. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1E, Section 62, Chapter 62, Part 3. Monk, though informed of the restoration of the Parliament from whom he received no orders, still advanced with his army, which was near 6,000 men. The scattered forces in England were about 5 times more numerous. Fairfax, who had resolved to declare for the king, not being able to make the general open his intentions, retired to his own house in Yorkshire. In all counties through which Monk passed, the prime gentry flocked to him with addresses, expressing their earnest desire that he would be instrumental in restoring the nation to peace and tranquillity, and to the enjoyment of those liberties which by law were their birthright, but of which during so many years they had been fatally bereaved, and that in order to this salutary purpose he would prevail either for the restoring of those members who had been secluded before the king's death, or for the election of a new parliament, who might legally and by general consent again govern the nation. Though Monk pretended not to favour these addresses, that ray of hope which the knowledge of his character and situation afforded mightily animated all men. The tyranny and the anarchy which now equally oppressed the kingdom, the experience of past distractions, the dread of future convulsions, the indignation against military usurpation, against sanctified hypocrisy, all these motives had united every party, except the most desperate, into ardent wishes for the king's restoration, the only remedy for all these fatal evils. Scott and Robinson were sent as deputies by the Parliament, under pretence of congratulating the general, but in reality to serve as spies upon him. The city dispatched 4 of their principal citizens to perform like compliments, and at the same time to confirm the general in his inclination to a free parliament, the object of all men's prayers and endeavours. The authority of Monk could scarcely secure the parliamentary deputies from those insults which the general hatred and contempt toward their masters drew from men of every rank and denomination. Monk continued his march with few interruptions till he reached St. Albans. He there sent a message to the Parliament, desiring them to remove from London those regiments which, though they now professed to return to their duty, had so lately offered violence to that assembly. This message was unexpected, and exceedingly perplexed the House. Their fate, they found, must still depend on a mercenary army, and they were as distant as ever from their imaginary sovereignty. However, they found it necessary to comply. The soldiers made more difficulty. A mutiny arose among them. One regiment in particular quartered in Somerset House, expressly refused to yield their place to the northern army, but those officers who would gladly on such an occasion have inflamed the quarrel were absent or in confinement, and for want of leaders the soldiers were at last, with great reluctance, obliged to submit. Monk, with his army, took quarters in Westminster. The general was introduced to the House, and thanks were given him by Lenthal for the eminent services which he had done his country. Monk was a prudent, not an eloquent speaker. He told the House that the services which he had been enabled to perform were no more than his duty, and merited not such praises as those with which they were pleased to honour him, that among many persons of greater worth who bore their commission, he had been employed as the instrument of Providence for effecting their restoration. But he considered this service as a step only to more important services, which it was their part to render to the nation, that while on his march he observed all ranks of men in all places to be in earnest expectation of a settlement after the violent convulsions to which they had been exposed, and to have no prospect of that blessing but from the dissolution of the present Parliament, and from the summoning of a new one, free and full, who, meeting without oaths or engagements, might finally give contentment to the nation, that applications had been made to him for that purpose, but that he, sensible of his duty, had still told the petitioners that the Parliament itself, which was now free and would soon be full, was the best judge of all these measures, and that the whole community ought to acquiesce in their determination, that though he expressed himself in this manner to the people, he must now freely inform the House that the fewer engagements were exacted, the more comprehensive would their plan prove, and the more satisfaction would it give to the nation, and that it was sufficient for public security if the fanatical party and the Royalists were excluded, since the principles of these factions were destructive either of government or of liberty. This speech, containing matter which was both agreeable and disagreeable to the House as well as to the nation, still kept everyone in suspense, and upheld that uncertainty in which it seemed the general's interest to retain the public. But it was impossible for the kingdom to remain long in this doubtful situation. The people, as well as the Parliament, pushed matters to a decision. During the late convulsions, the payment of taxes had been interrupted, and though the Parliament, upon their assembling, renewed the ordinances for imposition, yet so little reverence did the people pay to those legislators that they gave very slow and unwilling obedience to their commands. The Common Council of London flatly refused to submit to an assessment required of them, and declared that, till a free and lawful Parliament imposed taxes, they never should deem it their duty to make any payment. This resolution, if yielded to, would immediately have put an end to the dominion of the Parliament. They were determined, therefore, upon this occasion, to make at once a full experiment of their own power and of their general's obedience. Monk received orders to march into the city, to seize 12 persons, the most obnoxious to the Parliament, to remove the posts and chains from all the streets, and to take down and break the portcullises and gates of the city, and very few hours were allowed him to deliberate upon the execution of these violent orders. To the great surprise and consternation of all men, Monk prepared himself for obedience. Neglecting the entreaties of his friends, the remonstrances of his officers, the cries of the people, he entered the city in a military manner. He apprehended as many as he could of the proscribed persons whom he sent to the Tower. With all the circumstances of contempt, he broke the gates and portcullises, and having exposed the city to the scorn and derision of all who hated it, he returned in triumph to his quarters in Westminster. No sooner had the general leisure to reflect than he found that this last measure, instead of being a continuation of that cautious ambiguity which he had hitherto maintained, was taking party without reserve, and laying himself as well as the nation at the mercy of that tyrannical parliament, whose power had long been odious as their persons contemptible to all men. He resolved, therefore, before it were too late, to repair the dangerous mistake into which he had been betrayed, and to show the whole world, still more without reserve, that he meant no longer to be the minister of violence and usurpation. After complaining of the odious service in which he had been employed, he wrote a letter to the House, reproaching them, as well with the new cabals which they had formed with Vane and Lambert, as with the encouragement given to a fanatical petition presented by, praise God, Barebone, and he required them, in the name of the citizens, soldiers, and whole Commonwealth, to issue writs within a week for the filling of their house, and to fix the time for their own dissolution and the assembling of a new parliament. Having dispatched this letter, which might be regarded, he thought, as an undoubted pledge of his sincerity, he marched with his army into the city, and desired Allen, the mayor, to summon a common council at Guildhall. He there made many apologies for the indignity which 2 days before he had been obliged to put upon them, assured them of his perseverance in the measures which he had adopted, and desired that they might mutually plight their faith for a strict union between city and army in every enterprise for the happiness and settlement of the Commonwealth. It would be difficult to describe the joy and exultation which displayed itself throughout the city as soon as intelligence was conveyed of this happy measure embraced by the general. The prospect of peace, concord, liberty, justice, broke forth at once from amidst the deepest darkness in which the nation had ever been involved. The few of past calamities no longer presented dismal prognostics of the future. It tended only to enhance the general exultation for those scenes of happiness and tranquillity which all men now confidently promised themselves. The Royalists, the Presbyterians, forgetting all animosities, mingled in common joy and transport, and vowed never more to gratify the ambition of false and factious tyrants by their calamitous divisions. The populace, more outrageous in their festivity, made the air resound with acclamations and illuminated every street with signals of jollity and triumph. Applauses of the general were everywhere intermingled with detestation against the Parliament. The most ridiculous inventions were adopted in order to express this latter passion. At every bonfire rumps were roasted, and where these could no longer be found, pieces of flesh were cut into that shape. And the funeral of the Parliament, the populace exclaimed, was celebrated by these symbols of hatred and derision. The Parliament, though in the agonies of despair, made still one effort for the recovery of their dominion. They sent a committee with offers to gain the general. He refused to hear them, except in the presence of some of the secluded members. Though several persons, desperate from guilt and fanaticism, promised to invest him with the dignity of supreme magistrate and to support his government, he would not hearken to such wild proposals. Having fixed a close correspondence with the city and established its militia in hands whose fidelity could be relied on, he returned with his army to Westminster, and pursued every proper measure for the settlement of the nation. While he still pretended to maintain republican principles, he was taking large steps toward the re-establishment of the ancient monarchy. The secluded members, under the general's invitation, went to the house, and finding no longer any obstruction, they entered, and immediately appeared to be the majority. Most of the independents left the place. The restored members first repealed all the ordinances by which they had been excluded. They gave Sir George Booth and his party their liberty and estates. They renewed the general's commission and enlarged his powers. They fixed an assessment for the support of the fleet and army, and having passed these votes for the present composure of the kingdom, they dissolved themselves and issued writs for the immediate assembling of a new parliament. This last measure had been previously concerted with the general, who knew that all men, however different in affections, expectations, and designs, united in their detestation of the long parliament. A council of state was established, consisting of men of character and moderation, most of whom, during the civil wars, had made a great figure among the Presbyterians. The militia of the kingdom was put into such hands as would promote order and settlement. These, conjoined with Monk's army, which lay united at London, were esteemed a sufficient check on the more numerous though dispersed army, of whose inclinations there was still much reason to be diffident. Monk, however, was every day removing the more obnoxious officers and bringing the troops to a state of discipline and obedience. Overton, governor of Hull, had declared his resolution to keep possession of that fortress till the coming of King Jesus. But when Alured produced the authority of Parliament for his delivering the place to Colonel Fairfax, he thought properly to comply. Montague, who commanded the fleet in the Baltic, had entered into the conspiracy with Sir George Booth, and pretending want of provisions, had sailed from the Sound towards the coast of England, with an intention of supporting that insurrection of the Royalists. On his arrival, he received the news of Booth's defeat and the total failure of the enterprise. The great difficulties to which the Parliament was then reduced allowed them no leisure to examine strictly the reasons which he gave for quitting his station, and they allowed him to retire peaceably to his country house. The Council of State now conferred on him, in conjunction with Monk, the command of the fleet, and secured the naval as well as military force in hands favourable to the public settlement. Notwithstanding all these steps which were taken towards the re-establishment of the monarchy, Monk still maintained the appearance of zeal for a commonwealth, and hitherto allowed no canal of correspondence between himself and the king to be opened. To call a free parliament and to restore the royal family were visibly, in the present disposition of the kingdom, one and the same measure. Yet would not the general declare, otherwise than by his actions, that he had adopted the king's interests, and nothing but necessity extorted at last the confession from him. His silence in the commencement of his enterprise ought to be no objection to his sincerity, since he maintained the same reserve at a time when, consistent with common sense, he could have entertained no other purpose. There was one Morris, a gentleman of Devonshire, of a sedentary, studious disposition, nearly related to Monk, and one who had always maintained the strictest intimacy with him. With this friend alone did Monk deliberate concerning that great enterprise which he had projected. Sir John Granville, who had a commission from the king, applied to Morris for access to the general, but received for answer that the general desired him to communicate his business to Morris. Granville, though importunately urged, twice refused to deliver his message to any but Monk himself, and this cautious politician, finding him now a person whose secrecy could be safely trusted, admitted him to his presence, and opened to him his whole intentions. Since he scrupled to commit anything to writing, he delivered only a verbal message by Granville assuring the king of his services, giving advice for his conduct, and exhorting him instantly to leave the Spanish territories and retire into Holland. He was apprehensive lest Spain might detain him as a pledge for the recovery of Dunkirk and Jamaica. Charles followed these directions and very narrowly escaped to Breda. Had he protracted his journey a few hours, he had certainly, under pretence of honour and respect, been arrested by the Spaniards. Lockhart, who was governor of Dunkirk, and nowise averse to the king's service, was applied to on this occasion. The state of England was set before him, the certainty of the restoration represented, and the prospect of great favour displayed, if he would anticipate the vows of the kingdom and receive the king into his fortress. Lockhart still replied that his commission was derived from an English parliament, and he would not open his gates but in obedience to the same authority. This scruple, though in the present emergence it approaches towards superstition, it is difficult for us entirely to condemn. The elections for the new parliament went everywhere in favour of the king's party. This was one of those popular torrents where the most indifferent or even the most averse are transported with the general passion and zealously adopt the sentiments of the community to which they belong. The enthusiasts themselves seem to be disarmed of their fury, and between despair and astonishment gave way to those measures which they found it would be impossible for them by their utmost efforts to withstand. The Presbyterians and the Royalists, being united, formed the voice of the nation, which without noise but with infinite ardour called for the king's restoration. The kingdom was almost entirely in the hands of the former party, and some zealous leaders among them began to renew the demand of those conditions which had been required of the late king in the Treaty of Newport. But the general opinion seemed to condemn all those rigorous and jealous capitulations with their sovereign. Harassed with convulsions and disorders, men ardently longed for repose and were terrified at the mention of negotiations or delays, which might afford opportunity to the seditious army still to breed new confusion. The passion, too, for liberty, having been carried to such violent extremes, and having produced such bloody commotions, began by a natural movement to give place to a spirit of loyalty and obedience, and the public was less zealous in a cause which was become odious on account of the calamities which had so long attended it. After the legal concessions made by the late king, the constitution seemed to be sufficiently secured, and the additional conditions insisted on, as they had been framed during the greatest ardour of the contest, amounted rather to annihilation than a limitation of monarchy. Above all, the general was averse to the mention of conditions, and resolved that the crown which he intended to restore should be conferred on the king entirely free and unencumbered. Without further scruple, therefore, or jealousy, the people gave their voice in elections for such as they knew to entertain sentiments favourable to monarchy, and all paid court to a party which they foresaw was soon to govern the nation. Though the Parliament had voted, that no one should be elected who had himself or whose father had borne arms for the late king, little regard was anywhere paid to this ordinance. The leaders of the Presbyterians, the Earl of Manchester, Lord Fairfax, Lord Robarts, Hollis, Sir Anthony Ashley Cooper, Annesley, Lewis, were determined to atone for past transgressions by their present zeal for the royal interests, and from former merits, successes, and sufferings they had acquired with their party the highest credit and authority. The affairs of Ireland were in a condition no less favourable to the king. As soon as Monk declared against the English army, he dispatched emissaries into Ireland, and engaged the officers in that kingdom to concur with him in the same measures. Lord Broghill, President of Munster, and Sir Charles Coote, President of Connaught, went so far as to enter into a correspondence with the king, and to promise their assistance for his restoration. In conjunction with Sir Theophilus Jones and other officers, they took possession of the government, and excluded Ludlow, who was zealous for the Rump Parliament, but whom they pretended to be in a confederacy with the Committee of Safety. They kept themselves in readiness to serve the king, but made no declarations till they should see the turn which affairs took in England. But all these promising views had almost been blasted by an untoward accident. Upon the admission of the secluded members, the Republican party, particularly the late king's judges, were seized with the justest despair, and endeavoured to infuse the same sentiment into the army. By themselves or their emissaries they represented to the soldiers that all those brave actions which had been performed during the war, and which were so meritorious in the eyes of the Parliament, would no doubt be regarded as the deepest crimes by the Royalists, and would expose the army to the severest vengeance. That in vain did that party make professions of moderation and lenity. The king's death, the execution of so many of the nobility and gentry, the sequestration and imprisonment of the rest, were in their eyes crimes so deep and offences so personal as must be prosecuted with the most implacable resentment, that the loss of all arrears and the cashiering of every officer and soldier were the lightest punishment which must be expected. After the dissolution of the army, no further protection remained to them, either for life or property, but the clemency of enraged victors, and that, even if the most perfect security could be obtained, it were inglorious to be reduced by treachery and deceit to subjection under a foe who in the open field had so long yielded to their superior valour. End of section 62, chapter 62, part 3. Recording by James McAndrew, San Francisco. As
Section 63 of Volume 1E of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Golding. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1E, Section 63, Chapter 62, Part 4. After these suggestions had been infused into the army, Lambert suddenly made his escape from the Tower, and threw Monk and the Council of State into great consternation. They knew Lambert's vigour and activity. They were acquainted with his popularity in the army. They were sensible that, though the soldiers had lately deserted him, they sufficiently expressed their remorse, and their detestation of those who, by false professions, they found had so egregiously deceived them. It seemed necessary, therefore, to employ the greatest celerity in suppressing so dangerous a foe. Colonel Ingoldsby, who had been one of the late king's judges, but who was now entirely engaged in the royal cause, was dispatched after him. He overtook him at Daventry, while he had yet assembled but 4 troops of horse. One of them deserted him, another quickly followed the example. He himself, endeavouring to make his escape, was seized by Ingoldsby, to whom he made submissions not suitable to his former character of spirit and valour. Okey, Axtell, Cobbett, Creed, and other officers of that party were taken prisoners with him. All the roads were full of soldiers hastening to join them. In a few days they had been formidable, and it was thought that it might prove dangerous for Monk himself to have assembled any considerable body of his republican army for their suppression, so that nothing could be more happy than the sudden extinction of this rising flame. When the parliament met, they chose Sir Harbottle Grimstone speaker, a man who, though he had for some time concurred with the late parliament, had long been esteemed affectionate to the king's service. The great dangers incurred during former usurpations, joined to the extreme caution of the general, kept every one in awe, and none dared for some days to make any mention of the king. The members exerted their spirit chiefly in bitter invectives against the memory of Cromwell, and in execrations against the inhuman murder of their late sovereign. At last the general, having sufficiently sounded their inclinations, gave directions to Annesley, president of the council, to inform them that one Sir John Granville, a servant of the king's, had been sent over by his majesty, and was now at the door with a letter to the commons. The loudest acclamations were excited by this intelligence. Granville was called in. The letter, accompanied with a declaration, greedily read, without one moment's delay, and without a contradictory vote. A committee was appointed to prepare an answer, and in order to spread the same satisfaction throughout the kingdom, it was voted that the letter and declaration should immediately be published. The people, freed from the state of suspense in which they had so long been held, now changed their anxious hope for the unmixed effusions of joy, and displayed a social triumph and exultation, which no private prosperity, even the greatest, is ever able fully to inspire. Traditions remain of men, particularly of Oughtred, the mathematician, who died of pleasure when informed of this happy and surprising event. The king's declaration was well calculated to uphold the satisfaction inspired by the prospect of public settlement. It offered a generous amnesty to all persons whatsoever, and that without any exceptions but such as should afterwards be made by parliament, which, upon mature deliberation, should be offered for ensuring that indulgence. It submitted to the arbitration of the same assembly the inquiry into all grants, purchases, and alienations, and it assured the soldiers of all their arrears, and promised them for the future the same pay which they then enjoyed. The lords, perceiving the spirit by which the kingdom as well as the commons was animated, hastened to reinstate themselves in their ancient authority, and to take their share in the settlement of the nation. They found the doors of their house open, and all were admitted, even such as had formerly been excluded on account of their pretended delinquency. The two houses attended, while the king was proclaimed, with great solemnity, in Palace Yard at Whitehall, and at Temple Bar. The commons voted £500 to buy a jewel for Granville, who had brought them the king's gracious messages. A present of £50,000 was conferred on the king, £10,000 on the Duke of York, £5,000 on the Duke of Gloucester. A committee of lords and commons was dispatched to invite his majesty to return and take possession of the government. The rapidity with which all these events were conducted was marvellous, and discovered the passionate zeal and entire unanimity of the nation. Such an impatience appeared, and such an emulation, in lords and commons and city, who should make the most lively expressions of their joy and duty, that, as the noble historian expresses it, a man could not but wonder where those people dwelt who had done all the mischief, and kept the king so many years from enjoying the comfort and support of such excellent subjects. The king himself said that it must surely have been his own fault that he had not sooner taken possession of the throne, since he found everybody so zealous in promoting his happy restoration. The respect of foreign powers soon followed the submission of the king's subjects. Spain invited him to return to the Low Countries and embark in some of her maritime towns. France made protestations of affection and regard, and offered Calais for the same purpose. The States General sent deputies with a like friendly invitation. The king resolved to accept of this last offer. The people of the republic bore him a cordial affection, and politics no longer restrained their magistrates from promoting and expressing that sentiment. As he passed from Breda to the Hague, he was attended by numerous crowds, and was received with the loudest acclamations, as if themselves, not their rivals in power and commerce, were now restored to peace and security. The States General in a body, and afterwards the States of Holland apart, performed their compliments with the greatest solemnity. Every person of distinction was ambitious of being introduced to his majesty. All ambassadors and public ministers of kings, princes, or states repaired to him, and professed the joy of their masters in his behalf, so that one would have thought that from the united efforts of Christendom had been derived this revolution, which diffused everywhere such universal satisfaction. The English fleet came in sight of Scheveling. Montague had not waited for orders from the parliament, but had persuaded the officers of themselves to tender their duty to his majesty. The Duke of York immediately went on board, and took the command of the fleet as high admiral. When the king disembarked at Dover, he was met by the general, whom he cordially embraced. Never subject, in fact, probably in his intentions, had deserved better of his king and country. In the space of a few months, without effusion of blood, by his cautious and disinterested conduct alone, he had bestowed settlement on 3 kingdoms, which had long been torn with the most violent convulsions, and having obstinately refused the most inviting conditions offered him by the king, as well as by every party in the kingdom, he freely restored his injured master to the vacant throne. The king entered London on the 29th of May, which was also his birthday. The fond imaginations of men interpreted as a happy omen the concurrence of 2 such joyful periods. At this era it may be proper to stop a moment and take a general survey of the age, so far as regards manners, finances, arms, commerce, arts, and sciences. The chief use of history is, that it affords materials for disquisitions of this nature, and it seems the duty of an historian to point out the proper inferences and conclusions. No people could undergo a change more sudden and entire in their manners than did the English nation during this period. From tranquillity, concord, submission, sobriety, they passed in an instant to a state of faction, fanaticism, rebellion, and almost frenzy. The violence of the English parties exceeded any thing which we can now imagine. Had they continued but a little longer, there was just reason to dread all the horrors of the ancient massacres and proscriptions. The military usurpers, whose authority was founded on palpable injustice, and was supported by no national party, would have been impelled by rage and despair into such sanguinary measures, and if these furious expedients had been employed on one side, revenge would naturally have pushed the other party, after a return of power, to retaliate upon their enemies. No social intercourse was maintained between the parties, no marriages or alliances contracted. The Royalists, though oppressed, harassed, persecuted, disdained all affinity with their masters. The more they were reduced to subjection, the greater superiority did they affect above those usurpers, who, by violence and injustice, had acquired an ascendant over them. The manners of the 2 factions were as opposite of those of the most distant nations. Your friends, the Cavaliers, said a parliamentarian to a Royalist, are very dissolute and debauched. True, replied the Royalist, they have the infirmities of men, but your friends, the Roundheads, have the vices of devils, tyranny, rebellion, and spiritual pride. Riot and disorder, it is certain, notwithstanding the good examples set them by Charles I., prevailed very much among his partisans. Being commonly men of birth and fortune, to whom excesses are less pernicious than to the vulgar, they were too apt to indulge themselves in all pleasures, particularly those of the table. Opposition to the rigid preciseness of their antagonists increased their inclination to good fellowship, and the character of a man of pleasure was affected among them, as a sure pledge of attachment to the church and monarchy. Even when ruined by confiscations and sequestrations, they endeavored to maintain the appearance of a careless and social jollity. As much as hope is superior to fear, said a poor and merry cavalier, so much is our situation preferable to that of our enemies. We laugh while they tremble. The gloomy enthusiasm which prevailed among the parliamentary party is surely the most curious spectacle presented by any history, and the most instructive, as well as entertaining, to a philosophical mind. All recreations were in a manner suspended by the rigid severity of the Presbyterians and Independents. Horse races and cock matches were prohibited as the greatest enormities. Even bear-baiting was esteemed heathenish and unchristian. The sport of it, not the inhumanity, gave offence. Colonel Hewson, from his pious zeal, marched with his regiment into London, and destroyed all the bears which were kept there for the diversion of the citizens. This adventure seems to have given birth to the fiction of Hudibras. Though the English nation be naturally candid and sincere, hypocrisy prevailed among them beyond any example in ancient or modern times. The religious hypocrisy, it may be remarked, is of a peculiar nature, and being generally unknown to the person himself, though more dangerous, it implies less falsehood than any other species of insincerity. The Old Testament, preferably to the New, was the favorite of all the sectaries. The Eastern poetical style of that composition made it more easily susceptible of a turn which was agreeable to them. We have had occasion, in the course of this work, to speak of the many sects which prevailed in England. To enumerate them all would be impossible. The Quakers, however, are so considerable, at least so singular, as to merit some attention, and as they renounced by principle the use of arms, they never made such a figure in public transactions as to enter into any part of our narrative. The religion of the Quakers, like most others, began with the lowest vulgar, and in its progress came at last to comprehend people of better quality and fashion. George Fox, born at Drayton in Lancashire in 1624, was the founder of this sect. He was the son of a weaver, and was himself bound apprentice to a shoemaker. Feeling a stronger impulse towards spiritual contemplations than towards that mechanical profession, he left his master, and went about the country clothed in a leathern doublet, a dress which he long affected, as well for its singularity as its cheapness. That he might wean himself from sublunary objects, he broke off all connections with his friends and family, and never dwelt a moment in one place, lest habit should beget new connections, and depress the sublimity of his aerial meditations. He frequently wandered into the woods, and passed whole days in hollow trees, without company, or any other amusement than his Bible. Having reached that pitch of perfection as to need no other book, he soon advanced to another state of spiritual progress, and began to pay less regard even to that divine composition itself. His own breast, he imagined, was full of the same inspiration which had guided the prophets and apostles themselves, and by this inward light must every spiritual obscurity be cleared. By this living spirit must the dead letter be animated. When he had been sufficiently consecrated in his own imagination, he felt that the fumes of self-applause soon dissipate, if not continually supplied by the admiration of others, and he began to seek proselytes. Proselytes were easily gained, at a time when all men's affections were turned towards religion, and when the most extravagant modes of it were sure to be the most popular. All the forms of ceremony, invented by pride and ostentation, Fox and his disciples, from a superior pride and ostentation, carefully rejected. Even the ordinary rites of civility were shunned, as the nourishment of carnal vanity and self-conceit. They would bestow no titles of distinction. The name of friend was the only salutation with which they indiscriminately accosted every one. To no person would they make a bow, or move their hat, or give any signs of reverence. Instead of that affected adulation, introduced into modern tongues, of speaking to individuals as if they were a multitude, they returned to the simplicity of ancient languages, and thou and thee were the only expressions which, on any consideration, they could be brought to employ. Dress, too, a material circumstance, distinguished the members of this sect. Every superfluity and ornament was carefully retrenched. No plaits to their coat, no buttons to their sleeves, no lace, no ruffles, no embroidery. Even a button to the hat, though sometimes useful, yet not being always so, was universally rejected by them with horror and detestation. The violent enthusiasm of this sect, like all high passions, being too strong for the weak nerves to sustain, threw the preachers into convulsions, and shakings, and distortions in their limbs, and they thence received the appellation of Quakers. Amidst the great toleration which was then granted to all sects, and even encouragement given to all innovations, this sect alone suffered persecution. From the fervor of their zeal, the Quakers broke into churches, disturbed public worship, and harassed the minister and audience with railing and reproaches. When carried before a magistrate, they refused him all reverence, and treated him with the same familiarity as if he had been their equal. Sometimes they were thrown into madhouses, sometimes into prisons, sometimes whipped, sometimes pilloried. The patience and fortitude with which they suffered begat compassion, admiration, esteem. A supernatural spirit was believed to support them under those sufferings, which the ordinary state of humanity, freed from the illusions of passion, is unable to sustain. The Quakers crept into the army; but as they preached universal peace, they seduced the military zealots from their profession, and would soon, had they been suffered, have put an end, without any defeat or calamity, to the dominion of the saints. These attempts became a fresh ground of persecution, and a new reason for their progress among the people. Morals with this sect were carried, or affected to be carried, to the same degree of extravagance as religion. Give a Quaker a blow on one cheek, he held up the other. Ask his cloak, he gave you his coat also. The greatest interest could not engage him, in any court of judicature, to swear even to the truth. He never asked more for his wares than the precise sum which he was determined to accept. This last maxim is laudable, and continues still to be religiously observed by the sect. No fanatics ever carried further the hatred to ceremonies, forms, orders, rites, and positive institutions. Even baptism and the Lord's Supper, by all other sects believed to be interwoven with the very vitals of Christianity, were disdainfully rejected by them. The very Sabbath they profaned. The holiness of churches they derided, and they would give to these sacred edifices no other appellation than that of shops or steeple-houses. No priests were admitted in their sect. Every one had received from immediate illumination a character much superior to the sacerdotal. When they met for divine worship, each rose up in his place, and delivered the extempore inspirations of the Holy Ghost. Women also were admitted to teach the brethren, and were considered as proper vehicles to convey the dictates of the Spirit. Sometimes a great many preachers were moved to speak at once, sometimes a total silence prevailed in their congregations. Some Quakers attempted to fast 40 days, in imitation of Christ, and one of them bravely perished in the experiment. A female Quaker came naked into the church where the Protector sat, being moved by the Spirit, as she said, to appeal as a sign to the people. A number of them fancied that the renovation of all things had commenced, and that clothes were to be rejected, together with other superfluities. The sufferings which followed the practice of this doctrine were a species of persecution not well calculated for promoting it. James Naylor was a Quaker, noted for blasphemy, or rather madness, in the time of the Protectorship. He fancied that he himself was transformed into Christ, and was become the real Saviour of the world, and in consequence of this frenzy, he endeavoured to imitate many actions of the Messiah related in the Evangelists. As he bore a resemblance to the common pictures of Christ, he allowed his beard to grow in a like form. He raised a person from the dead. He was ministered unto by women. He entered Bristol mounted on a horse, I suppose from the difficulty in that place of finding an ass. His disciples spread their garments before him, and cried, Hosanna to the highest! Holy, holy is the Lord God of Sabaoth. When carried before the magistrate, he would give no other answer to all questions than, Thou hast said it. What is remarkable, the Parliament thought that the matter deserved their attention. Near 10 days they spent in inquiries and debates about him. They condemned him to be pilloried, whipped, burned in the face, and to have his tongue bored through with a red-hot iron. All these severities he bore with the usual patience. So far his delusion supported him. But the sequel spoiled all. He was sent to Bridewell, confined to hard labour, fed on bread and water, and debarred from all his disciples, male and female. His illusions dissipated, and after some time he was contented to come out an ordinary man, and return to his usual occupations. End of section 63, chapter 62, part 4. Recording by Greg Golding, Georgetown, Ontario, Canada. Section 64 of Volume 1E of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Golding. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1E, Section 64, Chapter 62, Part 5. The chief taxes in England during the time of the Commonwealth were the monthly assessments, the excise, and the customs. The assessments were levied on personal estates as well as on land, and commissioners were appointed in each county for rating the individuals. The highest assessment amounted to £120,000 a month in England. The lowest was £35,000. The assessments in Scotland were sometimes £10,000 a month, commonly 6,000; those on Ireland 9,000. At a medium, this tax might have afforded about £1,000,000 a year. The excise, during the civil wars, was levied on bread, flesh meat, as well as beer, ale, strong waters, and many other commodities. After the king was subdued, bread and flesh meat were exempted from excise. The customs on exportation were lowered in 1656. In 1650, commissioners were appointed to levy both customs and excises. Cromwell, in 1657, returned to the old practice of farming. £1,100,000 were then offered, both for customs and excise, a greater sum than had ever been levied by the commissioners. The whole of the taxes during that period might at a medium amount to about 2 millions a year, a sum which, though moderate, much exceeded the revenue of any former king. Sequestrations, compositions, sale of crown and church lands, and of the lands of delinquents, yielded also considerable sums, but very difficult to be estimated. Church lands are said to have been sold for £1,000,000. None of these were ever valued at above 10 or 11 years' purchase. The estates of delinquents amounted to about £200,000 a year. Cromwell died more than 2 millions in debt, though the parliament had left him in the treasury above £500,000, and in stores the value of £700,000. The Committee of Danger, in April 1648, voted to raise the army to 40,000 men. The same year, the pay of the army was estimated at £80,000 a month. The establishment of the army, in 1652, was in Scotland 15,000 foot, 2,580 horse, 560 dragoons. In England, 4,700 foot, 2,520 horse, garrisons 6,154. In all, 31,514, besides officers. The army in Scotland was afterwards considerably reduced. The army in Ireland was not much short of 20,000 men, so that upon the whole the Commonwealth maintained in 1652 a standing army of more than 50,000 men. Its pay amounted to a yearly sum of £1,047,715. Afterwards the Protector reduced the establishment to 30,000 men, as appears by the instrument of government and humble petition and advice. His frequent enterprises obliged him from time to augment them. Richard had on foot in England an army of 13,258 men, in Scotland 9,506, in Ireland about 10,000 men. The foot soldiers had commonly a shilling a day. The horse had 2 shillings and 6pence, so that many gentlemen and younger brothers of good family enlisted in the Protector's cavalry. No wonder that such men were averse from the re-establishment of civil government, by which, they well knew, they must be deprived of so gainful a profession. At the time of the battle of Worcester, the parliament had on foot about 80,000 men, partly militia, partly regular forces. The vigor of the Commonwealth, and the great capacity of those members who had assumed the government, never at any time appeared so conspicuous. The whole revenue of the public during the protectorship of Richard was estimated at £1,868,717, his annual expenses at £2,201,540. An additional revenue was demanded from Parliament. The commerce and industry of England increased extremely during the peaceable period of Charles' reign. The trade to the East Indies and to Guinea became considerable. The English possessed almost the sole trade with Spain. 20,000 cloths were annually sent to Turkey. Commerce met with interruption, no doubt, from the civil wars and convulsions which afterwards prevailed, though it soon recovered after the establishment of the Commonwealth. The war with the Dutch, by distressing the commerce of so formidable a rival, served to encourage trade in England. The Spanish war was to an equal degree pernicious. All the effects of the English merchants, to an immense value, were confiscated in Spain. The prevalence of democratical principles engaged the country gentlemen to bind their sons apprentices to merchants, and commerce has ever since been more honorable in England than in any other European kingdom. The exclusive companies, which formerly confined trade, were never expressly abolished by any ordinance of parliament during the Commonwealth; but as men paid no regard to the prerogative whence the charters of these companies were derived, the monopoly was gradually invaded, and commerce increased by the increase of liberty. Interest in 1650 was reduced to 6 per cent. The customs in England before the civil wars are said to have amounted to £500,000 a year, a sum 10 times greater than during the best period in Queen Elizabeth's reign. But there is probably some exaggeration in this matter. The post house, in 1653, was farmed at £10,000 a year, which was deemed a considerable sum for the three kingdoms. Letters paid only about half the present postage. From 1619 to 1638, there had been coined £6,900,042. From 1638 to 1657, the coinage amounted to £7,733,521. Dr. Davenant has told us, from the registers of the Mint, that between 1558 and 1659 there had been coined £19,832,467 in gold and silver. The first mention of tea, coffee, and chocolate is about 1660. Asparagus, artichokes, cauliflower, and a variety of salads were about the same time introduced into England. The colony of New England increased by means of the Puritans, who fled thither in order to free themselves from the constraint which Laud and the church party had imposed upon them, and before the commencement of the civil wars, it is supposed to have contained 25,000 souls. For a like reason, the Catholics, afterwards, who found themselves exposed to many hardships, and dreaded still worse treatment, went over to America in great numbers, and settled the colony of Maryland. Before the civil wars, learning and the fine arts were favored at court, and a good taste began to prevail in the nation. The king loved pictures, sometimes handled the pencil himself, and was a good judge of the art. The pieces of foreign masters were bought up at a vast price, and the value of pictures doubled in Europe by the emulation between Charles and Philip IV. Of Spain, who were touched with the same elegant passion. Van Dyck was caressed and enriched at court. Inigo Jones was master of the king's buildings, though afterwards persecuted by the parliament on account of the part which he had in rebuilding St. Paul's, and for obeying some orders of council, by which he was directed to pull down houses, in order to make room for that edifice. Laws, who had not been surpassed by any musician before him, was much beloved by the king, who called him the father of music. Charles was a good judge of writing, and was thought by some more anxious with regard to purity of style than became a monarch. Notwithstanding his narrow revenue, and his freedom from all vanity, he lived in such magnificence that he possessed 24 palaces, all of them elegantly and completely furnished, insomuch that, when he removed from one to another, he was not obliged to transport any thing along with him. Cromwell, though himself a barbarian, was not insensible to literary merit. Usher, notwithstanding his being a bishop, received a pension from him. Marvell and Milton were in his service. Waller, who was his relation, was caressed by him. That poet always said that the Protector himself was not so wholly illiterate as was commonly imagined. He gave £100 a year to the divinity professor at Oxford, and an historian mentions this bounty as an instance of his love of literature. He intended to have erected a college at Durham for the benefit of the northern counties. Civil wars, especially when founded on principles of liberty, are not commonly unfavorable to the arts of elocution and composition; or rather, by presenting nobler and more interesting objects, they amply compensate that tranquillity of which they bereave the muses. The speeches of the parliamentary orators during this period are of a strain much superior to what any former age had produced in England, and the force and compass of our tongue were then first put to trial. It must, however, be confessed that the wretched fanaticism which so much infected the parliamentary party was no less destructive of taste and science than of all law and order. Gaiety and wit were proscribed, human learning was despised, freedom of inquiry detested, cant and hypocrisy alone encouraged. It was an article positively insisted on in the preliminaries to the Treaty of Uxbridge, that all playhouses should forever be abolished. Sir John Davenant, says Whitlock, speaking of the year 1658, published an opera, notwithstanding the nicety of the times. All the king's furniture was put to sale, his pictures, disposed of at very low prices, enriched all the collections in Europe. The cartoons, when complete, were only appraised at £300, though the whole collection of the king's curiosities was sold at above 50,000. Even the royal palaces were pulled in pieces, and the materials of them sold. The very library and medals at St. James's were intended by the generals to be brought to auction, in order to pay the arrears of some regiments of cavalry quartered near London; but Sidon, apprehensive of the loss, engaged his friend Whitlock, then Lord Keeper of the Commonwealth, to apply for the office of librarian. This expedient saved that valuable collection. It is, however, remarkable that the greatest genius by far that shone out in England during this period was deeply engaged with these fanatics, and even prostituted his pen in theological controversy, in factious disputes, and in justifying the most violent measures of the party. This was John Milton, whose poems are admirable, though liable to some objections; his prose writings disagreeable, though not altogether defective in genius. Nor are all his poems equal. His Paradise Lost, his Comus, and a few others, shine out amid some flat and insipid compositions. Even in the Paradise Lost, his capital performance, there are very long passages, amounting to near a third of the work, almost wholly destitute of harmony and elegance, nay, of all vigor of imagination. This natural inequality in Milton's genius was much increased by the inequalities in his subject, of which some parts are of themselves the most lofty that can enter into human conception. Others would have required the most labored elegance of composition to support them. It is certain that this author, when in a happy mood, and employed on a noble subject, is the most wonderfully sublime of any poet in any language, Homer and Lucretius and Tasso not excepted. More concise than Homer, more simple than Tasso, more nervous than Lucretius, had he lived in a later age, and learned to polish some rudeness in his verses, had he enjoyed better fortune, and possessed leisure to watch the returns of genius in himself, he had attained the pinnacle of perfection, and borne away the palm of epic poetry. It is well known that Milton never enjoyed in his lifetime the reputation which he deserved. His Paradise Lost was long neglected. Prejudices against an apologist for the regicides, and against a work not wholly purged from the cant of former times, kept the ignorant world from perceiving the prodigious merit of that performance. Lord Somers, by encouraging a good edition of it, about 20 years after the author's death, first brought it into request, and Tonson, in his dedication of a smaller edition, speaks of it as a work just beginning to be known. Even during the prevalence of Milton's party, he seems never to have been much regarded, and Whitlock talks of one Milton, as he calls him, a blind man, who was employed in translating a treaty with Sweden into Latin. These forms of expression are amusing to posterity, who consider how obscure Whitlock himself, though Lord Keeper and ambassador, and indeed a man of great abilities and merit, has become in comparison of Milton. It is not strange that Milton received no encouragement after the Restoration. It is more to be admired that he escaped with his life. Many of the cavaliers blamed extremely that lenity towards him, which was so honourable in the king, and so advantageous to posterity. It is said that he had saved Davenant's life during the Protectorship, and Davenant in return afforded him like protection after the Restoration, being sensible that men of letters ought always to regard their sympathy of taste as a more powerful band of union than any difference of party or opinion as a source of animosity. It was during a state of poverty, blindness, disgrace, danger, and old age, that Milton composed his wonderful poem, which not only surpassed all the performances of his contemporaries, but all the compositions which had flowed from his pen during the vigor of his age and the height of his prosperity. This circumstance is not the least remarkable of all those which attend that great genius. He died in 1674, aged 66. Waller was the first refiner of English poetry, at least of English rhyme; but his performances still abound with many faults, and what is more material, they contain but feeble and superficial beauties. Gaiety, wit, and ingenuity are their ruling character. They aspire not to the sublime, still less to the pathetic. They treat of love, without making us feel any tenderness, and abound in panegyric, without exciting admiration. The panegyric, however, on Cromwell, contains more force than we should expect from the other compositions of this poet. Waller was born to an ample fortune, was early introduced to the court, and lived in the best company. He possessed talents for eloquence as well as poetry, and till his death, which happened at a good old age, he was the delight of the House of Commons. The errors of his life proceeded more from want of courage than honour or integrity. He died in 1687, aged 82. Cowley is an author extremely corrupted by the bad taste of his age. But had he lived even in the purest times of Greece nor Rome, he must always have been a very indifferent poet. He had no ear for harmony, and his verses are only known to be such by the rhyme which terminates them. In his rugged untenable numbers are conveyed sentiments the most strained and distorted, long-spun allegories, distant allusions, and forced conceits. Great ingenuity, however, and vigour of thought sometimes break out amidst those unnatural conceptions. A few Anacreontics surprise us by their ease and gaiety. His prose writings please by the honesty and goodness which they express, and even by their spleen and melancholy. This author was much more praised and admired during his lifetime, and celebrated after his death, than the great Milton. He died in 1667, aged 49. Sir John Denham, in his Cooper's Hill, for none of his other poems merit attention, has a loftiness and vigour which had not before him been attained by any English poet who wrote in rhyme. The mechanical difficulties of that measure retarded its improvement. Shakespeare, whose tragic scenes are sometimes so wonderfully forcible and expressive, is a very indifferent poet when he attempts to rhyme. Precision and neatness are chiefly wanting in Denham. He died in 1688, aged 73. No English author in that age was more celebrated, both abroad and at home, than Hobbes. In our time he is much neglected, a lively instance how precarious all reputations founded on reasoning and philosophy. A pleasant comedy, which paints the manners of the age and exposes a faithful picture of nature, is a durable work, and is transmitted to the latest posterity. But a system, whether physical or metaphysical, commonly owes its success to its novelty, and is no sooner canvassed with impartiality than its weakness is discovered. Hobbes's politics are fitted only to promote tyranny, and his ethics to encourage licentiousness. Though an enemy to religion, he partakes nothing of the spirit of scepticism, but is as positive and dogmatical as if human reason, and his reason in particular, could attain a thorough conviction in these subjects. Clearness and propriety of style are the chief excellencies of Hobbes' writings. In his own person he is represented to have been a man of virtue, a character nowise surprising, notwithstanding his libertine system of ethics. Timidity is the principal fault with which he is reproached. He lived to an extreme old age, yet could never reconcile himself to the thoughts of death. The boldness of his opinions and sentiments form a remarkable contrast to this part of his character. He died in 1679, aged 91. Harrington's Oceana was well adapted to that age, when the plans of imaginary republics were the daily subjects of debate and conversation, and even in our time it is justly admired as a work of genius and invention. The idea, however, of a perfect and immortal commonwealth will always be found as chimerical as that of a perfect and immortal man. The style of this author wants ease and fluency, but the good matter which his work contains makes compensation. He died in 1677, aged 66. Harvey is entitled to the glory of having made, by reasoning alone, without any mixture of accident, a capital discovery in one of the most important branches of science. He had also the happiness of establishing at once his theory on the most solid and convincing proofs. And posterity has added little to the arguments suggested by his industry and ingenuity. His treatise of the circulation of the blood is further embellished by that warmth and spirit which so naturally accompany the genius of invention. This great man was much favoured by Charles I., who gave him the liberty of using all the deer in the royal forests for perfecting his discoveries in the generation of animals. It was remarked that no physician in Europe, who had reached 40 years of age, ever, to the end of his life, adopted Harvey's doctrine of the circulation of the blood, and that his practice in London diminished extremely from the reproach drawn upon him by that great and signal discovery. So slow is the progress of truth in every science, even when not opposed by factions or superstitious prejudices. He died in 1657, aged 79. This age affords great materials for history, but did not produce any accomplished historian. Clarendon, however, will always be esteemed an entertaining writer, even independent of our curiosity to know the facts which he relates. His style is prolix and redundant, and suffocates us by the length of its periods. But it discovers imagination and sentiment, and pleases us at the same time that we disapprove of it. He is more partial in appearance than in reality, for he seems perpetually anxious to apologize for the king, but his apologies are often well grounded. He is less partial in his relation of facts than in his account of characters. He was too honest a man to falsify the former. His affections were easily capable, unknown to himself, of disguising the latter. An air of probity and goodness runs through the whole work, as these qualities did in reality embellish the whole life of the author. He died in 1674, aged 66. These are the chief performances which engaged the attention of posterity. The numberless productions with which the press then abounded, the cant of the pulpit, the declamations of party, the subtleties of theology, all these have long ago sunk in silence and oblivion. Even a writer such as Selden, whose learning was his chief excellency, or Chillingworth, an acute disputant against the papists, will scarcely be ranked among the classics of our language or country. End of Section 64, Chapter 62, Part 5. Recording by Greg Golding, Georgetown, Ontario, Canada.